Oh, good job, everybody. Nice to see everyone here. My name is Laura Capps, and it's my pleasure to call to order the February 25th, 2025 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors hearing. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Lee.
Here.
Supervisor Hartman.
Here.
Supervisor Nelson. And Supervisor Nelson's participating remotely from DC.
Here.
Oh, there you are. Great. Thank you. And Supervisor Lavanino.
Here.
And Chair Capps.
Here. At this time, please join me in pledging a Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, the next item of business is the approval of the minutes from our last hearing, which was February 11th, 2025.
Move approval.
Thanks, Supervisor Hartman.
Second.
Thank you, Supervisor Lee. Madam Clerk, roll call vote, please. When you're ready.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman.
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson.
Aye.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Aye.
And Chair Capps.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, next item is our CEO's report. CEO Miyasato.
Good morning, Chair Capps and board members. We have two quick announcements this morning. One is the county's Office of Emergency Management has launched a new AM radio network to bring disaster preparedness and emergency information to our residents. The stations are spread across the central and northern parts of Santa Barbara County and the communities of the San Ynez Valley, through Lompoc, and up through Santa Maria. All stations will broadcast critical preparedness and disaster response messaging 24/7 on AM 530 in English and Spanish. More stations will be launched in the coming months in the Cuyama Valley and the southern part of the county. Now's the time to save AM 530 to your radio favorites list so you can get an update on emergency information straight from your public safety officials. The second item is some exciting news regarding Goleta Beach. The Elwood restaurant at Goleta Beach officially opened just before Valentine's Day after undergoing a complete renovation. In addition to the restaurant, the county has invested $2 million in public improvements. These include repairs to parking lots damaged during the 2023 and 2024 storms, irrigation and lawn replacement, upgrades to popular group area barbecues, and installation of a new pedestrian walkway funded by a $500,000 National Fish and Wildlife Foundation grant. So please, everyone, please go to Goleta Beach and enjoy the restaurant. That concludes my announcements today.
Thank you, CEO Miyasato. Madam Clerk, do you have any announcements for us with the agenda?
Chair Capps and members of the board, I do have a couple quick announcements this morning. As previously noted, I would like to note for the record that Supervisor Nelson is participating remotely, as noted on our agenda, from Washington, D.C., and all votes will be taken via roll call vote today. And lastly, for participation, for the Board of Supervisors' methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at area code 805-568-2240. Again, that's 805-568-2240. And additionally, for those members of the public who are participating in person today, just a friendly reminder to get your speaker slips in. They are available in the back of the room. And those folks that are standing in front of that table, if you can please find an alternate location to stand so that table is visible to the public, that would be greatly appreciated. Again, any members of the public, whether you're in one of our overflow rooms, if you haven't yet filled out a speaker slip, please come up to the hearing room and do so now. And I see a number of you have already done so, so I appreciate that. And that concludes my announcements this morning.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I'm just going to echo what our clerk just communicated. Democracy is born in conversation. This is an incredible display of democracy in action. There are several hundred people here today, overflow everywhere. But in order to have that conversation, we need to be able to hear each other, and we need to be able to be respectful. That is what I'm going to require as chair. That means as much as we're excited, There will be no clapping, there'll be no jeering. If you're really excited, you can do this, which doesn't impact our conversation. Certainly during the resolution portion of this hearing, you're allowed to clap for those who are being celebrated, but not during the board's business later on. Again, let's please be respectful and show that we can pull off a very respectful, civil display of democracy. Thank you. Okay, so now we move on to our administrative agenda. Would any board members like to pull any items from the administrative agenda? I would like to pull item A8. Okay. Madam Clerk? I will now entertain.
Chair, Caps, and members of the board, my apologies. We do have one request to speak from the public on A5.
Okay. So that means we have pulled the public has pulled A5. I have pulled A8. Let me just double check that it was A8. Yes. And now I will entertain a motion to approve the balance of the administrative agenda except for A5 and A8.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Hartman, second by Supervisor Lee. When you're ready, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman?
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Aye.
And Chair Caps.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Now let's move to the resolutions to be presented.
Chair Caps and members of the board, administrative item number 1 is sponsored by Supervisor Lee. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Sheila Lodge for her outstanding contributions to the Santa Barbara community. And joining us in person today, we have Sheila Lodge. And if Sheila can please make her way to the podium, I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas Sheila Lodge has dedicated over 24 years of public service as the City of Santa Barbara's Planning Commissioner and Council member, an impressive 12 years as the city's first woman and longest-serving mayor, leaving an indelible mark on the city's history. And whereas Sheila has balanced an extraordinary public career with a rich personal life, serving as a wife, mother of 4 daughters, author, architect in training, painter, photographer, amateur geologist, courthouse docent, and gardener, while always advocating for preserving the unique charm of Santa Barbara since her arrival in 1952. And whereas during her tenure, Sheila played a pivotal role in key developments, including the completion of Highway 101's freeway expansion, the construction of the desalination plant, the development of Paseo Nuevo, and the city's general plan update, which shaped Santa Barbara's growth while safeguarding its historic character. And whereas Sheila has been a passionate protector of Santa Barbara's heritage, authoring Santa Barbara, an uncommon place, American town, advocating for thoughtful planning, and urging residents to stay involved to ensure the city retains its distinctive charm and community-centered identity. And whereas Sheila Lodge's dedication, involvement, including welcoming Queen Elizabeth II at the Santa Barbara County Courthouse in 1983, to being a hands-on advocate for sustainable water use during droughts, becoming a docent at the Santa Barbara Botanic Garden, and exploring the San Andreas Fault through her love of geology, reflecting her lifelong passion for learning and service. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of Santa Barbara County does hereby recognize and honor Sheila Lodge for her unparalleled service, leadership, and enduring contributions to preserving the beauty, integrity, and community spirit of Santa Barbara. Passed and adopted today.
We can all clap for Sheila Lodge.
When Supervisor Lee told me that he was going to do this, I was really touched. And I'm really touched to be here and have people recognize what I've done. I've served the city of Santa Barbara for 36 years, and it's just, I have a passion for this place, for Santa Barbara, the city, the county, and it hasn't always been fun. There was the time when I was blamed for the drought, You know, if there isn't any rain, it's Mother Nature's fault. If there isn't any water, it's the mayor's fault. So, anyway, it's been several decades since I stood at this podium. When I was mayor, 1981 to 1993, I came here several times to express the city council's view on issues that the county was dealing with. And that affected the city. Sometimes they were on oil issues. Most often they involved Exxon. I'm not mayor anymore, but I urge you to continue to protect this special place and grant the appeals. Please do not enable Sable. May you all continue to work to keep Santa Barbara County the special place that it is. Thank you.
Okay.
Supervisor Lee.
Sheila, just want to say, a lot of people show up here today for your resolution, so thank you everybody for being here. I just want to say thank you for everything done, and I have nothing but trust, respect, and love for you, so thank you.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I just wanted to add a personal note of gratitude. Sheila's always been somebody I can go to for advice, and she's never shy about calling me out, and especially on issues of housing and affordable housing. She saw this coming long before many other political leaders. So thank you for your long history of service. It's really exemplary.
And I'll just add to that. I grew up literally with Sheila Lodge as my embodiment of a female leader who served with integrity. And the fact that you still are so incredibly engaged and call me out in a very respectful way, give me advice. I continue to learn from you. I know so many others have, and thank you for the longevity of your service and really the integrity by which you serve. Thank you. Okay. Let's go now to the administrative items pulled by the board and the public.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 5 is from the Behavioral Wellness Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding Transitions Mental Health Association, TMHA, First Amendment to the fiscal years 2024 through 2026 Services Agreement for Mental Health and Other Supportive Services. And we have one request to speak from the public on this item, and we are going to Santa Maria with Jill Bolster-White. Jill?
Thank you, everyone. Jill Bolster-White from Transitions Mental Health Association. I really just wanted to take this opportunity to thank you for 33 years of partnership. We are a longstanding CBO. I noticed that it says we're not a local vendor, but we are. We have a great office here in Santa Maria and one in San Luis Obispo. I also wanted to underscore how much the CBO community is working with the Behavioral Health Department to accommodate the changes in CalAIM to be ready for Proposition 1, and just that we continue to appreciate your partnership very much. And for those of you who live in North Santa Barbara County, please prepare for the spring garden season and come to Growing Grounds Farm and buy your veggie starts. Thanks very much.
And that concludes public comment on administrative item number 5.
Okay, so we need a motion for that, for administrative item number 5.
Move staff recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Hartman, a second by Supervisor Lee. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman?
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Aye.
And Chair Capps.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, our second pulled item is one that I've pulled, item A8, please.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 8 is from the Community Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding an agreement to provide affordable housing and rental restrictive covenant for St. George Residential Building, 22 DVP 10, 22 CUP 18, and 22 CDP 91, and this is in the 2nd District.
Thank you. I just wanted to pull this for highlight in the spirit of Sheila Lodge. This is an affordable housing project in Isla Vista, which is at the epicenter of our housing crisis with so many low-income folks living there and needing this. So this is just a wonderful project, step in the right direction of an affordable housing project in Isla Vista. So just wanted to pull it for acknowledgement. And with that, I will move approval of staff suggestion for item A8.
Second?
Thank you. When you're ready, we'll have a roll call vote.
Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman?
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Aye.
And Chair Capps.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, now we're here for public comment. If my math serves, we will be here for about 4 or 5 hours today for public comment on general, but also the 2 items. So in concert with the clerk, we've made the decision that if anyone would like to speak for a minute or less, they are welcome to go first to incentivize us to all be as succinct as possible. So I'll use that also for public comment. I'm not sure how many requests we have to speak, but we'll start that trend now and be consistent throughout the rest of the meeting that, again, you'll be able to speak longer, your 3 minutes, but if you choose to speak just 1 minute, you get to go first. And hopefully that will move things along for everybody.
Chair Capps and members of the board, we have 13 requests to speak from the public and general public comment today. If you are a member of the public and you are on Zoom and would like to speak for 1 minute, please use the raise hand feature. If you are a member of the public and you'd like to speak for 1 minute, please use the raise hand feature. If you are a member of the public and you are here in person, please begin to line up behind the podium. I will go to Zoom first, but if you can please start to line up behind the podium if you'd like to speak for 1 minute, that'd be great.
And just to be clear, this
1-minuters.
I'm sorry to cut you off. This is for items that are not on the agenda, which means we're not talking about an oil project. We're not talking about anything else at this point.
Yes, exactly.
I had a
Thank you.
feeling. I had a
Chair
feeling.
Capps, this is just for general public comment on items not on our agenda today.
So with that, I'll close public comment and invite you to include the first person.
Chair Capps and members of the board, we will begin on Zoom with Camilla Leone to be followed by Diana Sandoval. Camilla? Camilla, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute on your end to provide your comments. Camilla Leone?
You can move forward.
Alrighty, thank you. We will now go to Diana Sandoval to be followed by Catherine Orleana. Diana? And Diana, if you can please unmute yourself to provide your comments. Diana Sandoval, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute yourself to provide your comments. Yes, absolutely. Diana, thank you. We will go to Diana Sandoval here in person, and then we will return back to Zoom with Catherine Orleana. Diana?
Hi, everyone. My name is Diana Sandoval, and I'm here for the 8th time before the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. I'm here to share with you the unethical practice of planning and development and now the County Executive Office. Let me give you some background. My ultra-wealthy neighbor was allowed by planning and development to build a commercial bridge and tertiary road that had been abandoned since 2006-2007, according to county records, which, by the way, they withheld these records from me. This illegal bridge is located in an environmentally sensitive habitat area, and it's in an area known to cause flooding for the adjacent neighborhood. For more information regarding the illegal bridge and environmental violations, please visit illegalbridge.com. Again, illegalbridge.com. So in 2024, without permits or even a site inspection, my neighbor was allowed to build this dangerous bridge. Keep in mind, this same bridge was already involved in a previous lawsuit after a person allegedly failed in 2017 and sued my previous property owner. Despite this history, planning and development approved rebuilding the bridge on failed abutments, which is incredibly dangerous to the public. But here's where it gets even worse. To make the illegal bridge seem legitimate, the building official issued a same-day permit, knowing that the bridge was on my private property. This is an illegal taking of my land by the county. Even though they stole my land, they can't use it because I have a lawful fence. Despite the ongoing litigation, starting this Saturday, Director Plowman and the county is attempting to pressure me with a $3,000 fine, plus an additional $100 per day for maintaining a lawful fence they've known about and approved of since 2021, if not since the 2017 accident. They plan to fine me $30,000 for simply preserving my constitutional and property rights until my trial on November 19, 2025. Additionally, in the notice I received, they state, you can request an extension, which I've done 5 times in writing, but they are completely ignoring my request. To me, this feels like retaliation for taking legal action to protect my rights, especially considering the history of favoritism afforded to my neighbor. For instance, Assistant Director Aaron Briggs from Planning and Development, who has a history of exempting the same neighbor from zoning regulations, and is even allowing the same neighbor to block a public hiking trail, specifically stated, please make this a priority regarding pursuing a violation against me. Furthermore, the characterization of my fence as a gate appears to be a deliberate misrepresentation, seemingly designed to facilitate the continual unlawful seizure of my property. I thought that being in litigation would encourage the county to act with some ethics, but this hasn't been the case. I even asked for oversight from the CEO, Mona Miyasato, since she oversees the departments involved, but I never got a response. Right, Mona? Wade Horton, the assistant CEO, responded by saying they won't respond because, as he puts it, the litigation needs to play out. Funny how the county picks and chooses when we seem to be in litigation. When I spoke to my former board of supervisor, Dawes Williams, he described the county as operating
Thank you,
as a pirate
Diana.
code.
That is your time.
Well, thank you so much.
And it appears that Catherine Orleana is no longer on Zoom, so we're going to return to Santa Barbara with Jenna McGovern, to be followed by Everett Matheson. Jenna? Is Jenna here? If you are in a remote location, please make your way up and announce yourself when you do get here. We will go to Everett Matheson, to be followed by Jacqueline Inda. And friendly reminder, this is general public comment, items not on today's agenda. Thank you.
I'll be speaking at the department one. Thank you.
And your name is?
Please, Jenna McGovern.
Jenna. Great, thank you. Everett Matheson?
I, too, am speaking for Sable. Thank you.
Is Jacqueline Inda available? Jacqueline Inda, to be followed by Stephanie Caters, to be followed by Haley Rowan. Jacqueline Inda? Stephanie Caters? Haley Rowan? If you are in one of our remote locations, please make your way up to the hearing room. I will continue calling names. Ruth Heiler? Karen Howenstein. Karen? Again, I'll repeat those names. These are for general public comment: Jacqueline Inda, Stephanie Caters, Haley Rowan, Ruth Heiler, and Karen Howenstein. Chair, perhaps we can wait a few moments in case anyone is trying to make their way upstairs with the one elevator.
Okay.
We will now take Karen Howenstein, and if any other of those members of the public that heard their name, if you could please make your way up to the hearing room and line up behind the podium. Thank you. Karen.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I came down here this morning from Lompoc, a constituent who is not being paid to be here. I would like to echo my pleasure with what is happening at the national level. We need rampant accountability in government agencies, especially government agencies that handle grants that go to nonprofits. In our community, I've been watching this very closely for the last 3 years. And this morning, when I went to take my children to school in Mission Hills, at the wonderful public school Los Barros Elementary School, which is a performing arts school and is recognized as such. I passed right by the property owned by Alex Uribe, where the state wants to place state housing for homeless people on private property so that the owner can be paid in perpetuity. Now, this is being investigated. I want everyone who is an authority in administration in this county to understand that your actions have consequences if they're illegal. And if there's any impropriety or corruption in any way, we don't pick on our neighbors. We don't gang up against our neighbors to target them individually. We, the people, demand accountability, and I believe that with our great Donald Trump as president, and he is the greatest president we have ever seen, we're going to see that also in our county. We aren't part of the country. We're not our own little planet out in the middle of the ocean. We are part of the United States. Thank you.
And has any of the members of the public whose names I had announced earlier make their way here? Jacqueline Inda, Stephanie Caters, Haley Rowan, Ruth Heiler. Are any of those members of the public here? I will assume they have, oh.
This is Haley Ronan. I'd like to speak on the Sable topic as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Alrighty, with that, Chair Capps and members of the board, I believe we can safely assume those members of the public have left or will be speaking at a later time.
Thank you to our public, and it's confusing to know exactly when is the right time to speak, so we got through that. So anyway, now that moves us to item number 1, Sable Offshore Corporation Appeals. Madam Clerk, will you please read departmental item into the record? And Supervisor Hartman.
Yeah, before she does that, I must recuse. The pipeline runs through the northeast corner of my property, so I am affected differently than the general members of the public and can't influence my fellow board members.
I understand. Thanks.
Waiting on something. Chair Capps and members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the appeals of the Planning Commission approval of the Sable Offshore Corporation's change of owner, operator, and guarantor for the San Ynez Unit, Pacific Offshore Pipeline Company gas plant, and Los Flores Pipeline System, final development plan permits, and this is in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th districts. And I am waiting for a document from my staff on late items that need to be voted into the record. We had quite a few emails come in late last night, so they are finalizing that. So perhaps we can begin staff's presentation and then vote items into the record.
Or ex parte?
Or ex parte, great, thank you.
Yeah, let's. Would you like? Okay, at this moment, because this is a quasi-judicial hearing, that means myself and my colleagues need to disclose ex parte conversations that we've had leading up until this department item. Supervisor Lee, would you like to go first?
Thank you, Chair Capps. I'll go first. On January 28th, 2025, I met with the EDC to discuss Sable. On February 6th, 2025, I also met with EDC to discuss Sable as well. On February 12th, I met with Sable representatives to talk about the oil pipeline. On February 20th, I met with Sierra Club to talk about Sable. And on February 20th, 2025, I met with the Environmental Coalition, and I listened to their Zoom. And on February 2025, I met with UCSB students to listen and discuss about Sable oil pipeline.
Thank you. Supervisor Lavanino. Or do you need more time? I can.
I'm good.
Okay.
My list is short. So on February 3rd, I met with Linda Kropp and the team from EDC via Teams. I'm not sure of all the people that were listed on there, but it's the usual suspects. And then on February 12th, and I meant that in the best way possible. Sorry, I just didn't know everybody's name. February 12th, I did meet with the Sable team and both obviously discussed both of their points about today's hearings.
Thank you. And Supervisor Nelson, if you're ready.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. On February 12th, I met with Linda Kropp, Katie Davis, Jeremy Frankel, and a few others from that EDC invited to discuss the project, as well as I also met in person with Steve Rush, Lee Danielson, and James Flores on February 12th in Santa Barbara to discuss the project.
Okay, thanks. And I'll do my ex parte disclosures. Yesterday, I met with representatives of Sable. I also met yesterday with members of the UCSB Santa Barbara City College Associated Students Environmental Affairs Board, as well as CalPERG. I have had many meetings over the last few months with EDC on related to Sable, as we meet regularly. I've spoken with Katie Davis from the Sierra Club, who was part of one of those meetings, as well as folks affiliated with the Community Environmental Council, including John Steed and Sigrid Wright, and Vicki Riskin related to Blue Dot Living. I think that should cover it. Okay. Yeah, Supervisor Nelson is. So I believe we're ready for staff presentation.
And Chair Capps, members of the board, before we proceed with staff's presentation, I did receive the list of documents that were received after noon on Friday, February 21st. And as per board's policy resolution 91-333, these items need to be voted into the record prior to being accepted into the record. I'll begin with the public comment from Evie Lynn, received February 21st at 5:18. Public comment from John Day, February 23rd at 12:21. Public comment from Janice Rudstam, February 24th at 8:55. Public comment from Karen Dorfman, February 24th, 9:51. Public comment from Rachel Rhodes, February 24th at 11:52. Public comment from Lauren French, February 24th, 12:27. Public comment support letters from Fiona Hutton and Associates on behalf of Sable, the applicant, February 24th, 1:16. Public comment from Hilda Ocean, February 24th. Public comment City of Buellton, February 24th. Public comment from Linda Stewart Oaten, February 24th. Public comment from Laura Haston, February 24th. Public comment Katie Dobbs, my apologies, February 24th. Public comment from David Hurin, February 24th. And lastly, a presentation replacement number 1 from the applicant, Sable, received February 24th at 12:01.
Okay, so that means we need to vote on whether or not to accept materials that were provided after our deadline. I'm personally not a fan of things coming in so late that are large quantities. Anything under a page doesn't require a vote, but I believe that is a roll call vote that we need to take. Is that right, County Council?
Madam Chair, yes, that's correct.
And so since one of those is, well, we'll talk about it after the vote. Yes.
I'll make a motion to bring all those into the public record.
Thanks, Supervisor Lavanino. I need a second. Supervisor Nelson, would you like to second?
I'm thinking about it. Traditionally, we always do. So this would be an unusual circumstance for us not to. I, like you, are not a fan of the process. There's no way for us to be able to fully be able to vet that information, and yet it's on the record. But we tend to do this with all projects, so I would hate to just bias this singular one by not accepting it. So I guess I'll go ahead and second that motion, and I'll probably be voting for it. But I think in the future, the board, we should, as a board, discuss whether we want to do that ongoing, because I think we've trained the public to continue to do it, because I think we always do accept it. So maybe we should eventually come with a board policy to really send a strong signal in the future.
Yeah, I agree. If we can just deliberate for a second. I understand people who are commenting, members of the public, if it comes in late, but for an applicant or appellant to be changing presentations and sending them past the deadline, which was Friday, is not really fair for us in terms of all the information that we need to absorb. That being said, I understand that a presentation can be. You can say whatever you'd like in a presentation, but we're really talking about now what is accepted into the public record in terms of documents. So I will be voting no, but we can call the roll unless there's other discussion.
Just the discussion for me is that it's the public's, it's not anything that we've blessed. We're just saying this is what we received from the public. I do agree that, who didn't know that this hearing was happening? Obviously, everybody's here, so this wasn't any big secret. So I'm not sure why people take so long to get their last word in. I do agree that, appellants and applicants should have the materials to us far in advance, but just because I'm accepting it into the record doesn't mean I'm blessing. This is what you're presenting to us. So it's not, if you have inaccuracies in there, it's not like you're getting by anybody.
As for me, I'll be voting no, because just because we've done it previously doesn't mean we have to do it now, and we have to start somewhere. So today is that somewhere.
Yeah, is there a volume issue? Are we able to? We'll speak a little closer. Sorry about that. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so with that, I think we're ready for a roll call vote.
And Chair Capps, members of the board, that was a motion by Supervisor Lavanino and a second by Supervisor Nelson.
That's correct.
Supervisor Lee?
No.
Supervisor Nelson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Aye.
Chair Capps?
No.
Motion fails 2-2.
Thank you. So County Council, since this is very technical, can you please explain what we just did?
Madam Chair, members of the board, so under the board's procedures, anything that's filed with the clerk after noon on Friday before the hearing has to be voted in on a 4/5 vote if it's over a page. There's only 4 members participating today, so it would require all 4 votes. And so as a 2-2, the board has taken no action on these items.
Okay, thank you. We will move on then to staff's presentation.
Actually, Chair Capps?
Yes, Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, so I'm okay with where the vote went there, but I do think this should be a message to all those out there in the county that this is something the board may not be doing in the future. Like I said, I voted for it in part because we do this by tradition typically. If we're now going to set a new standard, I'm happy in the future to also vote against these moving forward from this day on, and I'm making sure that any of those out there watching that I'm going to look at these a lot more skeptically in the future as well, to go with the board's majority on this in the future.
Excellent. Yeah, Supervisor Lavanino.
I totally agree. I will not be making any exceptions from here on out for anybody. So
there we
it is
go.
what it is.
So split vote, but unanimous
agree.
on the fact that we're moving forward with a new plan here. So, okay. With that, we are going to close public comment. I think we have close to 80, if not more, at this point. 122. Okay, so remember what I said about those who want to do a minute. Be thinking about your comments, and if you'd like to move things along, you're welcome to be editing in your mind to come down and be towards the beginning. Okay, with that, we'll move it over to staff presentation.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Today we have the appeal of the Planning Commission approval of the Sable Offshore Corporation's change of owner, operator, and guarantor for the San Ynez unit, the Pacific Offshore Pipeline Company gas plant and the Los Flores pipeline system. We have Aaron Briggs, who's the Deputy Director of our Energy, Minerals, and Compliance Division, here to present, as well as Jacqueline Wybera, who has been the planner on this case. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Wybera, and she can make the presentation.
Okay, good morning. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Supervisors and members of the public. As Director Plowman mentioned, today the board is considering the appeals of the county permit transfers to Sable Offshore Corporation for a change of owner, operator, and guarantor of the San Ynez unit, the Pacific Offshore Pipeline Company, or POPCO gas plant, and the Los Flores pipeline system. You're going to hear a lot of information today, so my goal with staff's presentation is to keep it fairly high level and concise, knowing that there are 13 detailed appeal issues, so please bear with me as we get through them all. Since there are multiple parties involved, I wanted to introduce who's who. The Energy Division has been processing these cases. I'm the staff planner, Jacqueline Ibarra, and Deputy Director Briggs is with me today. The applicant is Sable Offshore Corporation, and the appellants consist of two groups. First, the Center of Biological Diversity, together with the Wistoyo Foundation, and secondly, the Environmental Defense Center, together with Get Oil Out and the Santa Barbara County Action Network. The applicant's request is to consider the following county transfer permits for: 1, a change of owner, operator, and guarantor of the San Ynez unit from ExxonMobil to Sable; 2, a change of operator and guarantor of the POPCO gas plant permit from Exxon to Sable; and 3, for a change of operator of the Los Flores pipeline systems permit from ExxonMobil Pipeline Company, and a change of guarantor from Exxon to Sable. Under these requests, POPCO remains the legal owner of the gas plant, and Pacific Pipeline Company remains the legal owner of the pipeline system. Important to note, these requests are to transfer the county permits for the individual assets and not the underlying assets themselves. Also, these transfers do not include authorization for restart of the facilities or any work or continued operations. This slide shows the facility locations. On the left are the SYU facilities outlined in white, which are located in the Los Flores Canyon along the Gaviota coast. The gas plant is a very small portion of that area located in about the middle of the canyon. On the right shows the Los Flores pipeline system. It stretches 122 linear miles starting at the Los Flores Canyon and ending in Kern County. A bit of background on the facilities and permit transfers. The SYU treats oil and gas produced from offshore platforms, Hondo, Harmony, and Heritage. Oil is normally transported via the common carrier Los Flores pipeline system. A pipeline spill in 2015 under Plains All-American, a separate company, caused the pipelines and facilities to shut in. However, activities still occur to maintain facility integrity. Pacific Pipeline Company acquired the system in 2022, and your board approved that permit transfer in 2023. Sable acquired these assets in February of 2024, submitted applications to the county in March of that year, and the Planning Commission approved them on October 30th. Appeals were submitted in November, and now we're before the board in accordance with Chapter 25B, which governs the process to transfer these permits. This slide quickly covers environmental review and code consistency for the requests. So under CEQA, the permit transfers do not constitute a project, as they don't result in the direct or indirect physical changes to the environment. For code consistency, this table outlines what 25B requires for each a change of owner, operator, and guarantor. It's limited to 9 findings, which are summarized in the left-hand column. Okay, getting into appeal issues. The first few are related to financial guarantee findings that require all facility fees to be paid and that any existing financial documents are updated to reflect the new permittee. Under appeal issue number 1, the appellants state that Sable must be issued final certificates of financial responsibility for the SYU, or San Ynez unit. That's a state document issued by the California Office of Spill Prevention and Response, or OSPR. The appellants also state that the county must require these certificates for the pipeline system as well. In response, only the SYU permit requires financial documents to be submitted to the county, which are limited to SYU's offshore certificate of financial responsibility. We confirmed that OSPR issued Sable a certificate in October of last year, which demonstrates their financial responsibility of $101 million. That's based on state regulations, and it's not based on the approval of any associated oil spill contingency plan. The pipeline permit nor the POPCO permit requires Sable to submit any financial documents, and the county cannot require documents where they are not already required. Finally, not related to the board's findings, but for information only, OSPR also issued certificates for the pipeline system. Those are under state requirements. So we know that they exist, they're just not required for the county's permit transfer. For appeal issue number 2, the appellants state that Sable must post decommissioning bonds prior to the permit transfer as required by county permits and state law. In response, the findings require existing bonds to be updated. However, there are no current bonds in place. The permit conditions state that decommissioning bonds will be posted to the county at final facility abandonment. For the SYU and pipeline system, the permit conditions state that the county will determine if bonds are required or if the permittee shall continue to pay property taxes through final abandonment. For state bonding requirements, the county has no jurisdiction over that process, and it's not required for the county permit transfers. For appeal issue number 3, the appellants state that Sable does not have enough insurance to cover a worst-case oil spill from the facilities. So in response, similar to issue number 1, only the SYU permit requires financial documents to be submitted. However, the permit does detail that insurance certificates are only required for users of marine terminals, which is no longer applicable for the SYU and therefore not required for the permit transfer. Outside of the board's consideration and for information only, Sable also previously provided certificates of both their property insurance and their liability insurance. So again, we know that they exist and are in place, but are not required for the county's permit transfer. For appeal issue number 4, the appellants state that if Sable cannot remediate oil spills or pay for decommissioning costs, the county and its taxpayers would be responsible. In response, the financial findings of 25B are limited to what's outlined in the code, and those findings have been met through the submittal of the SYU Certificate of Financial Responsibility. In addition, county code and the permits clearly outline that abandonment and liability responsibilities for the permittee. Any failure to comply with the permit or code would be subject to fines and penalties. Outside of the board's consideration for information only, Sable will also post upwards of a $500 million bond with Exxon for those abandonment responsibilities, and there are other state and federal regulatory protections in place for offshore decommissioning and oil spills if they were to occur. Now we're moving on to Chapter 25B findings related to compliance with the existing permits. So this finding requires that the permittee be in compliance with the permit as of the date of application completeness, which was July 30th of last year. So under appeal issue number 5, the appellants state that Sable is not in compliance with the pipeline permit, specifically condition A7 that they state requires effective cathodic protection. In response, the permit itself does not list any conditions specific to the cathodic protection system or its effectiveness. Condition A7 has standard permit language that states that the project description that received environmental review is required as elements of the project. So the pipeline's environmental document outlines the cathodic protection requirements. It's limited to descriptions of certain equipment type and location. It also outlines that insulated coating would also be applied to the pipeline in addition to the cathodic protection system. The pipeline does use impressed current cathodic protection, which meets the description outlined in the environmental document and summarized in the check marks here. For Appeal Issue 6, we move on to findings that require all county compliance plans be updated with the new operator's emergency contact information. The appellants state that Sable has not submitted final approved oil spill contingency plans from OSPR, and therefore the county findings can't be made. In response, we confirmed that all compliance plans were submitted with the required information back in August of last year. 25B does not require these plans be approved by non-county regulators. Outside of the board's consideration and for information only, Bessie approved the SYU contingency plan in June of last year, and that plan is currently in review by OSPR. It might already be approved. Sable can speak to that. And similarly, OSPR is also reviewing the pipeline's contingency plan. These plans are really considered living documents. They're routinely updated, and they're considered effective upon submittal, which means that Sable is mandated to follow the most current version of the plan in the event of an oil spill or upset event. The next two issues relate to operator capability findings, which requires the operator to demonstrate the skills, training, and resources to comply with county permits and county code. So under Appeal Issue number 7, the appellants state that Sable has not demonstrated enough capital to restart and operate the facilities. In response, this finding really focuses on the operator's technical skills and safety records, not financial resources. Those specific financial requirements are outlined in separate findings, as we've discussed in Appeal Issues 1 through 4. And as detailed in the board's record, we determined that the operator does have sufficient technical skills, training, and safety records that show their ability to comply with county permits and county code. Outside of the board's consideration and for information only, Sable does have the capital to restart and is currently worth $2.5 billion, and margins will increase once production restarts and oil goes to sale. For Appeal Issue 8, the appellants state that Sable has recently been issued various violations for the pipeline system, demonstrating that they cannot operate in compliance with state permits and regulations. In response, the finding requires that the operator does not have a record of systemic noncompliance or unsafe operations related to major incidences for similar facilities. The county defines a major incident as either an oil spill entering the environment, a serious injury or fatality to a member of the public, major facility evacuations, or major facility fires. We confirmed that Sable's previously operated companies, including those within the County of Santa Barbara, operated with 0 major incidences, confirming a sufficient safety record. Chapter 25B does not require current compliance with non-county permits or non-county regulations to approve this permit transfer. Outside of the board's consideration and for information only, Sable has and is implementing safety measures on the pipeline, including installation of valves and conducting inspections and repairs. State agencies have issued violation notices for that work, and it's our understanding that Sable is in ongoing communications to resolve those potential violations. However, again, those are under state-required permits and regulations, not county ones, and those activities do not reflect systemically unsafe operations related to major incidences. The last group of appeal issues isn't connected to any specific 25B findings, so I grouped these in as other. Under Appeal Issue number 9, the appellants state that environmental review should be conducted for both the permit transfers and for the restart of the facilities. In response, as I mentioned earlier, the permit transfers are not considered a project under CEQA. They are an administrative process that wouldn't result in any physical changes to the facilities. Restart is not part of the permit transfer process, as the facilities are already permitted to operate under their individual county permits. An environmental review was previously conducted for these operations prior to original project approvals. For Appeal Issue 10, the appellants state that restarting the pipeline could result in an oil spill every 1 to 4 years, and that Sable intends to restart without correcting any issues. In response, the permit transfers are limited to the board's ability to make the required findings of Chapter 25B and Chapter 25B only. Outside of the board's consideration and for information only, that spill data that the appellants cite is from an incomplete administrative draft document prepared for a separate project. That data was based on national pipeline failure rates and was increased 5 times to reflect a rate of failure for pipelines not equipped with cathodic protection. In reality, the pipeline is equipped with cathodic protection, and Sable is required to meet a host of safety conditions prior to restart, some of which are listed here. And a reminder that the county has no authority to oversee those state and federal restart requirements. For Appeal Issue 11, the appellants state that planned and ongoing modifications to the facilities would require new or revised county permits. In response, the permit conditions do have standard language that outlines any new development, modifications, etc., would require a substantial conformity determination or a new or modified permit. However, if any development at any of the facilities does trigger the county's permitting jurisdiction, that would be under Chapter 35 of the county zoning code and not Chapter 25B of the permit transfer process that's in front of you. For Appeal Issue 12, the appellants state the county must approve pipeline restart plans that are under the jurisdiction of the Office of the State Fire Marshal. In response, Chapter 25B requires the permittee to be in compliance with county permits and county codes. Again, we have no authority over state-required restart plans. What we do have safety oversight of is annual audits and reviews of the onshore SYU facilities and the gas plant. We have oversight of the pipeline system through our permit conditions, and there's additional oversight through other county departments. Finally, for Appeal Issue 13, the appellants state that the Planning Commission hearing was not fair or impartial, as Planning and Development did not provide the entirety of the record for public review. In response, we maintain that all relevant materials related to the required findings of Chapter 25B were provided in the record, and all other documents not required for the permit transfer were not included. In conclusion, staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors, 1, deny the appeals, 2, make the required findings for approval, including CEQA findings, 3, determine that the requests are not a project pursuant to CEQA, and 4, grant de novo approval of the permit transfers subject to the conditions of approval. That concludes staff's presentation, and we are happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ibarra. Any questions from the board at this point? Supervisor Lee.
Just a question. So who pays in the event that insurance cannot cover the total cost of a spill?
So Supervisor Lee, through the chair, if insurance can't cover the cost of an oil spill, there's other protections in place. There are certain state and federal laws that allow certain pools of other funds to be pulled from. Yeah. You have anything to add to that?
I'll clarify. Do we pay? Does the county pay the taxpayers?
I don't believe so, no.
Got it.
Other questions from the board? Supervisor Nelson?
Yeah, thank you. The pool of funds that you're talking about, those are funds that all oil companies pay into to cover kind of as a self-insurance among the oil industry. Is that kind of how that works?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, that's correct. That's my understanding.
Okay. So, all right, I think that's helpful for the board and the public. And if we go back to that last slide for a minute, I just want to make sure I understand correctly that the staff recommendation is to deny the appeals. And I just want to make sure I understand that staff has evaluated each of one of those appeal issues and believe that they're not warranted. Is that correct?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, yes, that's correct.
All right. Thank you.
Supervisor Lavanino.
I have a question about, and I don't remember what slide it was on. I was talking about previous notices of violation or existing notices of violation. If Sable's name's not on the permit right now, who are we sending them to?
I got it. Madam Chair and Supervisor Lavignino. So it's an interesting point. Clearly, we know that Sable is in control of the assets and is conducting the work. And so predominantly the communications have been to and from Sable. There have been some important communications where we've copied ExxonMobil representatives just to make sure that they're in the loop, because technically speaking, like you mentioned, they still are on the permit.
Guaranteer. Okay. And this goes back before my time. What was the impetus for 25B? When was that created, and for what reason?
Yeah, so Madam Chair and Supervisor Lavignino, in the late 1990s and early 2000s, the county began to notice a trend of the major oil and gas operators who had developed these assets initially starting to sell them off to smaller and smaller companies. And when we have companies like ExxonMobil or Shell or Chevron, we don't really have questions about, can they afford to clean up a spill? Are they qualified to operate these assets? No one ever really second-guessed their ability to do that. But as they began to sell to smaller and smaller companies, the county became concerned that these smaller companies didn't have the financial assets or the expertise or generally the capability of operating these assets in a safe manner. And so the ordinance was created as a way for the county to analyze a company's ability to operate assets safely before the permit was transferred to the new company.
Okay. But it seems like, and I don't know if anybody was here at the time, but it does seem like 25B is more of a checklist of, did they file with the proper state or federal agency, not so much us digging into the financial records of the company. So I think what the intent was for us to analyze these and determine whether or not we thought that they were capable. But because there are overarching, jurisdictions, that we're basically looking at this and saying, did you file this properly with this state agency? Did you file this with?
So Supervisor Lavignino, we don't want to oversimplify the importance of 25B. We, in putting this together, understood the importance of what we're here for today, and we did a pretty deep dive into the records that we have in P&D. And there are, if you go back and you read the staff report for when 25B was created and some of the other internal staff documents that we have, you could kind of see that there was another piece of 25B that may have been intended to come along with it. And in fact, if you look on page 12 of the EDC comment letter, they mentioned that there was kind of a part 2 to 25B that was really going to dive into the financial stuff. And for one reason or another, that never came to be. So what we have today is 25B. And, at first glance, it does read like somewhat of a checklist that you have, certain documents, safety plans, and financial assurances where you've changed the name from the previous owner to the current owner. The tasks that are involved are fairly straightforward. And 25B as it is now doesn't require staff or the decision maker to dive deep into the company's financials in a way that may have been intended in that second part that never came to be.
But is it your opinion that there are other state agencies or federal agencies that are actually doing that?
So with respect to a potential oil spill, certainly. We have Bessie offshore, we have Osper with their certificates of financial protection. So there are other agencies, particularly federal, that are responsible for making sure that bonding is set in place in the event of a spill could be used to address that.
Okay, thank you for now.
Yeah, I think Supervisor Lavignino, you asked the $750 million question, is really the narrowness or expansiveness of this scope. So I had a couple questions because really the first is about process and, as mentioned, other agencies and their role. Clearly, so many people care about this issue and have real concerns about this project going forward. We heard from the city of Buellton. We heard from the city of Santa Barbara officially. We heard from the city of Goleta, who weighed in negatively against advancement of this project. So if we're looking at sort of a checklist here, what is this really the only time in which the people that we represent have a voice in this process here at the county? Are we having another vote? Are we having another hearing? Is this it?
So, Madam Chair, I think what you're getting at is, as Sable continues to move towards restarting the assets, are there other checkpoints in the process that would allow the county to have public hearings and have a decision-making capacity? And to answer that question directly, the answer is no.
Right.
25B and the transfer of the permit from Exxon to Sable, this is really the county's kind of one and only opportunity to hold a public hearing and take public comment.
So, okay. Yet what is in front of us, according to staff's interpretation, is a very narrow interpretation, or is a narrow interpretation of what the charge is today. So, for example, we've just confirmed this. We've seen that they have a certificate of insurance, but have we seen that insurance policy?
Again, to answer your question directly, we have not seen the policies in detail.
So they have not had to submit their insurance policy to us, just the fact that they have a certificate of insurance,
Correct.
given the way the ordinance is interpreted.
Correct.
Okay. And similarly, have we conducted our own independent assessment of the pipeline condition, or is this, at this stage, given what we're doing here today, we just rely on their assessment of safety?
Madam Chair, so when the spill occurred in 2015, at that time, the pipeline was under the jurisdiction of PHMSA, which is a federal agency. And PHMSA did a thorough investigation of why the spill occurred, and then they developed what they called the corrective action order. And the corrective action order details all of the steps comprehensively that the operator would need to take in order to restart the line. And it's a very detailed list of safety-related improvements and testing that would need to be done. So prior to restart, the operator, and in the meantime, that jurisdiction has been transferred from PHMSA to the State Fire Marshal. And so Sable has now been going through this process with the Fire Marshal, checking off all the items on the list as they move along. And notably, I believe it was in December, the State Fire Marshal granted a waiver for cathodic protection. And within that waiver, there are even more requirements that Sable needs to meet in order to essentially address the lack of cathodic protection in the system. And it requires more frequent inspections of the line, more rigorous testing, hydro testing prior to restart, all kinds of safety-related features that have been incorporated into that waiver. And so that kind of provides a little context on the regulatory side.
But that's not the role of the county to provide those. So I'm toggling a little bit between two categories. I have deep concerns about safety. I have deep concerns about financial stability.
So bringing that discussion back locally, the county, we do have what we call the System Safety, Reliability, and Review Committee. And operators who operate onshore facilities that are processing oil and gas from offshore are required to go through the safety committee. And that includes P&D, our petroleum engineer, the fire department, APCD, and other county departments, where we all look at the facility holistically and make sure that as they are either restarting or in operation, that all of the federal safety-related requirements are being met. I mean, it's a very rigorous review, and we're going through that with them right now. And that's an ongoing process that would basically prepare them for restart and then also provide for annual oversight as we move forward.
Thank you. And the city of Santa Barbara brought up the risk of, wildfire threats, seismic risk, and just said, that those severe risks would call for updated safety reviews and risk assessments. So similar to like a new housing project, would the fire marshal, our own fire marshal, what's the role?
Madam Chair, I wouldn't want to speak for the fire marshal and how they look at the facility, but certainly protecting the facilities from a potential fire are a major concern. And if you look back historically, there's been at least one fire that I can think of that basically came to the property line there. So, I mean, the operator is well aware of that. I'm sure, I don't want to speak for the fire marshal, but I have confidence that they are deeply involved in making sure that, all of those precautions are taken.
Thank you. And two more questions. Back on financial stability, I understand that they met the requirements of this sort of checklist, but do you share any concerns that many people do in the community about financial stability regarding this, especially regarding the fact that Exxon sold them a company, but then had to loan them $622 million?
So certainly we've taken the concerns of the public very seriously, and we've looked into Sable's financial condition as much as we possibly can. They do have a pretty sizable cash balance. If you look at the New York Stock Exchange today, the company's valued at $2.6 billion. Certainly they have pretty significant resources on hand. I would really like to defer specific questions about their financial ability to them. I'm sure they could speak to that.
Fair enough. Last question on the insurance policy. I asked about this. So we've seen this, they've produced the certificate, but we have not seen the insurance policy.
Correct.
I understand that's the requirement, but could we have seen the insurance policy? Could we have asked for the insurance policy? Can we still ask for the insurance policy to actually review it?
Madam Chair, we can ask for any information at any time.
Excellent.
And if you wanted to do that today with them here in the room,
Thanks for that. Appreciate it. Okay, I realize I might have skipped over Supervisor Nelson. If you had any questions. Yeah, sorry about that. Just feel free to.
I asked my questions.
Okay, you did. I just want to make sure. Okay, all right. Any other questions for staff before we move on to the appellant? Supervisor Lee.
I do. Can you give some background on this? It's my understanding that Exxon originally tried to build a new pipeline. So what happened with that? And why are we here today?
Madam Chair and Supervisor Lee, I believe it was 2018 or 19 when Plains Pipeline, the former owner of the pipeline system, applied for a new development plan to build a new line. And essentially the concept was they would build a new pipeline with today's latest and greatest technologies in the same alignment as the existing line. And staff processed that request for, I think, 4 years. And we got pretty far into the permitting process. We got pretty far into the environmental review process. We referred earlier to a draft EIR that staff had written but never really released for public review. And so we had spent a very significant amount of time and effort trying to process that request, and it never came to fruition because the applicant had withdrawn the request before it was considered by a decision maker. And I don't know exactly what their motivations were for withdrawing that application, but that application, I believe it was withdrawn by ExxonMobil.
Supervisor Lavanino.
I just have a question about vesting. If I'm not mistaken, the pipeline was permitted in 88 or 89, somewhere in that time frame, but 25B didn't come into effect until 02 or somewhere around there. How does that work as far as why are they first off held accountable to 25B? And then are they still vested? Is that permit still vested, whether or not they meet 25B or not?
Madam Chair and Supervisor Lavagnino, so I think the two issues are separate from each other. They're subject to 25B because Sable came in recently and requested a transfer of the permit. So clearly they are subject to 25B. I don't believe there's any vesting in regards to 25B, but certainly the permits for the pipelines and for the San Ynez unit and Popco gas plant, the assets that we're talking about here today are all fully permitted and have been operated for many, many decades. So, I mean, certainly they're vested there. And then kind of the conclusion of your question, that might be a better question for council.
Madam Chair and Supervisors, I think the last piece you're asking about is just Sable's position on vesting, and they are asserting in their lawsuit against the Coastal Commission that they are vested right to own and operate the pipelines.
Okay. One last one.
Go for it.
Can we go to, what was the slide about the, where it showed the test stations along 122 miles, 143 test stations, weekly, bi-monthly, and annual inspections. It said, you had mentioned on there that they meet all the requirements. Let's see, where does it say? Let's see. Okay, pipeline uses impressed current cathodic protection meets requirements. Who does that test? Where does that testing information go to? I mean, like, is that public information? Does that come to the county? Does that go to a state agency? Do we see any of that?
Madam Chair and Supervisor Lavagnino, so the pipeline is governed by federal regulations, 49 CFR 195, and the county does not have specific standards for pipeline construction or operation. And so all of this kind of floats back up to the federal level. And if we remember back to the early 90s, the county was closely regulating Celeron at the time when they got the permit for the original construction and they were undergoing the original construction. And there were some disagreements about whether or not we had authority. So Celeron sued the county and we ended up settling. And through that settlement agreement, we essentially backed off on being able to regulate the pipeline. So the features for cathodic protection are really overseen previously by PHMSA and now going forward by the State Fire Marshal. And we may not have the ability to regulate the pipeline in that way unless Sable offers it up to us.
Okay, so I think that's an important topic, important point, is that we do not regulate the pipeline.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I think we're ready to move on to the appellant. Doesn't mean that we can't ask staff questions going forward. It's really important to me that the board here has plenty of opportunity to ask questions of everyone involved here. So we'll move on to the appellant. Thank you, Mr. Briggs. And we'll move on to the appellant, Environmental Defense Center, for 10 minutes.
Oh, there we go. Can the timer be set to the 10 minutes so we can track it? Thank you.
Are you good?
Or you can set it to 15 or
Please
whatever.
proceed. We'll start the clock when you're ready.
Okay. Well, good morning. My name is Linda Kropp. I'm Chief Counsel with the Environmental Defense Center, and I'm here today with Jeremy Frankel, one of our attorneys. We are here today on behalf of our clients, the EDC, Get Oil Out, and Santa Barbara County Action Network. We can't talk about these facilities without talking about the catastrophic oil spill that they already caused. We know the risks of operating these aged, defective facilities. We've already seen it. Another major accident from these facilities is not just possible, but likely. Whatever entity operates these facilities must be held to the highest possible standard when it comes to financial and operational capacity. With that in mind, Chapter 25B requires that Sable demonstrate that it, 1, has the financial wherewithal to respond to a disaster and abandon the facilities, 2, is capable of responsibly operating them, and 3, is in compliance with all conditions of the facility permits. As we and the Center for Biological Diversity will explain, the board cannot make any of these findings. A brief summary of Chapter 25B's history is helpful here. In the 1990s, there was a growing trend in which the majors would offload depreciating assets to small speculative companies like Sable. For the county, there were serious concerns regarding whether these companies would be capable of safely operating, proper abandonment, and remediating a spill or other accident. For many years, the county would address these concerns by processing transfers under the zoning ordinance. The county would take an in-depth look at a new company's history and finances and evaluate on a case-by-case basis whether the company had the financial and operational capacity to responsibly operate. Chapter 25B, which EDC supported, was introduced to codify and expand on the county's historical practice of broadly evaluating a new company's capability.
All right, thanks, Linda. With that in mind, let's turn first to the ordinance's financial requirements, which are outlined in part in the provision shown here. Staff takes this provision to mean that Sable only needs to provide specific financial documents contemplated in the permits at issue. Accordingly, it says Sable does not need to submit any financial documents. According to staff, Sable does not need to demonstrate that it has the financial capacity to abandon any of the facilities or remediate an accident, despite the clear intent of Chapter 25B to ensure exactly that. Unsurprisingly, the legislative record for Chapter 25B reveals that staff is incorrect. The ordinance does require that new operators show they have the financial wherewithal for both remediation and abandonment. Part of staff's apparent confusion is due to the fact that Chapter 25B was intended to be accompanied by another ordinance, as Aaron pointed out, which never came to fruition. Nonetheless, unless and until such an ordinance is adopted, staff were clear that Chapter 25B would continue the county's historical practice of evaluating a company's financial wherewithal on a case-by-case basis. In the record, you will find a letter from John Day, former planning staff and one of the authors of this ordinance. He confirms that this is how the ordinance is supposed to be applied. Additionally, as explained in our letter, other provisions clarify that this is not a ministerial exercise. In fact, Chapter 25B specifically allows the county to exact financial guarantees where necessary. That's 10B. Now, staff also ignored this other provision, 10A9. This provision separately requires that Sable show it has the resources, i.e. money, to operate in compliance with the permits, each of which contemplate liability for abandonment and remediation. So no matter how you cut it, the ordinance does require that Sable demonstrate it has the financial wherewithal for both remediation and abandonment. And Sable has unequivocally failed to demonstrate as much. So let's start first with remediation. And the risk of an accident is not just hypothetical. Sable's pipeline is defective and it has already caused a spill. And events outside of Sable's control can also cause a major disaster. Pictured is the burn scar from the 2021 Alisol fire, which came dangerously close to Sable's processing plants, red arrow. Having already seen the damage that these facilities can cause, it would be incredibly irresponsible and inconsistent with Chapter 25B not to ensure Sable can respond to a similar disaster. According to Plains, the Refugio spill has also already costed upwards of $870 million. Sable is not Exxon. It is a debt-laden, speculative company with no operational assets and no current revenue stream. The limited cash that Sable has will continue to diminish unless and until the SYU is restarted. Thus, as Sable itself acknowledges, it could have little to no capital on hand at the time it resumes production. And importantly, Sable's entire $800 million debt comes due just 90 days after restart. So consider what would happen if Sable diminishes its remaining cash and a spill occurs during or shortly after restart. Between the cost to respond to the spill and its $800 million debt, Sable's total possible liabilities could be well north of $1 billion, all but guaranteeing its insolvency. Sable's one certificate of insurance that it submitted does nothing to assure the county that it can remediate a spill, as noted here. Without reviewing the underlying insurance policies, it's impossible to assess the adequacy of Sable's insurance, which prohibits the county from making any financial assurance findings. So let's turn next to abandonment. And I'd like to call your attention to a likely scenario. By our count, there's at least 20 outstanding approvals, permits, tests, etc., that Sable still needs before restarting, including a new easement from state parks, which may require environmental review. Accordingly, it's possible, if not likely, that Sable never restarts the facilities, forcing it into bankruptcy. But don't take it from me, take it from Sable. As Sable itself acknowledges, it may never restart, either because it fails to get all necessary approvals or it exhausts its remaining capital before it's able to do so. Because these facilities are Sable's only assets, if Sable fails to restart them, it will bankrupt. Yet Sable has not provided the county with any assurances that it can properly abandon the facilities in this likely scenario. Unable to escape the obvious, that Sable does not have the financial wherewithal for abandonment or remediation, staff point to third parties, like Exxon, who could potentially be on the hook. But the question before the board is not whether some third party can conceivably be held liable through protracted and expensive litigation. The question is whether Sable, who is applying to be the guarantor of these facilities, can assure the county that it's financially capable. Because it has not and cannot do so, the board cannot make the final financial assurance findings required by Chapter 25B. Lastly, and contrary to what staff suggests, Chapter 25B also requires that Sable demonstrate it's capable of safely and responsibly operating the facilities. As with financial assurances, the board cannot make this finding. Sable has never actually operated an oil and gas facility. All we have to judge its competency is its conduct over the last year. In that short time, Sable has repeatedly violated state law, racking up close to a dozen notices of violation and cease and desist orders. Even more concerning is that Sable has willfully ignored all of these directives. Sable's conduct paints a picture of a company that is unreliable, unpredictable, and dangerous. Such conduct is disqualifying for any entity, yet alone a speculative company that is attempting to operate some of the riskiest and most highly regulated facilities in the state. So this is not a ministerial exercise. This ordinance serves a very important purpose, and it's to prevent this exact situation. The board cannot make the requisite financial and operational capacity findings to approve Sable's transfer applications. Nor, as CBD will explain, can it find that Sable's defective pipelines are in compliance with their permit. Thus, with great concern for our county and our coast, we ask you to faithfully administer Chapter 25B and deny Sable's applications. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to our crowd. Okay, any questions from the board?
I do.
Yeah, Supervisor Lee.
Do you have an estimate the total cost of what the 2015 oil spill was?
So pursuant to Plains' most recent quarterly report, which was November 8th, 2024, they've estimated that thus far they've spent about $870 million, and that's between cleanup and remediation. They spent $100 million in just 6 weeks. It's $200 million in property damage and damage to businesses, and and lost profits to the county and things like that, yeah.
Got it. And a follow-up, how can you verify the work that's being done to correct the problems that's in the current pipeline?
How can we?
How can anybody? How can EDC? How can Sable?
So I think what's important to remember is that Sable, everyone knows, including the Office of the State Fire Marshal, that this pipeline does not have effective cathodic protection. Yes, it has a cathodic protection system. It's not effective in the entire pipeline. That is why they've sought state waivers to operate despite the limited effectiveness of cathodic protection. So when they restart this pipeline, it will still have that same defect, which means more corrosion, pervasive corrosion, and they're relying on just more inspections to potentially catch that corrosion. Those inspections didn't work for Plains, and they might not again for Sable.
Yeah, thank you for your question. Appellant submitted a report by Accufax, which is a pipeline safety engineering company that analyzed the waiver and pointed out that there's two types of inspections. So first of all, as Jeremy mentioned, Sable is not being required to equip the pipeline with an effective corrosion prevention system. We need to know that from the start. We know this is a corroded pipeline. The inspections that are required in the waiver will not be sufficient to detect and prevent another oil spill, and we know that from the county's own expert analysis. But the Accufax report that we submitted last week explains that for the inline inspections, they don't address all types of corrosion. There's 4 types of corrosion. Inline inspections do not pick up some of the types of corrosion. Even if they did, as we know from the 2015 spill, they were inaccurate. So they were inaccurate for the types of corrosion they detect. They don't detect some types of corrosion. The Accufax report also goes into great detail about the deficiencies and weaknesses of the hydro tests that are also required and why they don't necessarily apply, especially in places that have elevation like on line 325. So I do implore you to take a look at that analysis because it shows, number one, there's nothing to prevent corrosion, and number 2, the tests are not going to be adequate to predict and prevent another accident.
I have a question.
Yes, Supervisor Nelson.
Thank you, Chair Capps. I was just curious from the comment, did the appellant support the replacement of the pipeline?
That was not before us. We were waiting for the
I was
environmental
just for
review.
curiosity, were you guys supporting that publicly?
We can't, we're a law firm. We can't take a position until we see all the information. So we were waiting for the environmental impact analysis to be completed and the policy analysis to be completed.
In concept?
Again, we make our decisions based on law and science, and we didn't have all the information.
Good, me too. Thanks.
Supervisor Lavarino, are you good?
Just curious about one thing when you're talking about the integrity of the pipeline. How much interaction have you had with the actual bodies that are going to be permitting that pipeline?
So which bodies in particular are you referring to?
Well, that's what I'm asking you because that's not us. Yes, with the fire marshal.
Yeah, so we're in touch with basically every agency that's overseeing aspects of this project in the restart proposal. Most of those agencies don't deal specifically with pipeline safety. That's mostly the fire marshal and potentially a little bit of the Coastal Commission. And I know that the county's own permit does, as CBD will explain, require effective cathodic protection.
So I guess what I'm thinking is, so you disagree with the state fire marshal's perspective or his position. Is that something that you would possibly seek legal remedy with?
So we disagree that with the basic presumption that the fire marshal makes that this pipeline can be made as safe or safer than as if it had effective cathodic protection. These inspections are unreliable. You're just trying to track down corrosion and put Band-Aids on the pipeline. We don't think that it's as safe as proactively preventing corrosion in the first place. Yes, we disagree. Our options to...
I don't want to interrupt you, but I think this is really important for everybody right now. For me I'm
Sure,
getting
yeah.
this, is that I think what everybody's worried about is we start up, the pipeline fails, and I'm looking at this as this isn't something we're regulating. The person that is signing off on this somehow is not in this room. Everybody here expects us that we're basically the deciding body on this, which we are not.
Right.
And, the issue that we're talking about today is so divorced from what we're on, but that's what everybody's worried about. So we got to talk about it. Is what everybody's worried about is that the pipeline fails, and what are we going to do about it? And the reality is, if you have information that says that that's what the state fire marshal is signing off on is inaccurate and unscientific, then I'm trying to figure out at what public forum do we get at that? Because it's...
Right, yeah, thank you. So unfortunately, the fire marshal did not solicit public input or expert input. So we sent a letter to the fire marshal last fall explaining that we believe that they had to conduct public and environmental review and hold a formal public hearing, and they did not. So we've been submitting information, and we have this new expert report, but we are still trying to get the fire marshal to have a public process because we think it's important, as you all do, you have a public process to hear from experts and the public and other entities and agencies. So we're not trying to jump to a lawsuit. I
No,
think that's
I
part of your
understand.
question. We're trying to get the fire marshal to still allow for public review and hold a public hearing and comment. So we still have that request.
Okay.
We have not received a response to it, but we think that's really
Thank you.
important.
And just a couple other quick things. The fire marshal never released an analysis publicly supporting his decision, so that's still in limbo. And then also, this is an issue that's not divorced from this proceeding. As CBD will explain, the Las Flores pipeline permit does require that it have effective cathodic protection, and you're about to hear all about that. So.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I had a couple questions about, first about safety, as we've talked about here. So you talked about prevention and your concerns about the protections that have been in place, but what about oil response of a spill response? Have you been able to review plans? What's your assessment of those plans?
Well, again, there was no public review and comment.
Right.
So we have seen the oil spill contingency plans, and it's important to note that they do indicate, especially for the inland plan, that there could be a spill 5 times as large as the 2015 spill. Pardon? 14. Oh, 14 times, excuse me. So we do have concerns about the oil spill contingency plans. We think that they understate the worst case scenario. For example, for the coastal portion, the worst case spill scenario identified in the current plan is smaller than what happened in 2015, even though we know that it could actually be greater, it could actually be twice the size. So we do have concerns, and again, there was no public process to comment on that.
And I would just add that the process for the Office of Spill Prevention and Response, they don't account for things like we saw with Refugio, including operator error. It's a very conservative estimate. And I'd also like to point out that the contingency plan that Sable actually submitted to the county estimated a spill of 0 barrels. That was roundly rejected by OSPR. They've gone through several iterations over many months it took them to finalize a contingency plan. This is one of the most basic and fundamental responsibilities of an oil and gas operator, and it took them months to try to finalize a acceptable plan.
Wait, so if I understand this right, they submitted a contingency plan that had 0 gallons spilled?
That's correct. That's the one they submitted to the county initially, and to OSPR. OSPR rejected that plan. They've since submitted, I think, 2 or 3 revised plans, but again, it took them many months to actually finalize a plan, which I think was a couple weeks ago it was approved.
And OSPR, the Office of Spill and Prevention and Response, rejected at least twice these contingency plans?
I think 3 times.
3 times. So And what was the rationale? I will ask them when it's their turn as well, but what was the rationale for a contingency plan after 0 gallons was included initially to be smaller than the one in 2015? What's the logic there, if you're able to interpret?
That might be in part because of the installation of new shutoff valves on the
I see.
pipeline, but at the same time, again, it doesn't account for many of the things that we saw in 2015, namely operator error, turning the switch back on after they see a pressure loss, things like that. And then we also have an estimate from the county, an analysis prepared for the county that contradicts that as well. It assumed that with the addition of safety valves, that a spill could still be twice as large in the coastal segment of the pipeline.
Thank you. And so again, still on the safety category, as Supervisor Lavanino has mentioned, there's many layers of government in this, and the Coastal Commission certainly has safety front and center. What can you speak to their of Sable's compliance with the Coastal Commission regulations currently?
Yeah, so this goes all the way back to November when Sable started doing repairs on the pipeline. They were very quickly issued a notice of violation from the Coastal Commission stating that, and it's not just pipeline safety, they had specific concerns about the excavations that they were doing, which was in very environmentally sensitive habitat. We're talking about the Gaviota Coast. Sable ignored that first violation, kept working for a few days, got a second one, stopped, followed by a cease and desist order. Fast forward to today, well, they also got violations from other agencies along the way. Fast forward to today, they ignored all those violations. They went out there and continued to do work. They were digging up in creeks, drainages, really sensitive areas along the Gaviota Coast, all willfully ignoring these agency directives. I think it paints a very concerning picture of what we can expect them to be like as an operator. This is not normal behavior for a responsible entity. And most recently, they got another cease and desist order from the Coastal Commission, have ignored that as well.
What would you expect from a responsible operator if dealing with the Coastal Commission in this
At
manner?
the very, very basic level, a responsible operator should comply with agency directives, should cooperate, try to submit a permit under protest. That's something that the Coastal Commission does often.
And you've seen that?
That we've been informed by staff that that's something that they do, yeah.
Okay, so I thank you for starting your presentation with the 25B, because I do think this is confusing, because what's written in front of us in terms of a motion is very narrow in terms of interpretation, but it's unprecedented in my time here to see that the actual author of the ordinance, wrote us a letter to sort of say, here, so we have two different interpretations. In my characterization, one is narrow, one is expansive, and then the actual author surfaces from retirement, I'm imagining, to tell us his interpretation. So I'm just going to read a couple of the sentences. I think the letter has been submitted on time. They wisely went to, he says that, he writes that Chapter 25B was devised for this exact purpose. So, of this growing trend of brand name oil companies unloading their projects under lesser known companies. That's my language. But he wrote, the primary purpose of 25B from the get-go were, 1, to protect the public and safeguard the environment by ensuring that changes of owners and operators did not result in increased risk of accidents or spills or inadequate spill response, and 2, to help ensure the responsible parties could pay the cost of cleanup and not leave the public, us, holding the bag. So, as a lot of things, as we do these jobs, we have a lot of conversations in the grocery store, in the street. The first aspect of what we're talking about here is sort of this incredulity that you're restarting a pipeline that burst. Wow, that's incredible. The second piece is when I try to explain this, as we have been preparing for months for this, is that there was this big company, Exxon, everyone's heard of it, that had this pipeline, sold it to a company, no offense, that no one's really heard of, Sable. They didn't have enough money to buy it, so Exxon loans them the money to buy this thing. And I just, as someone who, you live in the world of oil industry, I do not. Is this common? Does it make logical sense that Mr. John Day, who worked here for the county, created an ordinance so that it gave us an actual role, not a toothless role, not a checklist role, but an actual role for the people, those of us who represent the people, to actually say, hey, that smells fishy. No. Let's keep going.
I appreciate your inquiry, and I was actually here.
Yeah.
I was in kindergarten, no. I was actually here, and the Environmental Defense Center and other groups supported 25B, and it went through a multi-year process. This didn't just, come out, on a moment's notice, but there was a concern about whether or not these new smaller companies could safely operate these facilities and cover oil spill response, remediation, and abandonment. Exxon is the last major that hasn't done that, but there was a growing trend with ARCO and Shell, et cetera. So if you read the board staff, the Planning Commission staff report, the board staff report, which are all in your packet, if you read the findings, it's very, very clear that this was the exact type of situation that the county was concerned about and why the county has broad discretion to make this decision. It's not a check the boxes type of exercise. The county intentionally wanted to be able to deny some of these transfers based on safety or financial considerations. And that's why the findings are there. If you look at the findings that the board adopted, it's very clear that this was all about public safety, it was about protecting the environment, it was about protecting the community, it was about making sure that there were assurances that these companies were strong and able to handle all of these responsibilities. So it's very clear that the board has discretion. In fact, if you look at the findings and the staff reports, it's not just to make sure that a company can comply with county permits, which they can't in this case, but also that they have to comply with all applicable laws. That's what the county was concerned about. And we showed you they are not complying with so many laws. I've been doing this for over 30 years. I've never seen anything like this before.
So, because otherwise,
Madam
why
Chair.
would we have 25B? County Council, you're welcome to.
So I just want to make sure that we are staying to the appeal timeline. So part of that time is that you can ask each of the parties questions, just like you'll be able to ask the next appellant questions as well as the applicant. But when the answers get beyond that, we have to start tracking time. And so I just want to remind, there will be an opportunity. There's going to be a rebuttal. And then there's going to be more time later for discussion.
Fair enough.
Thanks.
I think with that nice, polite nudge, I will conclude my questions for now, but we certainly have more opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that means we move on to the second appellant, which is the Center for Biological Diversity, which 10 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Mark Patronella. I'm speaking on behalf of the Center for Biological Diversity and the Wish-Toyo Foundation. The people of Santa Barbara County have every right to be concerned about this project. A company with a history of regulatory violations and a mountain of debt is seeking to take on famously troubled production facilities. To make matters worse, Sable proposes restarting the Los Flores pipeline system without addressing the systemic flaws that caused the 2015 oil spill. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting a different outcome. As public officials, you're tasked with taking a clear-eyed look at the situation in front of you and making a decision in the best interest of this community. And it's clear that these permits must not be transferred at this time. My colleague Rachel Matthews will explain why systemic issues with the Los Flores pipeline system require a new or substantially revised permit. And I'll use the remainder of my time to discuss abandonment and decommissioning. All three permits specifically require decommissioning when the project is concluded, but it's very clear that financial assurances are needed now to ensure that decommissioning will actually occur. My colleagues at EDC have explained that the county has ample legal authority to impose these requirements at this time. And indeed, it's both necessary and appropriate to impose these requirements when we're moving from a household name to an entity with $800 million in debt and no revenue. Unfortunately, across the U.S., decommissioning has been stalled as a result of enforcement issues. And we can look no further than what happened in the Rincon Island oil facilities to see exactly what that looks like and what could happen here. There, authorities proposed that the facility be decommissioned. The operator went bankrupt and was able to avoid its decommissioning obligations. And as a result, authorities went on to predecessor entity, surety bonds, all of that was inadequate. So as a result, decommissioning remains ongoing. So there are a number of lessons that we can draw from that experience, as well as decommissioning issues all over the US. The first is that we should be particularly skeptical of small entities like Sable, particularly ones that don't have only one source of revenue. Second, I think we have to acknowledge that if these permits are transferred, it's going to be exceptionally time-consuming and difficult to obtain decommissioning funds from Exxon. Third, we have to acknowledge that the property taxes discussed here are wholly insufficient to compel decommissioning from Sable. If you look at the value of the property taxes relative to the tens and hundreds of millions of dollars of decommissioning costs, there's just no leverage here. And finally, I think it's important that we discuss a false solution that's been mentioned earlier, which is that there's a purchase agreement between Sable and Exxon in which Sable commits to seeking surety coverage for decommissioning. But ultimately, that's inadequate for several reasons. The first is the county is not a party to that transaction, meaning that it can't enforce its provisions. Second, the contemplated surety coverage is grossly insufficient to cover the decommissioning costs we're looking at. I mean, just for example, the US federal government has estimated that decommissioning just the infrastructure in federal waters will cost about $470 million. That's before we get to any of the onshore facilities discussed here today. So the coverage contemplated is wholly insufficient to ensure protection for this community. Now, as a result, it's incredibly important that financial assurances be added now and a wholly preventable problem be avoided. Thank you.
Good morning, and if you could return the slide presentation. My name is Rachel Matthews, and I'm also here on behalf of the Center and the Wish-Toyo Foundation. The board has a choice that it can make today. It can either rubber stamp the permit transfer of an old corroded pipeline that ruptured disastrously in 2015 and hope that it won't happen again. Or, as we request, it can deny the permit transfer because operating these pipelines in 2025 looks vastly different than it did when this permit was approved decades ago. And the existing permit conditions just aren't enough to protect the county from another spill. The existing permit conditions and the underlying 1985 environmental analysis assumed that these pipelines would have two major defenses against oil spills: functioning cathodic protections, which prevent corrosion using an electrical current, and the pipeline's so-called modern design. Both of those assumptions were wildly wrong. This pipeline's design and its lack of effective cathodic protections caused the disastrous rupture that spilled hundreds of thousands of gallons of oil into the ocean, damaged thousands of acres of habitat, and killed hundreds of birds and mammals. These pipelines have a perfect storm of design flaws. As the federal investigation into the 2015 pipeline rupture explained, the pipe's coating tends to separate from the pipe, which prevents cathodic protections from working. The foam insulation wrapped around the pipe actually traps moisture against it, which promotes corrosion. And then there's tape that's actually wrapped around that foam insulation, which also interferes with the cathodic protections. On top of that, the oil actually has to be heated up in order to get it across Santa Barbara's hilly terrain. And at these high temperatures, the rate of corrosion is actually 32 times that of a pipe operating at typical soil temperatures. Given all of these issues, it's unsurprising that Sable's own numbers show a stunning 121 repair sites along the pipeline. That's nearly one repair site for each mile. Because the pipeline's cathodic protection system will never work as intended to prevent corrosion along the pipeline, Sable has, as we've discussed, asked the fire marshal to waive compliance with the regulations that require effective cathodic protections. But the waivers don't make these old pipelines any safer. All they do is they manage the risk of oil spills through monitoring and repair. This is emphatically not a substitute for proper pipeline design and effective cathodic protections, and it also introduces significant opportunity for error. Another thing that hasn't been discussed is that these waivers will actually require more frequent excavation of portions of the pipeline. The terms of the waiver, by our count, require 192 digs and excavations over the next decade just to validate the results of inline inspections. That doesn't include any additional digs or excavations that have to occur for repairs. This is far more construction activity along the pipeline than would be required of a pipe that has effective cathodic protections. And this level and frequency of work was never contemplated under the prior environmental analysis or the prior permits. So, as I said before, operation of this pipeline in 2025 looks radically different than it did when these permit conditions were adopted in the 1980s. Under these circumstances, the existing permit conditions direct the county to require a new or modified permit, or at the very least, to find that these changes conform to the existing permit, which they don't. I also want to make a note about preemption. We've heard some discussion about the county being unable to deal with pipeline design. The county has classic police powers to protect the health, safety, and welfare of its people. And so we're not suggesting that the county try and interfere with pipeline design or operation, but it does have the authority to adopt mitigation measures, financial assurances, and also to assess financial capability. All of that is well within the county's authority. Finally, the county deserves to understand the environmental risks of restarting this post-spill, decades-old corroded pipeline. It also deserves to consider the alternatives and the mitigation measures that are available. And the board can make that happen today by requiring a CEQA analysis before any rights are transferred. This is not simply an exercise in switching out one name for another on a permit. It's a consequential decision that does impact the environment. You know, your decision today comes down to what is more important: the residents, wildlife, and ecosystems of Santa Barbara County, or the shareholders of an out-of-state oil corporation. And we hope you choose Santa Barbara.
I have a question.
Thank you. Yeah, Supervisor Lavanino.
Well, first off, that was an awesome political speech. But the reality is, in what legal world can I, as a regulator, tell somebody, you have a vested right and you got a permit back in the day, but you know what? I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out in real world. It sounds great, and for people that are listening today, it sounds so easy. I mean, all you got to do is just make them get a new permit. The world doesn't work that way. That's not legal. You would open yourself and everybody up in this room and everybody in this county to legal repercussions, not just the oil industry, a restaurant industry, a clothing industry. We don't like the way you're doing business now. I'm just trying to figure out where you came up with that idea that you would require a new permit, and in how many years should it be, the new permit? Under what restrictions? I'm just curious if you have a response to that. That just seems very Pollyannish to me.
Sure. Well, thank you for the question and for allowing me to clarify. If you look through the existing permit conditions throughout, for all three permits, but in particular, we're talking about the pipeline permit. There are specific permit conditions, and they're cited throughout my presentation and the center's comments, that specifically allow, and actually in some cases require, a new or modified permit in response to changes in the operations or design of the pipeline. That's baked into the permit terms. And so in this case, while in this case we're just asking you to deny the transfer of the permits because we don't believe that you can make the findings, as all of my colleagues have discussed, there is authority within the permits themselves that require new or modified permits, or a finding of substantial conformity. And in staff's presentation, they also discussed that might require a different proceeding.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Supervisor Lino. Supervisor Nelson, you good?
Good.
Okay, I'm good at this time too. Thank you very much. So now we're going to move on to the applicant who has 20 minutes to present. Just a little housekeeping. We'll probably take a break after the board has questions for the applicant. Just a short 10-minute break. And we have 122 speakers. So as folks are coming up to the podium, and you all, by my math, that would be about 6 hours. So I would just be really thinking about 1-minute comments, or perhaps you can, doesn't need to be, everything doesn't need to be said all the time. Supervisor Lavanino.
I just have a question. The other time that we got over 100 speakers, I know that we posted a list because we've got people all over the building. We're doing that? Okay, so if you want to, I think that'd be a good idea to
Yes,
talk about.
thank you, Chair Capps and members of the board. Wonderful lead. I was going to announce to all those members of the public who are joining us today, as you will see on Zoom, you are numbered. So that is the order, the speaking order for today. You do not need to use the raise hand feature unless you are going to opt for the 1 minute. I will call for those when we do get to public comment. My apologies to the applicant. This will be brief. And to all those in our rooms, in the Planning Commission room, the conference room, and here we have posted, it's a 7-page document with everyone's names listed next to a number, so that is your order. I will be calling 5 speakers instead of the usual 2, so please hear for your name. If you hear your name and you are downstairs or in another room, please make your way to the hearing room just so you have enough time and line up behind the podium. That is much appreciated. So that list is posted in all the rooms. If you can't find a list, please go to Leah Graham in the back of the hearing room here, and she will show you where you are. Thank you.
Thanks to our clerk and your office. Awesome team. So again, just if everyone spoke at 1 minute, we'd have 2 hours of public comment. So let's just keep that in mind when you're thinking about what you'd like to say as you hear this information. Okay, apologies. It's your turn. Thank you so much.
Could someone put up the presentation, please?
There we go. Well, good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors. My name's Steve Rush, and I'm Sable Offshore Corp's Vice President of Environmental and Regulatory Affairs. As staff has already recommended, we're here to seek approval of our application for change in owner, operator, and guarantor for the SYU project, POPCO gas plant, and the Los Feliz Canyon pipeline system to Sable Offshore Corp. Sable is an independent oil and gas company. Our team has extensive experience in California, and we currently have about 100 employees here in California, and we continue to hire more. We're a seasoned oil and gas company and oil and gas operators. We have skills and training necessary to operate facilities safely and in full compliance with all county permits. Our management team and executive team have more than 20 years of experience operating oil and gas facilities right here in Santa Barbara County and the Santa Barbara Channel. Personally, I started my career on this very project back in 1981 and supervised the receipt of permits and startup in 1993. So it's deja vu all over again for me. We're passionate about what we do here, and we're passionate about being safe and ready to start operations. As you know, Sable acquired the facilities in February of '24 and have been working with the county, state, and federal agencies ever since. And to just be really clear on one point, we own these facilities. We bought the facilities, we're operating the facilities, we hire staff on the facilities, and we're paying taxes on the facilities. The matter before you is simply a change in name of the permits. The limited purpose of this hearing is to seek approval of the transfer of the county permits from Exxon to Sable. Your Planning Commission approved these transfers, and county staff recommends that you approve them as well. To be clear, the permit transfer does not affect the restart of the operations. This is simply a transfer of the name from Exxon to us, just like it would be in a business, change the marquee.
Good morning, Chair Capps and Supervisors. My name is Jessica Stemmons-Beda. I'm with Latham & Watkins, outside counsel for Sable. and Mr. Rush and I will be trading back and forth. Chapter 25B is a narrow code with a limited purpose, and we'll talk about that more in a little bit because you've heard some pretty misleading information today about Chapter 25B. But what it does is it puts the county in a direct relationship with a new owner, author, operator, and guarantor. It doesn't change who owns the facilities. It doesn't authorize repairs. Sable's restart activities are separately governed by state and federal agencies who are tasked by law with ensuring pipeline and oil processing facility safety. Appellants have made a number of arguments against approval, but what I want to bring up now is that the board rejected already many of these very same arguments a mere 18 months ago in September 2023 when you approved the permits from Plains to ExxonMobil. Appellants argued at that point that transfer was a project under CEQA, and this board properly rejected that argument. Appellants argued at that point that new FDPs were required because of the supposed failure of cathodic protection or the 2015 spill. This board properly rejected that argument as well. Appellants argued that the 2015 spill meant there was a failure to comply with county permits authorizing a denial, and this board rejected that argument. It rejected the argument that the pipeline being inactive somehow meant there were additional hurdles for transfer. All of that was dealt with 18 months ago, and there is no lawful, non-arbitrary basis to revisit any of those issues now. Nothing has changed. Approval of the transfers under Chapter 25B is mandatory when conditions are met, and they are met here, as the Planning Commission found.
As the staff pointed out, Sable supplied all the data information necessary to make the 25B findings. After reviewing the record evidence, including extensive comment letters, public testimony, and county staff recommendations, the County Planning Commission found all the findings were met. We've included quotes from the Planning Commission's findings confirming that Sable has met all the county code requirements. That's one. After the Planning Commission approved the transfers, 2 appeals were filed.
Something's gone wrong here with the slides, so we'll just go back. I think we're going the wrong way. Sorry.
Bear with us here.
I think this is the, if we can pause for a moment, this is the version of the PowerPoint that you didn't adopt into the record, and we are reading from the one that you did. So I guess we can go through either version, but I don't know if you want to switch it to the one that you've actually admitted to the record.
There's a 2-slide difference.
Members of the board, it's up to the applicant to determine which they would like to present, so either one is fine.
I'm happy to present the one that is up. I didn't want to run afoul of your procedures, so we can do that if you.
You're fine.
Okay.
Yeah, back.
Apologies for the interruption.
And I would like to note, I did pause your time for that exchange.
Thank you kindly. Yeah, so now we just have to go back to the right page. Sorry, it's not clicking for me. Could someone go back to the beginning? I apologize. Yes, got it. All right, bear with me one more moment. We'll get to the right place.
It's right after that, right there.
So this is, yeah. Actually, we did this one. Here you go.
Right.
Thank you. Pardon for the interruption.
Next one. Do the next one.
Yes, skip that.
We'll get it straight here in a second. Sable exceeds the financial requirements under 25B, as the Planning Commission found and the staff report confirms. There's a lot of details on this particular slide, but basically there's more than $700 million currently available to address any incident. As I mentioned, Sable exceeds the 25B requirements. We have obtained certificates of financial responsibility from OSPR, or the Office of Oil Spill Prevention and Response, that show we have complied with the state financial requirements. The certificates show we are insured at the maximum level the state can require, But in fact, we have 4 times the amount shown. And just to address another comment, these are certificates based on an integrated contingency plan that the state confirmed earlier this month to have no deficiencies. That plan is based on an operating pipeline and not on a pipeline without flowing oil as claimed earlier by the appellants. As you know, there are multitudes of compliance and contingency plans required of Sable by Santa Barbara County, all of which have been updated and reviewed by staff as required by 25B. There's the plans. Also, regarding required emergency response drills, we've conducted 2 successful emergency response drills, and we're complimented by the agencies present for our professionalism and a well-trained response team. Our management team, next slide, has extensive experience in operating facilities in the Santa Barbara Channel in an exemplary fashion. And the last time the team operated in Santa Barbara County, it received numerous awards and from state authorities for its excellent operations, including Santa Barbara County's only resolution for good operator recognizing outstanding operating performance. It's the same team and folks today that are managing this project that operated those projects. Sable has demonstrated a strong commitment to world-class safety and quality. Sable implements rigorous testing programs to ensure that the production facilities operate safely. We know everyone is worried about a spill, as has been talked about today and forever. We're going above and beyond the regulatory requirements to ensure that that does not happen again. Sable offers one of the safest possible solutions to the fact that California still needs oil. Oil not only fuels cars and planes and powers our homes, but a key ingredient in building materials, cosmetics, plastics, clothing, etc. When SYU is operational, it will replace approximately 1 million barrels of imported oil per month. Oil that right now is exclusively shipped in by tankers traveling off our shores. That's the oil that it will displace. The worst case scenario spill from the Las Flores Canyon pipeline rupture is less than 1% of what the smallest tankers are traveling through the Santa Barbara Channel can hold. Sable's enhanced safety protocols and management systems are overseen by our experienced team, who are key to our long-standing record of safely and successfully operating oil and gas production facilities in California. I can take that one.
I see you still.
Go down.
So we rearranged everything, and now we have to go back. There you go.
So there's been a lot of discussion on cathodic protection, and we've talked a little bit about the enhancements. The board's already looked at cathodic protection when it approved the transfers to ExxonMobil. While cathodic protection remains fully in place on the pipeline, there's 125 miles of pipeline, this board already correctly found that cathodic protection is not a condition of the FDP. The staff report confirms again that Sable is in full compliance and there's no changes from September 23 when that transfer took place with respect to the board's cathodic protection findings. There's some confusion about the waiver we received from Office of State Fire Marshal. The waiver does not reduce any requirements or remove cathodic protection. What it does is allow us to enhance pipeline integrity, which is the overarching program, far and above what exists today. And we'll talk some more about that later. With 68 new requirements. And again, this has nothing to do, of course, with 25B.
After the Planning Commission approved the transfer, 2 appeals were filed, and that's why we're here today. These appeals misstate the facts and misrepresent fairly egregiously the county code requirements. They are an effort to distract this board from the mandatory requirements of 25B. The appellants presented the same arguments to the Planning Commission, which properly rejected them. This is not a procedure about enabling a particular company. It is about applying the county code in an even-handed, unbiased way that complies with the law. First, the appellants wrongly claim that new permits are required to authorize the facilities. As staff has correctly explained, the existing permits are valid and none of the circumstances that would allow the county to revoke or modify them have occurred. And Chapter 25B does not authorize the modification of permits. It's simply a transfer statute. Appellants also demand additional financial assurances far beyond those authorized by 25B, which we'll talk about in more detail in a moment. But as Supervisor Lavigno appropriately pointed out, there is no authority to simply tear up the FDPs and require new ones. And to appellants' arguments that there should be a decommissioning bond, there is no bond requirement in any of the FDPs prior to actual decommissioning. This board has not interpreted the FDPs to require such a bond at any point in their 40-year history, and to do so now would be wholly arbitrary. Without citing to specific conditions of approval, appellants claim we're not in compliance with permit requirements based on the 2015 spill. Again, this board found the opposite 18 months ago when it approved the transfer to ExxonMobil. Appellants urge this board to adopt a sweeping interpretation of 25B, but their arguments are extremely misleading. It is true that it was a multi-year process to adopt this statute, and they have attached memos from very early drafts where staff was proposing a very broad, bold statute that would require all sorts of assurances, and those memos defend those arguments and address concerns about them. But that's not what was actually enacted, in part because a number of the procedures that the board would have thought about enacting back in 2001 were patently illegal, like tearing up the permits and requiring completely different ones. So if you look here, you can see the language from the ordinance that was originally proposed and then what is actually adopted. So originally, there was a proposal that the board could require, or the Planning Commission could require all necessary instruments or methods of financial responsibility necessary to comply with any permit or county ordinance. The updated version simply says that, the actually adopted version simply says that those materials have been updated, if necessary, to reflect the new owner and will remain in full effect. Similarly, the draft originally said, in order to ensure that the new operator, owner, temporary operator, or guarantor, the board could seek assurances to ensure that those maintained adequate financial guarantees for operations and abandonment. Now, that's very broad, but what's actually adopted is only to ensure that any insurance or other financial guarantees that were submitted to and relied on by the planning director as a basis to make any of the findings by this chapter are maintained. So you can see that is a drastic narrowing from the original draft. Similarly, on abandonment, originally there was an entire provision requiring a new operator to make a plan and funding for abandonment. That does not exist in the final statute. It was eliminated. And we are limited by what the code actually requires here. Because 25B is such a narrow statute and a mandatory one, appellants ask this board to look basically everywhere but 25B, and they've attached a whole host of other things related to pipeline restart, safety operations, various things they think matter, but they are not within 25B. They are within the exclusive jurisdiction of federal and state agencies that this board does not have the authority to usurp. This board should not take the bait and should follow the law as enacted. Oops, I went 2 slides over. I do also want to briefly talk about the NOVs from the Coastal Commission. Appellants made a bold statement that Sable is simply ignoring the Coastal Commission NOVs. But in fact, when Sable began operations, they understood that the repairs on the pipeline, which are required by the Office of the State Fire Marshal, were fully covered by the existing permits. And in fact, county staff has expressly confirmed that in writing. So it is not the case that Sable is simply operating in violation of the NOVs. It is operating under the express authority of the county. In addition, when the NOV was issued, Sable did stop work. It undertook only necessary work, which, by the way, all the work at all time was supervised by biologists and by cultural protectors. They took steps only necessary to secure the site, and then they engaged in months of negotiation, addressing these issues, trying to figure out who did have authority here. Was it the Coastal Commission's jurisdiction? Was it the county's? Was it covered by the original plans? Was it not? It was only after the county confirmed in writing that it was within the original FDPs and covered by the existing permits that Sable resumed operations, and they did that, I think, earlier this month. At that point, the Coastal Commission issued another notice of violation, and Sable filed a lawsuit, and that is now before the courts. But a legitimate dispute about who has jurisdiction is not a sign of disrespect for the law. Yes, you have to jump to the end here.
All right, well, we've covered a lot of points, but the bottom line here is pretty simple. We've met all the Chapter 25B requirements. We've demonstrated all operator capabilities and financial requirements. And we've gone above and beyond those requirements, and nothing the board does here today authorizes or prevents restart, as I mentioned earlier. So we respectfully request that the board deny the appeals, confirming the deny the appeals and confirm the Planning Commission's decision, determine that the requested change in owner, operator, and guarantor applications are not a project and are exempt from CEQA, make the findings under Santa Barbara Code 25B9 and 10, and confirm the approval of the change in owner, operator, and guarantor applications. We're available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much to you both. Let's see, any questions from the board?
I have a question.
Oh, thanks, Supervisor Nelson. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. Getting back to an issue that was brought up previously that I hope that you could clarify for us was the OSPR spill response that you previously had said that there would be 0 barrels of oil that would be spilling. I think I know the answer to this, but I think you're the expert, so hopefully you'll be able to expand on that. That's oil coming from offshore into the ocean, right? And could you speak to how the iterations of those initial plans and how you guys came to the number that you did and why you initially proposed 0?
Sure, Madam Chair, Supervisor Nelson. When we originally submitted the oil spill contingency plan, we had 0 barrels in there because we weren't producing anything. At the time, it was pretty early into the process as we were doing everything else. So ultimately, we updated that as we got closer to restarting this project, and we put the appropriate spill response volume or the potential worst case discharge into that application. So it was just basically the timing. So it now has the correct numbers in there, and they've essentially approved the plan, or they've taken no more exceptions as of a couple weeks ago. So everything's fine.
One other note on that is that the ultimate worst case scenario discharge are very materially lower than they were under the old pipeline, in part due to the installation of the safety valves and to the other extensive additional safety measures that the Office of the State Fire Marshal is overseeing.
Right, there's AB 864, as I'm sure you're familiar with or heard of, right, created the coastal best available technology requirements for pipelines, of which this pipeline falls under that. And that's the regulation that requires essentially safety valves. So there was a CBAT, we call it, report that was done and approved back in 21, I think it was, under Plains, that had the what they call an FRD analysis, which is a risk analysis that determines, okay, how many sections of pipeline you divide up into and put safety valves in. So as a result of that, as opposed to what some of the other testimony has been here today, is it's reduced the worst case discharge on the coastal line by 40%. But it's also reduced the inland. You're getting a number of the inland of 14,000, whatever the number, about that, which is inland San Joaquin Valley or Cuyama. So there's 2 pipelines here. There's kind of an inland section and the coastal section. The spill was 2015 spill was on the coastal section. So that now has, purely from a potential leak standpoint, it's been reduced by 40%. Then the other thing that we committed to, and this is all posted online on the CBAT plan, we've added a couple of spill response teams, one at Gaviota and one at Las Flores Canyon, to reduce the time to respond to a spill. The inadequate response to the spill was out of Bakersfield. They did not have spill response plans on the coast. So we've doubled up the spill response on the coast, and we did an analysis and submitted to the Fire Marshal, which shows that and this is the plan that was rejected, that actually reduces the amount of oil to water down to less than 400 barrels. So there's been significant work done on that pipeline, and all the safety valves are installed, ready to go as we gear up towards restart here. So that the claims that there's some greater spill potential is absolutely false. And the fire marshal has reviewed that plan, and it's available for review by the county, and the county has a plan.
Mr. Rush, if I could continue, one of my other questions was just trying to compare what was back in 2014 till now. You know, at that time, my understanding is we had two assets out there. We had a pipeline and a plant, two different ownerships, right? Now, moving forward, it's under a common ownership. What does that look like? And does that end up helping or hurting the future and the potential for spills?
Yes, Supervisor Nelson, Madam Chair. Absolutely, right? We now own the pipeline and the offshore facilities and the onshore facility. So we have a direct interest in ensuring our aorta, our pipeline going out of Las Flores Canyon operates as safely as possible and does not leak. We have a direct interest in that. Prior to that, you had a separate company owning that pipeline. One of many pipelines they own in the entire United States, and it was not probably as high a priority as some other places. This is our #1 priority. I mean, it's been mentioned, this is our only assets. That's true, but it provides the benefit that you just alluded to in that we're now responsible for everything. So we have a direct interest in making sure that's all operating safely.
Thank you, Mr. Rush.
Thank you.
Any questions? So thank you. You just talked about this. Thank you, Mr. Rush. And Ms. Bina, thank you very much. So you just mentioned this is your only asset. So just to state, how many other pipelines do you operate?
Well, there's within the SYU project, there are the federal lines coming from the platforms to shore. So there's a natural gas pipeline, an oil pipeline, a water pipeline. Those come into the facility, and then the oil and gas is treated. Gas is sold to SoCal, into the SoCal line, and the oil enters now our pipeline at Las Flores Canyon and travels pumped all the way to San Joaquin Valley, where it goes into Line 2000. Other pipelines either go to LA or up north. So those are the lines that we now own, or the 125 miles of pipe to get to that connection in Bakersfield, and the lines from offshore in between the platforms and from offshore to shore.
But it's correct that Sable does not operate any other, has no experience operating any other pipelines.
No, it's that we don't have the management team that's here, that was here before. At one time, I think we operated 17 platforms off the coast of Santa Barbara, Ventura County, and even LA. So we had experience operating pipelines all along the channel with Point Pitt analysis under Plains Exploration and Production, and then Freeport McMoran. Same management team operated all those facilities, and many of the people that are now working for us that we're bringing on board in Las Flores Canyon have operated some of those facilities. So we have a lot of experience operating the types of pipelines we're talking about, but currently this management team under Sable operates the pipelines I'd mentioned previously.
But you have experience operating offshore pipelines like this one?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay. So back to the insurance policy. You can understand why there's a lot of emotion and concern. I don't know if you were here in 2015 and the years that preceded, but it was incredibly devastating to every single sector of the economy, our fishermen, of course, those who worked on the pipeline, our environmentalists. Is still shocking, and so insurance policies are really important, and a lot of it has been made. I understand you've satisfied the requirement of just providing a certificate of insurance, but would you be willing to provide the actual policy?
Want to speak to that?
How are you doing, Madam Chair? Hi, I'm Caldwell Flores, President of Sable. It's nice to meet you.
Yeah.
We have to review our contractual language with our underwriters, but to this date, we have not been asked by any entity, including staff here or OSPR or federal staff, to provide anything more than certificates. We have over $400 million in liability insurance and another $35 million in pre-restart OPA 90 spill additional coverage. That number can go up to $101 million, so that makes about $500 million. Then you put our cash on top of that, plus post-restart, you take revenue and put that on top of that. So you start talking about alleged $870 million in a worst case previously, and then the upgrades made to the line referenced by staff here and acknowledged by staff here. And you can see why we feel very comfortable we are well capitalized. Plus, being a public company worth nearly $3 billion, we feel very comfortable with the ability to secure capital in any other extraneous scenario. Thank you.
So, okay, so you haven't been asked to provide your full insurance policy and you don't intend to?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
And we provided the certificates of insurance, which is what is standard in a transaction. They're reviewing the policies to see if anything additional can be provided consistent with those contracts.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from the board before we move on? Okay, we're just going to take a 10-minute break because we've been going for about 2 hours and 45 minutes. Thanks to everyone. You've been quite respectful of people's time. And again, we will be back in about 10 minutes. All right, I'm happy to, hello, let's have some quiet, please. Thank you. All right, everyone, now we're at the public comment portion. As a reminder that if we went to full public comment for 3 minutes, we'd be here till, this item would go till till 9:30. The whole hearing would go till 9:30 p.m. So with that, as I advertised already, we're going to let those who are electing to give 1 minute or less comments go first. But we do have, as a chair's prerogative, we have former Supervisor Mike Stoker, who's requested to speak. I'm going to allow him to speak first, but he is in that 1 minute category, wherever you are, Mr. Stoker.
And Chair Capps, members of the board, while Mike is making his way to the podium, he may be in another room. I just want to remind members of the public on Zoom to please use the raised hand feature if you want to speak for 1 minute. Please raise your hand on Zoom if you want to speak for 1 minute, and we will go to you first. And if you are in person here in Santa Barbara, if you can please start forming a line behind the podium, the 1 minuters, that would be greatly appreciated. Anyone downstairs or in the board conference room who wants to speak for 1 minute, please make your way to the hearing room now. We will be taking you first.
And at 12:30, we're breaking for closed session for 30 minutes. Okay.
And sorry, one more. We'll begin with Mike Stoker, but for all other 1 minuters, if you can please first begin with stating your name, and then I will start the clock. Thank you.
Okay, former Supervisor Stoker, welcome.
Well, Madam Chair, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Really appreciate the courtesy. You know, what I want to really underscore today, and I'm here as President and CEO of the Santa Barbara County Taxpayer Advocacy Center, and on behalf of our 300 members, we support the Planning Commission action and would ask you and urge you to uphold the action. You know, I think what I'm trying to underscore is what's happened to this process, and we all know Santa Barbara County, oil is a real hot issue, and they're for oil, against oil. And I was in this room decades ago with 3 days of hearings for Exxon. We had 300 plus people testifying. And those were the hearings that started really what we're here today about. And I think a lot of people think this is about shutting them down or not. But that's not really what's here. Because what really happened is, decades ago, we approved Exxon. And they got vested rights. And they sold the company to Sable. And they got those vested rights when they bought and purchased that company. And really what's only on the table is 24B. And 24B isn't about whether they get to operate or not. That has to do with fire marshal and other people that make other decisions. And really where we're at on this whole issue of change of ownership is at the end of the day, when you look at the change of ownership, we know it took place. We know Harry Hagan and the assessor's office says it takes place. The property bill goes to Sable. They pay the bill. And at the end of the day, if you look at all the financial requirements, they complied with it. And that's why your staff has made the recommendations that they've made. I thought I was on a 3 minute.
You
sorry.
came first, so it's the 1 minute. But just if you could conclude. Thank you.
So two things are going to happen. One is going to get denied. And Sable's going to keep doing everything they were going to do anyway, because your attorneys are going to probably say, don't stop them. And all these people in the room that think they are going to be stopped, they're disappointed because they were misled. Or you're going to try to stop them, and I don't think you will. But if you do, you're going to probably be in that executive session room because you're going to get a taking lawsuit, and they're going to tell you how serious that taking lawsuit is in terms of exposure to the county. So you're going to come back like the AMR situation. You weren't happy with the outcome, but you had to do what you had to do to avoid the exposure. And you're going to end up agreeing to the change of ownership. And I just want to leave, one thing with Supervisor Lee, who I think the world of. You have a permit with the Environmental Health Department owning Uncle Chen's restaurant. Can you imagine if you went to sell that? If Environmental Health said, we're not going to let you change the name from you and your wife, or whoever's, I think it's just you on there as the owner, operator, the responsible party, to who the new owner would be. And we really need to change the process so we don't have these kind of issues.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move along there. Thanks to everyone who's lined up to speak for 1 minute. Really appreciate it.
And friendly reminder,
And there's a
please
bunny.
state your name
Hi,
first.
my name is Dove Jones, and this is my friend Halo. So I brought Halo with me today because she's an honorary explorer in the Explorer Club, and she is wild, or she was born wild, and she represents a fraction of the wildlife that our decision-making today would affect. All through the food chain, starting with small animals up to us. And as a dolphin explorer and ocean conservationist, I've been working on trying to protect the planet since I was a child. And I've seen firsthand what pollutants and plastics do to destroy coral reefs, ecosystems, and animals. If any of you have ever taken care of an injured or dying animal, you know that they experience the same emotions that we do. And so today is really a legacy decision day. So I ask you, do you want to be remembered as someone that your grandchildren, your family, and future generations for protecting and preserving what makes Santa Barbara so amazing and beautiful, the biodiversity on land and sea? Gas fracking,
Thank you, Deb.
destroys water systems, and it's right above Gaviota. So,
Thank you.
Thank you. And if members of the public can please stick to the 1 minute if you do choose to speak for 1 minute. And also a friendly reminder, this is only for those that have submitted a speaker slip and your name is on the list. So if your name is not on the list, you cannot speak for the 1 minute. Thank you.
Supervisors. My name is Nancy Avos, and I'm here on behalf of the organization Santa Barbara County Action Network, SBCAN. Some of our peers and colleagues said it best. Our elected officials should represent us and not Sable. And I'm confident that together we will make the correct decision today. Organizations like SBCAN care about social justice elements beyond solely environmental justice. We strive to promote economic justice as well, and sustainable job creation. We support the job creation that will come of getting rid of the corroded pipelines. We support the job creation that may redirect oil company employees to jobs that will secure resources for our population in an environmentally conscious manner. And we can work together to accomplish this. We hope that you recognize that all of us, including Sable employees, benefit from our beautiful earth and our beautiful oceans. Thank you.
Hello, thank you, Chair Capps, and thank you to the Board of Supervisors. My name is Alan Diaz-Correa, and I'm here to represent the Community Environmental Council, and I'm also a board member of SBCAN. So my message from the Community Environmental Council is that we urge the Board of Supervisors to deny the permit transfer to Sable Offshore and to prevent the restart of oil production in our region. Protecting our coast, climate, and community must be the priority, not reviving a dying industry with a history of environmental and financial failures. Beyond the immediate threats, the continued expansion of oil operations undermines our county's climate goals. This stationary source of greenhouse gas emissions in the county could be the largest stationary source of GHG emissions and would make it impossible for us to reach our county's targets. I also want to say, as a native of Santa Maria, as a resident of Guadalupe, and I know that multiple supervisors have actually represented District 3, we have a history of oil spills. In Guadalupe, we dealt with diluent oil spills for over 40 years.
Thank you.
And we did not get enough attention. So please deny the transfer of the permits. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on down.
Hi, I'm Ethan Madej. I'm 14 and I go to Santa Barbara Middle School. I am a 9th grader there and I am a surfer. I've lived my whole life in Santa Barbara and it is deeply concerning to me to know that we're trying to restart an oil spill, this oil platform will spill. We've seen the pictures of the lines. We've seen the facts, we've seen the corrosion. This is not a safe thing for our environment or for us to be supporting. We need to say no to this. At my school, I organized for over 50 of our students, and all 50 of these students sent you guys emails telling you why they care about the ocean and why this is not something that we should be supporting. The youth population is saying no to this, and if we are denying, and if we aren't using the very bill that we designed to protect our coastline and our community from this specific instance, we're losing faith in our democratic system. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Lori Bailey. Thank you so much for letting us have this. My late husband, Owen, was the former executive director of the Environmental Defense Center, and I know some of you knew him. One thing I learned from him is these emotional decisions are best made with two things in mind. One, what is the actual evidence, and what is the worst case scenario? And from everything I've heard today, from everyone who's spoken, I have yet to hear that every inch of that pipeline has evidence of corrosion protection right now. Might it someday? Maybe. Does it right now, the day you're deciding whether they get the permit? Does every inch of that pipeline have protection against rust and corrosion and a massive spill? It does not. It does not. The second part of it is worst case scenario. From grief, I know that there's bargaining when tragedy happens. This is the moment before the tragedy happens. This is the moment we'll all look back on and say, did we make the right decision back then? This is the back then. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Andrew Robbins. I was born and raised in Santa Barbara County. Grew up in Carpinteria. Now I live in Santa Barbara. And I would just ask you to deny the permit transfer. I don't think Santa Barbara needs this. I think the facts been laid out pretty clearly. And just want to thank you for your consideration in this issue and all your thoughtfulness and in making this hard decision. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kian Gadusi. I'm a Santa Barbara resident, and I want to speak here because I'm pro-American oil. I'm also pro-accountability, and insurance is not accountability. Federal backup funding in the case of disaster is not accountability. No large company, Exxon included, wants to drill offshore in Santa Barbara because they would have to be accountable. They have large enough money in order to be held accountable to the negative consequences. Sable Corporation fits the description of 25B, which is a corporation that does not have the funding or financial backing to be held accountable to their disaster. They are playing with house money here. If everything works well, then they make a profit, but if something goes wrong, they don't bear the full repercussions of this. And that is enough criteria to deny them. And everything from here beyond this is just support for the reason for this criteria. Them not meeting permits, them trying to bulldoze, telling you this is a mandatory approval, is them trying to bulldoze you. Please deny them this change of name and ownership. Thank you for your time.
Haku Dagate Devate, my name is Solange Aguilar. There is no such thing as a safe oil pipeline. This has been proven time and time again. Things corrode, they burst, they have been poisoning the land across the country, across this very land, this ocean, and it's not a matter of if this pipeline will fail, but when it will fail. The land is still healing from the oil spill 10 years ago, and to restart it would be detrimental to the health of the land, water, animals, and people. We all have a responsibility to protect the land and speak out for the earth, and this is your opportunity to do the right thing and protect Chumash land, not only for this generation, but for future generations. Please deny them.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. I'm sorry I'm not seeing Joan here also. I spoke about this at the Planning Commission also. And oil is part of our environment, and we didn't make it. God made the oil, and it seeps out of the ground naturally into our ocean. I used to get covered with it when I used to play in the ocean as a child. We need to support our local community, the taxpayers, the workers, the property owners, the property taxpayers. We really do, because you guys are running a business. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Williams, and I am here as a concerned student. ExxonMobil and Sable Offshore's irresponsible attempts to repair and restart the pipeline are deeply alarming. People from all over the world come to Santa Barbara to see the natural beauty and wildlife along the Gaviota coast. The damage done by the 2015 Refugio spill was irreversible. Any drilling is a threat to local ecosystems. The ocean is not safe unless all oil drilling is shut down. I urge the Board of Supervisors to learn from the past and protect the livelihoods of the wildlife and people in the Santa Barbara community. Do not approve this lease transfer. Thank you for your time.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Kylie Mikami, and I'm here as a concerned student. The actions taken by both ExxonMobil and Sable Offshore to irresponsibly repair and restart the pipeline is deeply troubling. And though I understand you have many opinions to consider, I urge you to listen to those who have shown up today to voice their concern. In order to protect the safety and well-being of current and future Californians, it's of the utmost importance that the Board of Supervisors act now and deny the transfer of permits from ExxonMobil to Sable Offshore. In the likely event that a spill occurs, Sable cannot afford to clean it up, and it should not fall on us to clean up that mess. I hope that, like myself, you will choose decency over profit and recognize the potential human, animal, and natural suffering that will occur if the permit is approved and the pipeline is restarted. Thank you for your time.
Hello, Board. Thank you for having me today. My name is Abigail Youngblood, and I'm here to express my strong disapproval of the transfer of ownership of the pipeline and related facilities to Sable. As a Santa Barbara resident and lover of the ocean, I believe we cannot allow Sable to restart operations to the pipeline, especially due to the uncertainty surrounding its funds and its non-compliance with state and county safety warnings. This company is clearly chasing profits and does not care for the health and safety of the Santa Barbara communities, human and biological alike. Please help Santa Barbara prevent horrific damage to our ocean. Let us not forget the legacy of the 1969 spill. We are a community that stands against the dangerous practices of oil companies off our coast. Thank you for your time.
Thank you to Chair Capps and the Board of Supervisors. My name is Seth Dolak. For the last 4 years, I have studied our planet, and I've studied how it is suffering. I have studied how it is suffering because of our actions. I want our children, our grandchildren, and for every generation to come to witness the abundance and the biodiversity of the Santa Barbara Channel. But today, I don't hold the power. You make this decision. I urge you to accept the appeals and deny the transfer of operator from Exxon to Sable. This reinstatement of this pipeline, which Sable is unable to operate safely and cannot afford to clean up in the instance of a spill, can and will devastate the Santa Barbara coast. We must learn from our mistakes. We are not separate from nature. If our planet suffers, we suffer. Please do not let this happen again. Thank you.
Supervisors Capps, Lavanino, Lee, and Nelson, thank you for hearing our comments today. My name is Mia DiCostanzo, and I'm the president of the Environmental Law Club at UCSB. I'm here today to ask you to deny Sable's request as owner to transfer permits as owner and operator of ExxonMobil facilities. This company has proven time and time again that it is unfit to run a responsible business. Unsurprisingly, they have chosen to ignore the law and resume unauthorized work on the pipeline. To give them the permits that they are asking for would serve as an unfit justification of their illegal activities. This old and corroded pipeline is essentially guaranteed to have a massive leak if operations are ever to resume. Adding insult to injury, Sable's insufficient financial status will not be able to pay for the damages that they have caused by trying to make a buck off of our coast. We will be the ones bearing the burden of that cost. Luckily, there's something that you can do to stop this from happening. Please deny Sable's applications. Thank you.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Everett Matheson, and I'm a student from UCSB. I'm here because I care deeply about our oceans. I've grown up in Southern California, living near the coast my entire life, and I do not want to see this coast destroyed by a burst pipe. Sable's operation will directly threaten the safety of our oceans, and so I am asking that the Board of Supervisors deny Sable's application to transfer permits today. For the sake of brevity, I will simply reiterate the facts stated by appeals. Sable has not fulfilled the condition of adding critical corrosion protection to the pipes. The Refugio spill was caused by corrosion, and so Sable's inaction demonstrates a gross negligence that they will carry into their operations. In the event of a spill, Sable will declare bankruptcy, and the burden of cleaning will fall onto the taxpayers. I cannot sit by and watch another injustice like the Refugio oil spill happen again. When the pipeline bursts, and it will, the blame will fall not only on Sable, but on the board, who allowed such a critically unsafe operation to be restarted. I hope that you can understand my frustration with the situation and consider my thoughts. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Haley Ronan, and I'm here as a concerned UCSB student. I urge you to deny the request of the transfer of the pipeline to Sable. Sable may be able to pay for the damages they may cause, but that does not undo the potential permanent damage to our oceans and species, habitat destruction, and water pollution risks. Although this may seem just like the transfer of a permit, it's more than that. It's sending a message to the hundreds of people that showed up today about your stance on our future, environment, health, and that your priority is not with the people, but with big business. Thank you.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Malia Martinez, and I am a student at UCSB. Today, I urge you to deny Sable's application to transfer permits for the pipeline. While I was born and raised in Los Angeles, I've had the privilege of visiting Santa Barbara frequently, thanks to my family's affection for the community and coast. These visits left a lasting impression, encouraging me to choose Santa Barbara as a place to live and learn. I am a film major, and I aspire to create films that highlight the beauty of this region, as Santa Barbara is a great biodiversity hotspot. But recently, I watched the documentary titled Broke, which showcased the devastating aftermath of the 2015 spill, which made it clear that it's not a matter of if another spill will occur, but when. If we continue down this path, the films I will have an opportunity to make will not highlight the coast's biodiversity, but only serve to warn of the harm caused by decisions like the one before you today. The scars of the past are still fresh in our memories, so we cannot approve a project that has already proved to cause harm to our environment and physical well-being. I ask you to make the choice that will prioritize the protection of this region and its people. Thank you.
Good afternoon, supervisors. I'm Zarek MacDonald. I'm a student here at UCSB, and I've grown up along the coast my whole life, and to see such a beautiful part of, oh my gosh, beautiful part of the coast and such a biodiverse part of the coast threatened by this project is very concerning. I urge the Board of Supervisors to deny Sable's application to transfer permits because when these facilities eventually fail, the damage to our ecosystem will be devastating. It will take countless hours to recover from, and it will bring with it an enormous bill. Sable likely cannot afford the bill, and the responsibility will fall on the public, which is unacceptable. This Texas oil company does not have our best interest in mind and should not be in charge of something so important. Thank you.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name's Alex Borges. I'm from UC Santa Barbara. I had a lot more written out about the environmental impacts of this, but I think the people before me and after me, as well as the EDC's report, has made it abundantly clear that an environmental disaster is likely. I think another thing that we should focus on is Sable themselves. I mean, this is a company that has ignored multiple cease and desists. They have inadequate liability insurance. They still owe hundreds of millions of dollars to Exxon and other companies. They're massively in debt, and functionally, they're gambling with taxpayer money. When the oil spills, and it will, they will be bailed out by the government and use our taxpayers' monies to get out of it. And if they're successful, then they get to just pollute and make the money off that and get away scot-free. Under 25B, it's clear they do not have the financial means to properly run this. And that's also just on top of the fact that, you shouldn't just sell us out for some oil company from Texas that for sure does not have our interests in mind. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Johnny Rodriguez from Conville, and I've been a campaign coordinator at UCSB with CalPERG, which represents over 25,000 dues-paying members across California. And I've had the amazing privilege of working on the Stop Sable campaign over the past few months. I've also had the wonderful opportunity to talk with students at UCSB and the greater Santa Barbara area about the pipeline and the Stop Sable campaign. And I can say without a shadow of a doubt that the people who live here in Santa Barbara as UCSB students or as lifelong residents are wholly and unequivocally opposed to the transfer of permits to Sable Offshore Corporation. Your constituency, the people who live right here in Santa Barbara that are here on their own volition, the people and schools that are missing lecture and work, the people that aren't here because of a paycheck, don't want the fiscally unresponsible company that is Sable to be given these permits. Again, why would Exxon take on a multi-billion-dollar loss to hand over this pipeline? Please vote no.
John, my apologies. What was your last name? Can you say that again on the mic?
McConville?
McConville?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Jessie Rumpkin, and I wanted to thank you all for listening to our comments today. I'm here as a very concerned member of this community, and many people here have a lot of concerns for what's happening today. I'm here to urge you to deny the transfer of applications and deny the transfer of permits. You've all heard the facts today. You've heard the systemic and continual denial and action from the violations and cease and desist orders Sable has been given. We cannot trust them to say what they are going to do. Even if the proposal goes perfectly and according to plan, the question of a spill is not if, it's when. It's heartbreaking to imagine our land and coasts covered in oil again. I will never forget the black waters and the silenced waves. I urge you to listen to us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Olivia Schroeder, and I am an undergraduate student and researcher at UCSB. Currently, I am conducting research within the Santa Barbara watershed, specifically examining the impact of extreme weather events on native frog species in the watershed region. However, the Sable pipeline has directly hindered my ability to continue this important work. This pipeline not only poses a risk to marine life by disrupting their habitats and increasing likelihood of future oil spills, but also endangers the habitat of the already enlisted endangered California red-legged frog. The Sable pipeline runs directly through the habitats of these frogs, which are critical to my research. As a result of the pipeline, I'm unable to complete my comprehensive studies of the endangered red-legged frogs in the creeks along the Refugio coast. It makes me question why I can't do scientific research with the permit, but Sable can and has worked on this pipeline without correct permitting.
Thank you. That is your time.
Hello. My name is Holly Sherwin. I am a water user and active outrigger paddler, and I'm on the advisory committee for Santa Barbara Channel Keeper. First off, thank you for your service, Board of Supervisors, and for allowing public comment. It's a right that I don't take for granted. As we all know, Santa Barbara is a special place, dare I say, sacred place. Generations of inhabitants have worked hard to be good stewards of this most amazing coastline and all the wildlife that depend on it. It takes a long time to heal after an oil spill. We know that all too well. And it has been determined that another spill from these facilities is likely, and I believe that to be true. It's a shame we could not have done this better and built a better pipeline to begin with, rather than a startup of a pipeline that is sorely damaged. I urge you to lead from your hearts, to do the right thing for us, for the sacred beauty of this place, and for the many generations yet to come. We are Santa Barbara, and we can do better. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for your service. My name is Gillian Heald. I'm representing the Santa Barbara Planet Protectors. We're a local volunteer organization that diverts plastic from the landfill. Collectivism. Thomas Paine, a founding father, argued for a republic where the power belongs to the people, not a monarchy. He wrote about collectivism, stating, "Public good is not a term opposed to the good of individuals. On the contrary, it is the good of all individuals collected. It is the good of all." This pipeline is not for the good of all. It is not for the collective. It is risky, and I am deeply concerned about the likelihood of a spill. I'm here to speak on behalf of the collective as a voter. I voted for you, Mr. Lee, as my representative. And as a community member of Santa Barbara, having graduated in 1988, I urge you to vote no on transferring the operation permit to Sable. Thank you.
Good afternoon, supervisors, board members, and community members. My name is Reese Fryhoy-Regoza, and I'm a student at UCSB representing the I Live as a Surfrider Foundation. I want to start my comment by urging you to invite me in a collective deep breath so we can all ground ourselves for a sec. This matter is very important, and it is evident by all the community members here today, especially the young ones. As an environmental studies student and supported by community, we are deeply concerned with this proposal to transfuse this application. And I think it is very important to realize and consider why we're taking the time out of our academic day, not compensated, amidst the busy schedules. We have finals in 2 weeks, why we're so invested in this issue. It is going to directly impact our communities and impact those especially who don't have a voices, including non-humans and humans. And also, I just want us to consider our positionality in this in the first place. If you're in support of this transfer, must wonder why. Like, your individual collectiveness will urge you to say yes. But yeah, thank you for your time.
Hello, supervisors. My name is Bill Hickman with the Surfrider Foundation. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I think it's really important to refer to oil spills by the company that causes them rather than the community that is impacted. The 2015 Plains All-American spill is one example, and the transfer of the permit today would lead to the Sable oil spill in the future. A publicly traded company like Sable has a top priority to increase shareholder equity. That's in hopes that there's not an oil spill. We're really concerned that they don't have the financial responsibility and the financial backing to properly address an oil spill, and it's not only going to impact Santa Barbara. The 2015 oil spill also impacted Ventura, South Bay, LA. It expands and, in fact, wildlife in addition to tourism. So please deny the transfer of the permit. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Ella Boehm. I'm a student at Santa Barbara City College, and I work out in Gaviota, right next to the pipeline. To the Board of Supervisors, I would like to speak to you as a young person whose future will be deeply impacted by the environmental choices you make today. I want to ask you that you consider long-term impacts of approving this project before short-term profits, that you place the people of Santa Barbara County before an oil company from Texas. We have seen oil spills before and the destruction they cause, and we have all asked ourselves how these mistakes can happen. This is how they happen. You choose to repeat the mistake of placing profit before people, and the people sitting before you today, including Sable employees, will be the ones to pay for it. And not just us, but our children and our grandchildren, and all future generations if they even exist. Please represent us before an oil company, ensure our futures, deny the transfer permits, please. Thank you.
Hello, supervisors. My name is Jenna McGovern, and I'm representing UCSB's Environmental Affairs Board and the Stop Sable Student Coalition. Thank you for taking my comment. I urge you to exercise your power provided by Chapter 25B, which allows for extra screening on lease transfers to new owners and was intended for this exact situation. Along with the environmental implications, I'm particularly concerned about Sable's integrity and ethics. From the notices of violation in September and Sable's subsequent unresponsiveness, the cease and desist order did hold Sable off for some time. Yet, less than a week after this order expired this month, Sable resumed development. It's not my place to understand why this company would yet again engage in what the Coastal Commission calls unpermitted development just weeks of today's hearing, but I believe this speaks volumes. Allowing a company that has an unmasked disregard for compliance and permits to operate in one of the most highly regulated industries is a massive concern. Our beautiful city cannot handle a company like Sable, and we don't deserve it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Maya Aldrich, and I'm a student at UCSB, and I'm in the CalPERG organization. I just want to bring to your attention that since the year 1980, America has faced over 400 climate disasters, which has cost us nearly $3 trillion and lost 17,000 lives. Just in the past year, we faced Hurricane Milton, Hurricane Helene, and of course, the devastating fires of Palisades and the Eaton fires. Disasters like these just cost the public and not the people that are truly at fault here, and we cannot continue to enable these fossil fuel companies to destroy our environment for temporary profit, while the rest of us watch our futures and the livelihoods of future generations burn. And I also just want to say that there's nothing natural about a pipeline in our oceans or climate change. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, supervisors. My name is Benjamin Bray. I represent the Excursion Club at UCSB and am an expedition guide on the Channel Islands. I urge you today to deny Sable's application to transfer permits for the Santa Ynez Unit, Popco gas plant, and Las Flores pipelines. Sable has received notices of violations from 3 state agencies and recently received a second cease and desist order from the Coastal Commission for continuing its work on pipelines without a proper permit. The behavior of Sable's management team shows that the board cannot trust them to responsibly operate on this project. Another spill from these facilities is likely and will be devastating to Santa Barbara County and the Gaviota Coast. As a student at UCSB, a spill would directly impact our living environment, wildlife, and homes. As an employee and a diver working on the Channel Islands, a spill would directly impact my work. The public should not have to pay to clean up another spill, and it is necessary for the people and the environment of Santa Barbara that we do not approve the transfer of permits.
Good afternoon, Board, Madam Chair. My name is Joshua Medrano. I am the Tri-Counties Building and Construction Trades Council's Executive Secretary Treasurer representing San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, as well as Ventura counties. We are in favor of staff recommendation of moving forward with the process to transfer over. One of the things I want to point out is that the fact that this room is filled with a young generation and this future is looking bright as they are coming forward with concerns. One of the things that I want to encourage this room is to seek me out after this meeting, as you can be a part of the solution and not only bring problems to the table. What I have heard is nothing but problems and no solutions. The solution that I can bring you today is the fact that the building trades offer skilled and trained labor to help with the mitigation, remediation, and the safety moving forward that is needed to go past what we have done and move forward with that just transition. Thank you very much for your time. Please seek me out.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Board of Directors. My name is Elizabeth Martinez, and I'm here with Doty Brothers. I am here in strong support for Sable Offshore, a valued partner in our community. We have worked with Sable for years, providing good-paying union jobs. The hardworking men and women who rely on these jobs appreciate the partnership. Doty Brothers employs over 400 people in safe union-backed pipeline construction jobs. Sable will create 300 new jobs with family-supporting wages that are sustainable. This project will also generate important tax revenue for Santa Barbara County. Keeping oil production domestic is essential. Then relying on overseas imports brought in unsustainable tanker shipments. As we all see today, the high cost of food and living is making it harder for families to get by. Now more than ever, we need to protect good-paying jobs that support our local workforce. I strongly support Sable and respectfully ask you to deny this appeal. Keeping our economy strong and ensuring safe, reliable jobs is crucial. Thank you.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is David Casada. I've been a utility worker here in Southern California for 30 years. Whether I was working for the oil company, electric company, water company, or the gas company, I quickly learned that we all strictly adhered to a common rule of never politicizing our utility work and never discriminating against any customer for any reason. As a utility worker and a patriot of this country, I want every single person in this room and everyone in this state to have reliable and affordable natural gas, water, gasoline, electric, and oil-based services, regardless of who they vote for and how they think. I work for the Doty Brothers, a minority-owned business performing pipeline construction work in Southern California since 1935. We work with Sable, and they have more than proven to be a trusted partner who understands the oil and gas industry and how to apply the most stringent safety protocols during the course of construction and during the course of operation. I'm asking that the county vote yes on the restart, vote yes on badly needed local jobs, vote yes
Thank you, that is your time.
needed tax dollars, and vote yes on revenue for the county. Thank you.
Hello, Supervisors. My name is Tevin Schmidt. I'm the Watershed Scientist for the Wichita Foundation and Associate Director of Ventura Coastkeeper. On behalf of Wichita and its Ventura Coastkeeper program, I urge the Board of Supervisors to reverse the Planning Commission's approval of Sable's permit transfer. External corrosion of Line 901 caused the massive spill near Refugio State Beach in 2015. These pipelines have undergone an additional 10 years of exposure since this oil spill and pose a significant risk to public health and safety if they are allowed to once again transport crude oil. The 2015 oil spill caused substantial harm to Chumash cultural resources and lifeways. The spill impacted Refugio State Beach, which is the location of the Chumash village, Casil. To this day, Casil is an important cultural site for Chumash peoples for ceremony and to launch tumults. Another oil disaster would be devastating for Chumash peoples and their ability to partake in cultural practices. Considering the amount of time that these facilities have not been operational, the immediate risk they pose to the communities of Santa Barbara County, and the devastation that these facilities have caused, the county must deny the permit's transfer. If Sable wants to restart the San Ynez unit operations, the county must prepare an EIR to analyze and mitigate the impacts to the environment, public safety, and cultural resources. Thank you for your time.
My apologies. Ted, what was your last name?
Schmidt, S-C-H-M-I-T-T.
Board of Supervisors, I am Dr. Ruth Hallier, Professor of Music at the University of California, Santa Barbara. I teach courses on sound and environmental sensitivities for our amazing, intelligent undergraduate students who are here in force today because they care for their futures. I'm also a volunteer surveyor for the marine protected area near the pipeline. This area is full of sounds and life: birds, gulls, cormorants, pelicans, seals, otters, dolphins, and whales. What will happen to these sounds after the next oil spill, when the Sable pipeline fails? And it will. The sound of silence will mean the destruction of millions of lives and life. The sound of silence will also mean that we, the stewards of Santa Barbara County, were not listened to by our County Board of Supervisors. Please, for the continuation of the multifarious and vibrant sounds of the Gaviota Coast, do not enable Sable. Deny the transfer of permits. Thank you.
And my apologies, I did miss your name in the beginning as well. Can you please state your name for the record one more time?
Ruth Hallier.
Great, thank you, Ruth.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Juan Daniel Montelongo, and I'm a proud resident of Lompoc and a recent graduate from UC Merced, and with a degree with applied mathematics focused on engineering. I'm here today because I believe Sable Offshore is an incredible opportunity for this community. As a recent graduate, I understand the struggle of finding meaningful work. Many of us graduate with a degree but face difficulty securing stable local jobs, all while dealing with student debt. I experienced this firsthand when I couldn't find work despite my education. Then I found Sable Offshore. They offered me a role as a lab technician at Los Flores Canyon, where I'm gaining valuable experience and the tools to grow in my career. With this project, Sable will be creating an additional 300 jobs. I'm proud to be part of the company that invests in its people and its region. It's given me the chance to build the future here, and I'm excited to see what the future holds for all of us in Santa Barbara County. I respectfully request that you deny this appeal. Thank you.
Hello, Supervisors. My name is Pascual Mario Morales, Jr. I am a proud alumnus of Norwich University. At 23, I recently began my journey as a laboratory technician at the Los Flores Canyon facility, a role that not only offers a competitive salary, but also promises a pathway to a long-term career. Finding an entry-level position in the oil and gas industry can be especially daunting. This opportunity with Sable not only allows me to break into the field, but also serves as an inspiration to those starting out their careers. It's more than just another job on my resume. It's a chance to grow professionally and make a meaningful contribution to an industry that is vital to our everyday lives. At Las Flores Canyon facility, I am receiving exceptional training in operational procedures and regulatory compliance. These critical skills enhance my expertise. I am grateful to be a part of a company that believes in nurturing young talent. For many of us just starting our careers, having a supportive environment and the tools for professional development is invaluable. Thank you for providing me with the opportunity to learn and contribute to the future of energy. Please and respectfully ask that you deny this appeal.
Hello, my name is Elena Danielson. I'm Santa Barbara resident. As an immigrant and a proud American, I believe in freedom of choice. And in selling business or buying business, it should be private matter and not being heard here. And the only reason we're here because Sable is an oil production company. Otherwise, there would be no matter. And today, we all for a safe environment. We all want the best for our children and grandchildren. But let's be honest, there is no other energy at the moment. Everything what we have surround our shoes, phones, microphone, everything is based on oil. So safe production should be the focus on the matter. I'm a grandmother of 3 and a mother. I love the ocean. I love walking barefoot. I love taking my grandchildren to surfing lessons. As I said, the effort should be today in supporting Sable that they would put all the best technologies, the newest technologies, and produce the oil we all need with the best technologies.
Thank you, Elena. That is
Thank
your
you
time.
so much.
We will now go to Zoom. For anyone on Zoom that would like to speak for 1 minute, I see a few hands raised. For anyone else that would like to speak for 1 minute, please use the raised hand feature. We will begin with Emily Engel to be followed by Kelsey Perry. Emily?
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Good morning. My name is Emily Engel. I'm a mother of 2 children, a resident of Santa Barbara, District 1, and I'm here as also a leader in the Sierra Club. My testimony will focus on Sable's likely inability to effectively respond to an oil spill or other accident, in which case the community will suffer substantial harm and the public may be left holding the bag. An oil spill is highly likely from the onshore pipelines and could also occur from the offshore pipelines or platforms. When we learned that the cause of the 2015 pipeline spill was pervasive corrosion and defective design, no one expected the pipeline would be restarted. In fact, Plains and then Exxon proposed to build a new pipeline with different materials and technology to prevent corrosion. This is not a situation where the spill was caused by a discrete rupture or break. Instead, the entire pipeline suffers from corrosion, which increases the likelihood of a spill. Experts hired by the county determined that even with new valves, another spill could happen every year. A rupture could happen every 4 years, and a spill along the coast could be nearly twice the size of the 2015 spill. Sable's own oil spill
Thank you, Emily. That is your time.
Indicates. Thank you all. Thanks.
We will now go to Kelsey Perry to be followed by Chris Lang. Kelsey?
6. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Hi, my name is Kelsey Perry. I'm a mother of 2. I live in Goleta, California. I am currently on a walk with my son, and he's taking a nap, and I'm deeply concerned about his future ability to live, recreate, and work on this coast. I hear a lot of concern about jobs, and I'd like to remind any Sable employees that there are opportunities for clean energy that do not destroy our communities. I wanted to also add that there has been plenty of evidence that 25B was created specifically for a case just like this. And if there is any intimidation tactics that occur if you vote to deny the transfer permits, I want you to look in this room and see how the public has shown up and know that we would show up again in support of you to go ahead and deter those intimidation tactics in a public forum. I want to remind you of the Save San Marcos Foothills campaign that was successful here in recent years, and know that we would be there to support you, and our public would show up strongly to fight their intimidation tactics if you were intimidated after today's vote. Thank you.
We will now go to Chris Lang to be followed by Meryl Brooks. Chris?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Thank you. I'm Chris Lang. I've been a resident and activist in Goleta and Santa Barbara since 1978. Friends of the Elwood Coast and Monarchs Unlimited. I have submitted a letter, and I will not go through everything I had to say. I'm very proud of the community for speaking up here. I think we all know that if you don't have corrosion protection technology, you're not safe. I think scofflaws and negligent maintenance operators make bad neighbors. I got to know my first bad neighbor in Goleta with Exxon Clearview project. So I know what it can be and can be a bad thing indeed. I really would like you to listen. Sable's management doesn't have a clean record of responsible operation. I don't trust them, and why would you? Why the residents of Goleta and Santa Barbara spent so many years preserving the Gaviota Coast and Elwood? Because there is no other place like it.
Thank you, Chris. That is your time.
To protect and defend this place. Thank you.
We will now go to Merrill Brooks to be followed by James Kiriakou. Merrill?
Yes, good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Merle Brooks. I'm speaking today on behalf of Citizens Planning Association. Citizens Planning Association has been following oil development and issues in Santa Barbara County since even before the 1969 catastrophic oil spill. We did submit more technical comments for the Planning Commission. We did not agree with that decision that the findings that were made at that time. We believe you cannot make the findings before you today to approve the transfer of this problematic pipeline and oil infrastructure. Regarding jobs, and I hadn't planned on focusing on this, my husband and I drove from Lompoc to Santa Barbara a week ago Sunday. We passed dozens of spots along the highway, and they were digging up the pipeline. We had no idea what was going on because we were under the impression that this Coastal Commission had issued a cease and desist.
Thank you, Merrill. That is your time. We will now go to James Kiriakou to be followed by Benjamin Butani Godert. James?
Thank you. James Kiriakou, Goleta City Council. You've already received our unanimously passed resolution. I won't rehash that. I will just remind you of something, which is we already know that this pipeline is past its useful life. Trying to restart it is much like trying to restart a vehicle that is way past its useful life. Would you really want to put your children in it? Would you really want to risk your livelihood for it? Think about it in those terms. For those of you who are contemplating the risk of not approving something that you're being told is largely paperwork or ministerial, I would just ask you to reflect on what would happen if what has happened before happens again. And during the summer months, you suddenly find that one of your major revenue sources, transient occupancy tax, and another one, sales tax, significantly impacted for months or years because of the economic impacts of a very preventable oil spill. How would you do your deferred maintenance? How would you maintain your roads? How would you ensure public safety, mental health, homelessness, and other services? How would you meet your obligations?
Thank you, James. That is your time. We will now go to Benjamin Butani Godert to be followed by Lily Poehler. Benjamin?
Hi, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Benjamin Butani Godert. I'm a longtime resident of Santa Barbara, an active member of our community, and a proud board member of Santa Barbara Channel Keepers. I'm here today to share my opposition to the Sable pipeline project and to encourage you to vote no on the Sable project. Reopening these types of projects will only make another oil spill imminent. Environmentalism, as you all are well aware, is a huge part of our community culture. And this is a significant step backwards against our shared beliefs. We have an opportunity to continue to be leaders in the environmental movement. And this project is a display of short-term thinking and contrary to the benefit of our planet and the values of our community. Let's keep Texas oil corporations out of Santa Barbara. Thank you.
We will now go to Lily Poehler to be followed by Catherine Henry, who is our final 1-minute speaker. Lily?
Hello, my name is Lily Paler, and I am a UCSB student and Santa Barbara native. I remember vividly when the 2015 Refugio oil spill devastated the Gaviota Coast, killing seabirds, marine mammals, harming fisheries, and preventing recreation in the area. We cannot repeat history. Another spill from these facilities is likely, considering that the thick oil must be heated to be transported, causing corrosion in the pipeline. Additionally, to mitigate climate change, we must transition away from fossil fuels. Allowing more fossil fuel development, like this Sable pipeline, further locks us into fossil fuel infrastructure. Please stop the restart of the Sable pipeline. Thank you.
We will now go to Catherine Henry. Catherine?
Good afternoon, Chair, Board, and staff. My name is Catherine Henry, and I am a community organizer here on behalf of Planned Parenthood Central Coast Action Fund. At the Action Fund, we are actively working toward improving health outcomes and reducing health disparities in our community. Environmental protection is a health equity issue because environmental disasters, such as the 2015 oil spill many have brought up today, can worsen and do worsen existing health disparities due to pollution, poor living conditions, various forms of discrimination, as well as psychological stress. These environmental disasters have a direct impact on specifically the reproductive health of our communities. As many have brought up, another spill from this pipeline is likely, and it would have devastating consequences for the health of the county and the Gaviota Coast. And Sable currently doesn't have an approved plan to respond to this oil spill. This jeopardizes the health and safety of our community, and it highlights the lack of care on Sable's behalf. As a part of an effort to create a healthier, safer, and more equitable county and coastline, we ask that the board deny the transfer of permits to the pipeline to Sable. Thank you.
Chair Capps and members of the board, it looks like we had an additional request to speak from Dr. Linda Phelps for 1 minute.
I would just like to urge you to, at the very least, get a proper environmental analysis of this before you make your decision. I believe that that's the only way we can answer some of the questions. And
And Chair Capps, members of the board, I believe that concludes the 1 minute request to speak.
Thank you, everyone. That was incredibly efficient and respectful. We do need to break for closed session, which will be 30 minutes. I'm just looking at the clock, so we'll come back. We'll resume it at 1:30. And again, those are all our 1 minutes that have requested so far. Maybe others will follow suit so we can keep rolling like we have. It's a good way to do it, so we'll see you all back at 1:30. Oh,
Madam
I'm
Chair.
sorry. County Council needs to read us out and tell us what we're actually doing.
Madam Chair, members of the board.
Oh, sorry, everybody. That was my fault. Here you go. This needs to happen. County Council needs to tell everybody what we're working on in closed session.
The board's scheduled to meet in closed session on one item. It's conference with labor negotiators. The employee organization is Santa Barbara County Deputy Sheriff's Association, and the agency designated representatives are CEO Monami Sato and Human Resources Director Christine Schmidt. And
Okay.
again, the time estimate's 30 minutes.
We'll be back at 1:30. Thanks. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Here, I'll just do a little dabble. Thanks, everybody. Sorry, we're a little behind here. We had a little glitch, but everyone's been doing an excellent job with this public comment. I'll just reiterate that 1 minutes are still back up. If anyone wants to speak for 1 minute, you have priority. So let's see, you can make a line here or identify yourself on Zoom. Madam Clerk, do we have any 1 minute requests?
Chair Capps and members of the board, I am not seeing any raised hands. If any members of the public who are on Zoom that would like to speak for 1 minute, please use the raise hand feature on Zoom.
And I believe we have 88 more requests to speak.
Yes, Chair Capps and members of the board.
So you all do the math. If you want to be here that long, then you have the right to speak for 2 minutes. If you want to speed things along, I highly encourage that. Oh, no, we're not at 2. No, we're at 1 minute. We're at 1 minute right now. Are you okay?
And please, if everyone can, before they, if you could please state your name for the record.
My name is Efigenia Bañales, and I'm a resident of Santa Barbara, immigrant 40 years ago, taxpayer, law-abiding citizen, and I never got any penny from the government. I worked my way up, little, but still. Now, what you're saying, I wasn't going to talk about the pipeline or anything, that. But if you don't want it here, it's going to be somewhere else. You don't want the windmills, the ones that create a lot of environment issues. One of the kids talked about the money that is going to be spent in the cleanup, for example. But I'm going to talk about the national debt. It's $36 trillion. So a lot of people, they don't have a concept of a million, of a billion, which is 100. 1,000 million. And if you go online, get a chart, go online, get the clock really fast. If I start counting right now, 1 numeral per second continuously for non-stopping 24/7, it will take me 32 years to count 1 billion. That will be 2036. I'll be dead by now. It will take 31,000 years to count 1 trillion and 1 million years to count 30 trillions. We're going up. So we need Dodge here.
Thank you.
Because we need someone to come and see where money's going. About your raise, 4.8 will do, no 48%.
Thank you.
Thank you, that is your time. Anyone else for 1 minute?
So we can move to 2 minutes. We're just going to keep it at 2 minutes. That's been a strong request I've gotten from many, many people. So there will not be 3 minute requests. We're going to move to 2 minute requests, 2 minute time allotment to speak. That's still, I think we're now at 87 of those. So again, last call for 1 minute. You can certainly take 1 minute in your 2 minute slot. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Alrighty, we will begin on Zoom with Pasha Madavi to be followed by Anne Marie Gott. Pasha?
Good afternoon. Can the board hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Excellent. My name is Pasha Madavi. I am Associate Professor and Vice Chair of Political Science, Affiliated Professor of Environmental Science and Management, and Director of the Energy Governance and Political Economy Lab, all at UC Santa Barbara. I'm here today to provide an overview of an economic analysis, which I'll note to the board is in the record as Attachment 25, Appellant Economic Analysis, Environmental Defense Center, regarding claims that Sable made to the Planning Commission on October 30th, 2024, as to the impacts of restarting or not restarting production from the Santa Ynez unit on foreign imports, market conditions, and greenhouse gas emissions, including comments made by Sable today regarding displacing barrels of foreign imports. I will note that my analysis is rooted in well-established models in energy economics and statistics and draws upon data provided by Sable itself in investor-facing documents. It comprises 3 major findings, which I summarize here in the interest of time. But again, I note that this is submitted in the record. Number 1, restarting SYU production will not reduce foreign imports. This is based on both statistical analysis of the 2015 pause and an economic analysis of costs compared to major suppliers of crude imported to California. Number two, not restarting SYU will not have significant impacts on consumer markets over time, given declining demand for petroleum products in California outpaces the loss of supply from SYU production. Instead, it is likely that the overtime economic gains Sable aims to achieve from restarting the SYU will come from exporting the oil from California to other markets. And number three, production from the SYU will increase global greenhouse gas emissions, given the higher greenhouse gas intensity of operations compared to global averages. So it's clear from this analysis that Sable has not represented its market and economic position faithfully, and there's little reason to believe it is representing its financial requirements faithfully to the county with respect to Chapter 25B.
Thank you. That is your time. And it appears Anne Marie Gott is no longer on Zoom, so we're going to Andy McNeil to be followed by Robert Almy. Andy? My apologies. It appears that Andy is also not on Zoom. We are going with Robert Almy to be followed by Ken Huff.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Robert Almy. I'm the former manager of the Santa Barbara County Energy Division. I performed the environmental impact report impact statement for the Celeron All-American Pipeline and was instrumental in taking the permitting through the Planning Commission and through your board. I knew many of your predecessors, including Mr. Stoker. And before I get into it, I want to make a comment. When we were working on a number of oil projects, and we had as many as 6 at a time within the Energy Division, we had high regard for Exxon. Even though they were in conflict with the county, Mr. Rush and the team he was part of were considered our A students. I'm going to focus on the pipeline, and I hope you give me a little bit of extra time because I worked on a 3-minute presentation. After I was with the Energy Division, I spent 18 years managing the county water agency and starting the county stormwater protection plan, Project Clean Water. Also taught an upper division class on preparing environmental impact reports in the environmental studies program at UCSB. As I said earlier, I directly managed the pipeline through the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisor permitting process. And I was involved in the lawsuit regarding county access to steel specifications and welding records. To this day, who knows what quality steel or what the welding records indicate? Again, I have high regard for SYU. I'm focusing on the pipeline. Obviously, Plains ignored whatever monitoring and control plans were in effect for their project, and obviously no agency was doing any kind of meaningful oversight.
Thank you, Robert. That is your time. We will now go to Ken Huff to be followed by Michael Leons. Ken?
Thank you. Chair Capps and Supervisors, I'm Ken Huff, representing Santa Barbara County Action Network. I'll speak on the report submitted by John Day, the former Energy Division planner who authored 25B. As he points out, in what was submitted, the ordinance was to be discretionary and not ministerial. This means your board can apply its best judgment to the questions at hand. Mr. Day points out that 25B requires the county to consider a new operator's ability to operate in compliance with existing permits and plans. Where the applicant does not have a performance record, as in this case, the county must look elsewhere for the evidence of that ability. Mr. Day points out that Sable's recent track record of numerous violations, quote, does not bode well for its ability or willingness to comply with regulations and permit conditions and operate within the regulatory framework, end quote. Finally, Mr. Day confirmed that 25B 10B authorizes the county to impose additional conditions, such as bonds, to ensure adequate financial assurances and insurance guarantees. In conclusion, your board needs to carefully review Sable's financial capacity and its performance record. And based on the evidence in the record, the board cannot make the finding that Sable possesses the necessary financial or operational capacity to comply with safety and environmental regulations, respond to oil spills and other accidents, or properly decommission its facilities. SBCAN urges your board to deny the transfer of the permits. Thank you.
We will now go to Michael Leones to be followed by Katie Dobbs. Michael? And Michael, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute on your end to provide your comments.
There we go. Okay. All right.
Perfect.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay. Sorry about that. I'm Michael Lyons, Board President, Get Oil Out. My testimony summarizes a report submitted by AccuFacts regarding concerns with the State Fire Marshal's waiver of safety requirements for the Los Flores pipeline system. The main conclusion of the report is that the waiver does not provide an equal level of protection against corrosion as if it had an effective cathodic protection as required by the pipeline permits. Nor will Sable's repair result in pipelines that are as good as new, as the company states. The cathodic protection system was required to prevent corrosion on the pipeline. As we now know, the defective design and failure of the system was the direct cause of the 2015 Refugio oil spill. The AccuFacts report points out that the existing cathodic protection system is ineffective throughout most of the length of the pipelines. First, the report points to the many factors that create risks of corrosion: heavy shielding, operating temperature, potential for moisture buildup, and the environment around the pipelines. A major deficiency with the waiver is the lack of tracking for multiple interactive threats. Second, the report explains that there are several types of corrosion, many of which are difficult to detect or predict. The waiver relies heavily on inline inspection tools which are inadequate to detect certain types of corrosion such as corrosion cracking. This is a major concern. Third, the report points out that although hydrotests are helpful to evaluate pressures, they are limited because they only reveal the condition of the pipe at the time of the test and do not characterize time-dependent threats or corrosion growth rates. Fourth, the waiver does not require sufficient tests for line 325B, which has very significant elevation changes which can contribute to the corrosion risk. The report concludes the incompleteness of the waivers lead me to conclude that I cannot determine the waivers provide sufficient information to assure an equal or greater level of safety for the pipelines had the operator had an unshielded coating that complied with federal minimum pipeline cathodic protection intended to avoid pipeline failure from external corrosion.
Thank you,
As
Michael.
such,
That is your
Sable
time.
cannot demonstrate compliance. Thank you.
We will now go to Katie Dobbs to be followed by Bart Dickens. Katie?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Hi, thank you for your time. My name is Katie. I'm an environmental scientist, and I'm here to request that the Board of Supervisors deny Sable's application to transfer permits. I echo all of the concerns brought forward by the appealees and by the community, especially those around financial and safety concerns and Sable's previous violations. I'm concerned about the impacts of a spill on our local economy, community, wildlife, and ecosystems. And I also want to point out that this project is in direct opposition to the county's climate action plan, where a commitment was made to take meaningful action on climate change. And if you want to talk about solutions, I recommend you review this plan. It's on the county's website. It provides a new vision for a community without pollution and environmental disaster, and it provides a plan for clean energy, clean industry, and job creation. This project would directly undermine that plan, and we need to be taking climate action seriously. Santa Barbara is vulnerable to fires, floods, droughts, landslides, all of which are exacerbated by climate change. So we need a better way forward. The county has spent valuable time, energy, and money on a plan that brings a new vision to life, and Sable is not consistent with that. Thank you.
We will now go to Bart Dickens to be followed by Nate Irwin. Bart? And Bart, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute on your end to provide your comments. Bart, if you can hear me, please unmute on your end to provide your comments. Righty, perhaps Bart's having some technical difficulties. We will now go to Nate Irwin to be followed by Thomas Becker. Nate?
Good afternoon, Chair Capps and members of the board. My name is Nate Irwin, and I'm the Policy Associate at Santa Barbara Channel Keeper. Our organization works to protect and restore the Santa Barbara Channel and its watersheds, and just like the hundreds of other community members here today and on behalf of Channel Keeper's 3,000 supporters, we urge you to deny Sable Offshore's application for change in owner, operator, and guarantor of the San Ynez unit and related infrastructure. How many times must we repeat the same mistakes? Another oil company, an aging pipeline, another spill washing onto our shores. Repeat again and until when? You all know what a special place Santa Barbara is, and a big part of what makes it so special is the incredibly diverse Santa Barbara Channel and resulting biologically sensitive ecosystem boasting unparalleled species density and diversity, which include endangered, threatened, and sensitive marine species, including blue, gray, and humpback whales, southern sea otter, southern steelhead, marbled murrelet, and brown pelican, to name a few. This is now your moment to break the cycle, to choose a future where the Gaviota Coast remains wild and unspoiled, where the channel is protected, where our children inherit clean waters instead of oil-soaked beaches, where we honor the vision of the newly designated Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary, not undermine it with more drilling. Sable Offshore has no history here, no proven commitment to protecting our coasts, only a plan to extract profits while leaving us with the risk. If we allow this transfer, we invite another Refugio oil disaster, another catastrophe written in black tides and dying marine life. Santa Barbara County has long stood at the crossroads of industry and environmental responsibility. This is your chance to set our course in the right direction. Reject this permit transfer, protect our future. Let this generation be the one that finally says no more. Thank you for your time.
We will now go to Thomas Becker to be followed by Anne Marie Gott. Thomas?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Thank you. It's perfectly allowable to appeal the finding of Staff and Planning Commission concerning issues that are within the jurisdiction of that commission or the county. It's absolutely not allowable to launch an appeal for issues beyond the jurisdiction of the county. If there are issues, if you have issues concerning safety and things like that that are not within the jurisdiction of the county, then go to the state or federal agencies that have jurisdiction. It is entirely unfair to this applicant to subject them to review of issues that you don't have jurisdiction over. This is ridiculous. Especially what's really, I find really insulting is when people are asking the applicant to submit their insurance information when all they're legally required to do is submit a certificate of insurance. Imagine if you were stopped by a law enforcement officer and you have to show proof of insurance, and that law enforcement officer told you to show your insurance policy to them. No, you don't have to do that. So this is ridiculous. You've just spent 2 hours on a hate fest against oil when really the issues involved here are very narrow to your jurisdiction. And this is a real problem. It's like your activist judges that don't like somebody and you're going to go beyond your jurisdiction or the law to get them, especially you, Madam Second District Supervisor, in your inane questions that have, and statements that have nothing to do with any issue within your jurisdiction. Thank you very much.
We will now go to Anna Marie Gott, who's our final speaker on Zoom, and then we will go to Santa Maria with Seth Steiner. Anna Marie Gott. Anna, if you can please unmute to provide your comments. We've unmuted you on our end. I see you are unmuted, but we cannot hear you in the room. And perhaps your microphone is not connected. I see you are unmuted, but we cannot hear you.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Great, sorry about that. So the one question I have for the board members regarding this is, are all of you prepared to actually pass a living wage ordinance? And if you are, let's go ahead and table this decision, put that on your agenda, passing the living wage ordinance, and then consider having you all increase your own wage. Because there are a lot of people that live in the county that
Ms. Gott,
do not. Yes?
I think you're speaking to the wrong item. We're still on the Sable oil discussion, item
sorry,
number 1.
I had you guys. I'm sorry, I had you guys on mute. I apologize.
It's okay.
But I'm so sorry about that. I had planned to speak on this item and it just walked away. But I completely agree with all of the previous speakers. I absolutely want you guys to deny this particular, uphold the appeal and deny Sable Oil the ability to have the potential to wreak havoc, with another oil spill, because we know that it is going to happen. And we know that they do not have the wherewithal to actually clean it up. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are now going to Santa Maria with our one speaker in Santa Maria, Seth Steiner, and then we are going to return to Santa Barbara with Lauren Keene, to be followed by Vivian Chankai, to be followed by Dean Plaister. So if your name has been called, please make your way to the hearing room, and we will begin again in Santa Maria with Seth Steiner. Seth?
Yeah, good afternoon, Chair and board members. It's clear that the pipeline that failed catastrophically 10 years ago is still not trustworthy, and that Sable Oil is not sufficiently indemnified to handle the next accident. State regulatory authorities have not stood up to the challenge, and our county's energy planners have been timid, allowing themselves to be gamed. Couldn't county legal advisors be less reactive and more imaginative? It's equally apparent that the clean energy transition is alive and well here, and does considerably more economic benefit and less harm than old oil. Furthermore, any accounting of the true costs of fossil fuels must recognize the enormous price of fire damage, rising temperatures and sea levels, drought, land and mudslides, environmental and species destruction, and air and water pollution, and the resulting harm to health, and escalating home insurance premiums. Our county government must find ways to advance the energy transition and do more to protect us from big, dirty oil. Two of our district supervisors always stand in the way of progress here. My sense is that the 5th District Supervisor, Mr. Lavignino, knows better, but is seduced by tens of thousands of dollars from the oil industry. The 4th District Supervisor, Mr. Nelson appears to be a climate denier and is also awash in oil donations. We
Thank
should
you,
do
Seth.
what we can to.
Thank you, Seth. That is your time.
Thank you.
We will now return to Santa Barbara with Lauren Keene, to be followed by Vivian Shakad, to be followed by Dean Plaster, to be followed by Izzy Sisick, to be followed by Bill Woodbridge. If your name has been called, please make your way to the hearing room. We will now go to Lauren Keene.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you for letting me share my comment. My name is Lauren Keene, and I'm here on behalf of CalPERG to express concerns about the restart of the Sable offshore pipeline. We're told that restarting the pipeline is necessary for jobs, but let us clarify one problem. These jobs are temporary. When the pipeline inevitably spills again, workers and taxpayers will pay the price. The workers would suddenly be out of a job. If oil companies like Sable truly care about their workers, they'd invest in long-term programs. They would transition employees into stable, long-term jobs and not cling to a fading industry that puts our community at risk. Additionally, the economic consequences of fossil fuel disasters are staggering. California is already facing rising insurance rates and catastrophic losses from extreme weather, with some estimates putting the cost of recent fires up to $275 billion. Why should we invite more risk when we know that another spill would be inevitable if the pipeline were to restart? And beyond the numbers, there's something more personal at stake. The beach is the heart of Santa Barbara. It's a place for surfers, divers, fishers, and most importantly, families. It's where our community gathers. But if this pipeline spills again, it won't just be an economic disaster, it'll be a disaster for our way of life. I know people who fish here for food and community. They love our ocean, as do I. What happens when the fish aren't there to be caught? Instead, they wash up dead in black water. Please look out for the people of Santa Barbara, not the profits of oil executives. All I ask is that you listen to us and reject the restart of this pipeline. Thank you.
Excuse me. We will now go to Vivian Shakad, to be followed by Dean Plaster, to be followed by Izzy Sisick, to be followed by Bill Woodbridge, to be followed by Milena Seymour. Vivian?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Supervisors, and thank you for taking my comment. My name is Vivian Chiang-Kai, and I am representing UCSB's Environmental Affairs Board. I urge you to deny Sable Offshore's application to transfer the permits of the Santa Ynez Unit, the Popco gas plant, and the Las Loras pipeline. Sable poses a dangerous threat to our county and should not be trusted. As stated in John Day's letter, County Code 25B allows the county to review these ownership transfers on a case-by-case basis, rather than a ministerial approach. The purpose of County Code 25B is to protect the environment and public health of Santa Barbara, and many aspects of Sable Offshore currently do not resonate with the purpose of 25B. With Sable's questionable finances, clear history of non-compliance, and lack of transparency regarding their operations, there should be considerable doubt as to whether they have in mind the best interests of the county by attempting to own these facilities. Sable is trying to rush through these approvals to meet the promises they have made to their shareholders, not the county, the people, or the environment of Santa Barbara. The county does not have to operate on Sable's timeline. Above all, we should not have to deal with the immense environmental and public health consequences of an irresponsible company. I urge you to deny this transfer. Thank you.
We will now go to Dean Plaster, to be followed by Izzy Sisick, to be followed by Bill Woodbridge, to be followed by Milena Seymour, to be followed by Nikki Taylor B. Dean?
Chair Capps, members of the board, my name is Dean Plaster, and I'm a 50-year county resident and member of the Executive Committee of Surfrider Santa Barbara Chapter. Obviously, I'm here to urge you to deny the transferal of Exxon's permits to Sable. Sable Oil is a new and untested company. They had to borrow money from Exxon to buy Exxon's infrastructure. Maybe that arrangement works out financially between the two of them, but what happens in the event of an expensive blowout somewhere along their decrepit pipeline? Is their insurance really sufficient for a cleanup? Will they go bankrupt if such a pipe failure means they can't repay Exxon? But money aside, can our local environment, land or sea, afford another mess like that very same pipeline caused in 2015. It was a disaster, and I saw it up close and personal, helping with an unofficial grassroots cleanup of Venadito Beach just south of Refugio, scooping up oil into 5-gallon buckets. Waves coated in oil really are silent as they break. It's surreal and horrifying. For quite a while after that, there was no safe surfing, swimming, or paddling, and that was the least of the spill's adverse effects on our region. The oil industry is fighting tooth and nail to extract the last of an antiquated, doomed energy source that spews hydrocarbons in its production and usage. To greenlight the reemergence of oil production in the channel with a company that has no history and struggles to satisfy conditions of operation on a fully disgraced pipeline is just asking for more harm to our health, economy, and the natural systems of Santa Barbara County. Please deny the transfer of permits. Thank you.
We will now go to Izzy Sissick, to be followed by Bill Woodridge, then Melania Seymour, then Nikki Talibi, then Jonathan Ullman. If your name has been called, please make your way to the hearing room. Izzy Sissick.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Izzy Sistek, and I'm here representing UCSB's Environmental Affairs Board. I urge you to deny Sable's application to transfer permits for Santa Ynez Unit, Popco Gas Plant, and Las Flores pipelines. Allowing Sable to operate here would be a grave mistake for Santa Barbara County. Sable Offshore is a company that has shown time and time again it will ignore local rules and regulations in pursuit of its own interests. It has already been hit with multiple notices of violation from 3 different state agencies, including the Coastal Commission, Fish and Wildlife, and Water Quality Control. It has ignored these notices, leading to 2 separate cease and desist orders from the Coastal Commission, including one issued just last week. These repeated failures to comply with the law are clear signs that Sable is not fit to operate in our community, especially when the stakes are so high. Santa Barbara has a painful history with oil spills, and we do not need to go through this again. It's vital that we protect our residents and wildlife from companies that come in, ignore regulations, and endanger our community's well-being for their own gain. As young people who will live with the consequences of these decisions, we should not have to ask why we were allowing dangerous, outdated operations to be restarted by companies that have shown a blatant disregard for the law and for the future of Santa Barbara. We ask you, as our elected leaders, to protect our community from outside companies like Sable who would exploit our county and leave us vulnerable to environmental harm. Denying the lease transfer is an important step you can take to protect our future. Thank you for your time.
We will now go to Bill Woodbridge, to be followed by Melena Seymour, to be followed by Nikki Talibi, to be followed by Jonathan Ullman, to be followed by Mike Caldwell. Bill? Oh, Bill left. Thank you. We will now go to Melania Seymour, to be followed by Nikki Talibi. Melania?
Hi, my name is Melena Seymour, and I'm affiliated with UCSB's Environmental Law Club. It has been a whole decade since the 2015 Refugio oil spill, yet on some days you can still catch the whiffs of oil that are swept onto our campus by strong winds. On my first day of freshman year in 2023, the university handed out tar removal wipes to new students because you can't avoid getting oil stuck to you if you go in the water. My studies as an ecology major include the long-term environmental effects of disasters, both natural and unnatural ones. The 2015 spill was not natural, destroying an area used by researchers as a marine protected area control site. It also harmed many different species, coating the feathers of birds and the fur of seals, and causing internal physiological damage to phytoplankton and other primary producers, which are the source of our energy. We cannot let this happen again. I urge you, for the sake of every living being in our county, to put an end to this battle we should not have to fight. It is a human's right to have clean air, clean water, and clean land. It is an animal's right to freedom from torture, and that is exactly what an oil spill causes: torture on all fronts. Thank you.
We will now go to Nikki Talibi, to be followed by Jonathan Ullman, then Mike Caldwell, then Nathaniel Williams, then Steve Balcom. Nikki?
Good morning. My name is Nikki Talibi, and I am representing the Environmental Affairs Board at UC Santa Barbara. Thank you for taking my comment. I firmly believe that Sable's attempt to restart the Santa Ynez pipeline unit is not in the interest of the people of Santa Barbara. There is no way to ensure that a spill would not happen, especially given its history of corrosion and leaks. Sable, ignoring the Coastal Commission's multiple cease and desist orders by continuing construction, as well as the many other violations presented by EDC today, are signs that the company is not concerned with following guidelines that are set in place to protect the people and environment of Santa Barbara. In the event of a spill, there would be extreme loss in the fishing industry, loss of jobs and revenue in one of Santa Barbara's largest economies. Additionally, Sable Offshore's financial ability has been called into question. While there may be arguments that Sable has a large market value, in the event of a spill, this value would drop. So I urge you to look deeper into their ability to hold financial responsibility, because if it falls through, taxpayers will eventually be the ones responsible for this. This inability to hold responsibility for financial damages, along with their disregard for the Coastal Commission's orders, are proof that Sable Offshore is not a reliable company. Instead of reinvesting in this energy source that is likely to harm the environment, we should be committing to the emissions reduction goals that were set for Santa Barbara in the Climate Action Plan and create jobs by investing in renewable energy instead. As a resident of Santa Barbara, I am asking you to please vote for the protection of our coast. Thank you.
We will now go to Jonathan Ullman, to be followed by Mike Caldwell, to be followed by Nathaniel Williams, to be followed by Steve Balcom. Jonathan?
Thank you. Hi, my name is Jonathan Ullman. I thank the Board of Supervisors for having us speak today. And I am the director of the Santa Barbara Ventura chapter of the Sierra Club, representing 12,000 members and supporters. Our members were adversely affected by the 2015 Refugio pipeline disaster, which spilled 450,000 gallons of crude into Santa Barbara Channel and along our coast, killing thousands of wildlife, including marine animals like sea lions and dolphins. In seeking to restart the pipeline, Sable Offshore has continued to defy a cease and desist order the California Coastal Commission imposed on February 18th. This is the second time the Coastal Commission has had to send a cease and desist order to Sable for working without a proper permit. As supervisors, you must ask yourselves, is disobeying state orders the kind of behavior that demonstrates the responsibility to run a project as risky and dire as this? Sable Offshore does not have critical corrosion technology required in the permits they are seeking to be transferred. Why is this important? Because according to the county's own analysis, restarting the pipeline would likely lead to another spill every year and a major rupture every 4 years. Another spill every year and a major rupture every 4 years. It's going to happen again. Sable Offshore is a new, small, untested company that likely cannot cover the cost of another major spill. We've seen what happens when companies pack up after the damage is done. Fortunately, this county has stood up to unreasonable requests before. In 2015, County Assistant Planning Director Diana Black said no when ExxonMobil sought to resume production by trucking days after the disaster.
Thank you, Jonathan. That is your time.
Here we have another opportunity.
We will now go to Mike Caldwell, to be followed by Nathaniel Williams, to be followed by Steve Balcom, to be followed by Ted Roche. Mike?
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Mike Caldwell. I'm here to support Sable. I work for one of the contractors that's working on the project, ARB. I'm here today to provide representation for a contracting company that I have worked for over 20 years, and to hopefully instill confidence that the company that we are doing work for, Sable Offshore, will undoubtedly be able to complete the project with the most experienced craftsmen in the industry. Both Sable Offshore and the contractors working for them have had many years of experience completing just this type of work. We all have excellent reputations that we would not want to jeopardize. We have worked in many projects just like this over the years with most every oil company and utility company around. We have worked in just about every environmental situation possible and have been successful in protecting the environment and all the animal species endangered and endangered. I can say quite honestly that of all the oil companies we have worked for, Sable Offshore is one of the better partners we've partnered with. Thank you.
We will now go to Nathaniel Williams, to be followed by Steve Balcom, to be followed by Ted Roche, to be followed by Mario
Good afternoon.
Lupercio.
My name is Nathaniel Williams. My cohort Hector Carbajal. I'm from LA, UA Local 250. We're supplying all the labor, welders, helpers, fitters, supervision for this project. We are very well skilled and trained, and this is what we do for a living. What is going on now is that they're replacing most of the pipeline that is bad, it's corroded, putting in the safety valves, and working on cathodic protection. And this is going to be a safer pipeline than it was when it was built. So we're here to support Sable and to ask that you let them have the permit. Thank you.
We will now go to Steve Balcom, to be followed by Ted Roche, to be followed by Maria Lupercio, to be followed by Steve Coldrion, to be followed by Brian Troutwine.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Steve Balcom with ARB. I'm Senior Vice President of our Underground Pipeline Group. We've been around for 75 years. Until I got here, I thought I knew everything about pipeline work. Heard a lot of things here. A lot of misreputation, okay? I've got over 100 people working for Sable right now. One of my biggest duties of my job is keep my people working and keep their families fed. And Sable has done a great job of that. Sable's in a hurry to get this done, but I've watched this company. They're in a hurry, but not at the sense of if they have a safety problem that they'll push forward and not worry about safety. That is not happening with this company, and that's how I kind of look at reputations of companies of what's most important for them, right? Gosh, there's so many things. People brought up the toad, endangered species.
Steve, if you can please speak into the microphone, thank you.
I'm sorry, endangered species toad. 9 years ago, Kinder Morgan project, Camp Pendleton, we had to put up a toad fence. This toad fence cost the company $1.4 million for us to put this around the pipeline right away. At the end of the job, it was probably the most expensive frog in the world. They caught one, okay? I want to make something perfectly clear. On the environmental side, I thank God that we have you guys. I really do. It's necessary, right? And it really is. But it comes to a point where there's got to be common sense brought to the table. Southern California Gas drilling underneath the railroad tracks 9 months ago. Environmentalists shut us down. Birds started nesting. We couldn't get the equipment out, had to leave it there. We charged the customer. We had to. 24-hour guard for I forget how many months.
Thank you, Steve. That is your time.
Thank you.
We will now go to Ted Roche, to be followed by Mario Lupercio, to be followed by Steve Cold Iron, to be followed by Brian Troutwine, to be followed by Evelyn Lynn. Ted?
Good afternoon, Chair Capps and the board. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss Sable Offshore and its operations. I fully support the transfer of ExxonMobil's SYE permit to Sable, and I believe I bring a unique perspective to this discussion. I'm Ted Roach, former CEO of Aqueous Corporation, a subsea marine construction and commercial diving company I co-founded here in Santa Barbara nearly 25 years ago. Aqueous, we have a stellar reputation in the offshore marine industry, and my experience as a commercial diver since 1975 has given me a deep understanding of the rigorous standards for safe oil and gas extraction. Also, please note that my company, we've completed subsea inspection work on every offshore platform and subsea pipeline here in the channel. As a Santa Barbara native, I have a personal stake in our marine environment. My background as a former commercial abalone diver, my son's work as a commercial fisherman, and my passion for surfing connect me deeply. It's a vital part of my life and our community's heritage. Having collaborated with Sable Offshore and its leadership for nearly 2 decades, I can attest to their unwavering dedication to safety and environmental protection. They embody these values in every aspect of their operations, ensuring meticulous attention to detail. Currently, we're working with Sable at the San Ynez unit, conducting vital subsea platform inspections and maintenance, including deploying skilled divers and our remote operated vehicle for thorough subsea pipeline inspections. These efforts are essential for the integrity of our infrastructure and the health of our environment. I also strongly advocate for the blue economy, which promotes the sustainable use of ocean resources. Recently, I participated in a panel at Santa Barbara City College discussing how we can work together to promote sustainability. Sable Offshore exemplifies this balance, creating jobs and stimulating local businesses while driving economic growth in Santa Barbara County. In conclusion, I strongly support the Planning Commission's approval of Sable Offshore's ownership from ExxonMobil. Their commitment to safety, environmental stewardship, and community engagement makes them a valuable partner for our future.
Thank you.
Together,
That is your
we
time.
can ensure responsible operation. Thank you.
We will now go to Mario Porcio, to be followed by Steve Coldiron, to be followed by Brian Troutwine, to be followed by Evelyn Lynn. Is Mario here? Is Mario here? It appears Mario has left. We will now go to Steve Coldiron, to be followed by Brian Troutwine, to be followed by Evelyn Lynn, to be followed by Jared Fressis. Steve?
Good afternoon. You know, I practiced my speech last night in front of my little ones, and I kept making them laugh, so we'll see how this goes. My name is Steve Coldiron. I'm with the Operating Engineers Local Union Number 12. We represent the men and women who are heavy equipment operators, surveyors, dredgers, inspectors, and crane operators. Our signatory companies have been contracted to work on the Los Feliz pipelines with Sable Offshore. Our members are the best at what they do. We have the skills, the experience, the knowledge, the training to get the job done efficiently, and most importantly, safely. And I believe that these are principles that Sable Offshore will subscribe to as well on this project. But we aren't just simply construction workers with hard hats. We are the men and women who are raising families in these communities. We are the families that frequent your beaches. We are the men and women you might see at the playground with our kids or even at the grocery stores. I just want to be clear, we are part of this community we are part of this community just as much as everyone else is, and I want to ensure that our voice is heard. We strongly support Sable and respectfully ask that you deny this appeal. This project is not just about job creation, it's about strengthening the local economy, increasing tax revenue, and ensuring that operations are conducted safely and with environmental responsibility. Thank you for your time.
We will now go to Brian Troutwine, to be followed by Evelyn Lynn, to be followed by Jarrah Umfress, to be followed by Charlotte Breyer. Brian?
Good afternoon, Chair Caps and Supervisors. I'm Brian Troutwine, EDC Senior Analyst and Program Director. Last fall, I surveyed the pipeline route and documented Sable excavating in wetlands, creeks, and sensitive habitats. These activities require permits from the Coastal Commission and 2 other state agencies. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service also notified Sable it needs Endangered Species Act approval. One work site may even threaten a resident's home. EDC reported these excavations to the state and federal agencies, and 3 agencies issued violations. But Sable did not stop working in the wetlands, the creeks, and habitats. The Coastal Commission had to issue a cease and desist order. Then on February 14th, Sable resumed excavating in wetland streams and protected habitats. This includes federally designated critical habitat for the red-legged frog and other endangered species habitats in numerous locations, including right in the county's own treasured Barone Ranch. The Coastal Commission issued a second cease and desist order on February 18th, but Sable kept working day and night, rushing to complete the major repairs without the required permits or species protections. To our knowledge, Sable still has not applied for permits, despite the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, Regional Water Quality Control Board, and Coastal Commission's findings that Sable is violating numerous important laws. When Sable addressed its violations today, it only addressed the Coastal Commission violations, not the Cal Fish and Wildlife or the Regional Water Board violations, over which the county has no authority. Our point is simple. If Sable cannot obtain or even apply for the required state and federal permits for repairs, they do not have the operational capacity, the wherewithal, or expertise to operate the entire San Ynez unit. The stakes are too high. Sable cannot be trusted to safely operate and abide by the environmental and public safety laws. Therefore, the board must make the findings to deny the transfer of permits and operator status to Sable. Thank you.
We will now go to Evelyn Lynn, to be followed by Jarrett Umphris, to be followed by Charlotte Breyer, to be followed by Ted Morton, to be followed by Danny Zaragoza. Evelyn?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and fellow supervisors. I'm the Vice President, Director of Operations, and a helicopter pilot at Aspen Helicopters Incorporated in Oxnard, California. Prior to my job with Aspen Helicopters, I served on active duty with the United States Coast Guard for 24 years, flying helicopters and supporting the Coast Guard statutory missions. As part of this time, I spent 8 years flying in the Gulf of Mexico amongst many oil and gas industry platforms and have conducted hundreds of flight operations to include landings on various offshore production facilities. I come before you to share my experience with Sable. During the past 23 months, I have conducted multiple flight operations with Sable to the 3 offshore facilities, Hondo, Harmony, and Heritage. Through my observations, I have seen Sable's team take a proactive safety approach, always evaluating the condition of the platforms, valuing feedback from us and from the team, and making improvements. For example, during initial flight operations to one of the platforms, the team noted large tanks that were in the way of a safe flight path. They immediately take those tanks and they removed them, thereby making a safer approach. Throughout the course of my career, I have encountered all manner of helipads, and there are many times that I have wondered about the safety, security, and the capabilities to actually hold the advertised weight listed on the helipad. I have never had that problem with Sable. I never questioned the weight allowances that's listed on the platform with them. In my role of Aspen, I've also had the chance to talk with the pilots that I assigned to do these flights and to receive feedback. Their feedback is positive, and they have received positive support from Sable when they have declined missions or suggested a different flight route to ensure the safety of all. This ability of Sable proves that they are part of a continuous safety mindset that they are working to achieve and that they want all of their partners that participate with them to conduct. This is also a demonstration of Sable's willingness to prioritize safety over production in their operations. Thank you.
We will now go to Jared Umphris, to be followed by Charlotte Breyer, to be followed by Ted Morton, to be followed by Danny Zaragoza. Jared?
Hello, everyone. I'm Jared Umphris. I'm a student, and I also work at a farm. So I could tell everyone here about how the erratic rains and the hotter temperatures affect the crops, which is the food that we eat. And I can't talk about restarting oil production while ignoring the fires that blaze just south of us in LA. No one is immune to climate change. We should not be drilling more into this earth when it is telling us that we have done far too much. Let's be leaders in moving away from fossil fuels, because what we do here will be a message to the world. We will have to make this transition, whether right now to prevent further damage or when the effects of climate change are on our doorstep. If the fossil fuel industry really cared about jobs in the future, they would use their billions of dollars in annual profits accumulated to invest in programs that allow workers to transition to other industries. What type of planet do we want our children to inherit? Because surely the red deserts of Mars don't sound too appealing to me. So how about let's work to ensure that our children can inherit a livable Earth? Thank you.
We will now go to Charlotte Breyer, to be followed by Ted Morton, to be followed by Danny Zaragoza, to be followed by Christopher Alexander, to be followed by Sean Kennedy. Charlotte?
Good afternoon, supervisors and community members. My name is Charlotte Breyer. I'm sure we're all aware of and hopefully proud of our Santa Barbara community's environmental activism and consciousness. Following the 1969 oil spill in the Santa Barbara Channel, our community did not sit back and accept the effects. We jumped right into activism and lawsuits after witnessing the deaths of thousands of birds and sea mammals and fish, after smelling oil rather than salt water from the ocean, after seeing beaches cloaked in oil. Out of this came nationwide environmental consciousness with Earth Day celebrations and environmental legislation and progress, all starting right here. I appreciate deeply that truth, facts, and evidence are important to the board's decisions. Therefore, we cannot make a decision today to transfer permits to Sable. As a Sable representative mentioned earlier, if permits are passed, this could be the last opportunity for the community to have a say and hold the company accountable to everything that they have outlined. We're lacking some confirmation of facts from environmental analysis. We're lacking detailed documents such as insurance, and we're lacking reliability of the applicant's resources and compliance to permits. We cannot make such a permanent decision that has lasting effects. How could the very community who acted as a catalyst for environmental progress across the nation come here today to pass a permit transfer that could repeat the damage that those before us worked so hard to prevent and undo? They thought of the generations to come after them, and we must do the same. Thank you for your time.
We will now go to Ted Morton, to be followed by Danny Zaragoza, to be followed by Christopher Alexander, to be followed by Sean Kennedy, to be followed by Karen Kennedy. Danny?
Thank you, Chair Capps and Supervisors. My name is Ted Morton, and I'm the Executive Director of Santa Barbara Channel Keeper. Today, I'll focus my comments on Sable's many violations. Chapter 25B-10 and its findings required that a new operator demonstrate the ability to operate its facility safely and in compliance with applicable permit conditions and laws. Sable's recent track record shows anything but the ability to follow the law. On September 27th, the Coastal Commission issued a notice of violation based on Sable's unpermitted construction activities. On October 4th, the Commission issued a notice of intent due to Sable's failure to comply with the notice of violation. On November 12th, after Sable willingly ignored and violated the notices, the Commission took the rare step of issuing a cease and desist order. On November 25th, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service informed Sable that it must take action to comply with the Endangered Species Act. On December 13th, the Regional Water Quality Control Board issued 2 notices to Sable for unlawfully discharging waste into California waters and indicated potential future steps on unpermitted polluted stormwater discharges. On December 17th, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife issued a notice of violation. On January 22nd, the Water Board issued a second notice of noncompliance after Sable failed to comply with the December 13 notices. On February 11th, the Coastal Commission issued a notice of violation for Sable's unpermitted offshore construction activities. On February 16th, the Commission noted Sable's continued unpermitted work and failure to comply with its prior notices. The Commission was forced to issue another cease and desist order on February 18th, and unbelievably, Sable has not complied with that order. To date, Sable has not complied with agency's orders or applied for the necessary permits. Accordingly, the board cannot find that Sable has shown it's capable of operating the facilities in compliance with applicable laws, regulations, and permits. I urge you to deny the transfer of permits today. Thank you.
We will now go to Danny Zaragoza, to be followed by Christopher Alexander, then Sean Kennedy, then Karen Kennedy, then Kalalin Shi. Danny?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Danny Zaragoza, and I was born and raised here in Santa Barbara, and I am Secretary Treasurer for Labor's Local 220. We represent about a little bit over 2,700 members that live in Santa Barbara, San Luis Obispo, and Kern County. We have about 800 members that specifically live here in Santa Barbara County, and we hope you deny the appeals and approve the transfer to Sable. Thank you.
We will now go to Christopher Alexander, to be followed by Sean Kennedy, to be followed by Karen Kennedy, to be followed by Kalalin Shi, to be followed by Matthew Camper. Christopher?
Good afternoon. My name is Christopher Alexander. I'm with a company called Apex. And right now, today, 17 of our most experienced, our most meticulous, our most dedicated pipeline inspectors are serving at work sites all throughout the Las Flores pipeline system. These folks are seasoned professionals. They're safety leaders who are working side by side with not only the maintenance crews, but biologists, archaeologists, all to ensure that this work gets done right. Our team members also love the outdoors. When they're not inspecting pipelines, they're camping, they're fishing, they're enjoying the coastline with their friends and family. And that's why every single time they step on a job site, the protection of people and the environment is their highest priority. Sable shares these values, and that's why we are proud to be working with them. I'll tell you that Sable stands out amongst its industry peers. Our company provides inspection services for many different energy companies, many different pipelines, not just here in California, but across the United States. And I can tell you that the repair work that Sable is doing in Santa Barbara County is in line with the very highest standards of our industry. Our inspectors are seeing it. They're seeing it firsthand in the field every single day. Sable's commitment to safety, to quality, and to environmental stewardship promises to make their restart a true energy success story for California, where, by the way, this pipeline will be one of the most stringently regulated pipelines in the history of the state. Right here in Santa Barbara County, it promises to add hundreds of good jobs and bring in millions in additional tax revenue. Our team strongly supports Sable, and we respectfully ask the Board of Supervisors to deny this appeal and permit this success story to move forward. Thank you.
We will now go to Sean Kennedy, to be followed by Karen Kennedy, to be followed by Callan Shea, to be followed by Matthew Camper, to be followed by Gail Teton Landis. And just to give members of the public an update, we have 23 speakers remaining, so a little more than 45 minutes. Thank you for hanging in there with us. Again, we will go to Sean Kennedy. Sean here? How about Karen Kennedy? All righty, moving along to Callan Shea. My apologies for mispronouncing. To be followed by Matthew Camper, to be followed by Gail Teton Landis.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm Kalian Sheehy, here on behalf of UCSB's Environmental Law Club. You must reverse the Planning Commission's decision to approve Exxon's permit transfer to Sable. A draft environmental impact report by the county indicated that if you uphold the transfer, it won't be a matter of if an oil spill like the one in 2015 happens. It will simply be a matter of when. We should not dismiss that report out of hand simply because it was a draft, as it's the best direct analysis currently available. Yet even if you ignore the real risks that draft report warned of, a spill every year, a major rupture every 4 years, the fact is that Sable lacks the financial solvency necessary to afford cleanup and decommissioning costs as required by Chapter 25B of the County Code. Appellant's presentation makes that especially clear, but I want to reemphasize for the record, Sable recently reported just $288 million in cash on hand. But a worst-case spill, like Refugio in 2015, would cost $870 million to clean up. And before Sable can even become profitable, it must pay an $814 million debt, a debt that continues to grow. Sable cannot meet these obligations. It will default, declare bankruptcy, and leave taxpayers to foot the bill for any environmental disaster and the inevitable decommissioning costs. Chapter 25B was designed to protect the public from exactly this kind of financial and environmental risk. The conclusion that Sable meets its obligations is simply not supported by sound legal interpretation or financial reality. For the foregoing reasons, I ask that you reverse the Planning Commission's decision. Thank you.
We will now go to Matthew Camper, to be followed by Gail Teton Landis, to be followed by Lorraine Woodman, to be followed by Craig Woodman. Matthew?
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Matthew Campa. I'm the founder and attorney advisor to the UCSB Environmental Law Club. I want to ask the Supervisors to take a step back and to ask themselves in the most straightforward and common sense way possible, what did those supervisors intend in 2001 and 2002 when they enacted Chapter 25B? Was it that it should be a toothless, ministerial, check-the-box formality? Or was it that it should be a bulwark, indeed the sole mechanism by which the county could ensure that multi-billion-dollar corporations don't extract millions in profits from our oceans and then dump off dangerous, aging, costly facilities to newly formed corporations that have neither the track record nor the finances to cover a catastrophic oil spill. In support of its extremely narrow interpretation, both Sable and county staff repeatedly emphasized the mandatory shall language in Chapter 10B of Chapter 25. However, they gloss over the key operative language in that same section, that is, that only takes place and only activates if the board here reaches the findings that's required. And one of those findings is that they ensure that new operators have the skills, training, and resources to operate, abandon, and to respond to an oil spill. A common sense understanding of resources includes assets, it includes cash. And for those reasons, and like the many others that have been discussed today, I ask that you guys use your discretion and apply a common sense approach to Chapter 25B and grant the appeal. Thank you.
We will now go to Gail Teton-Landis. I don't see her. Is she here? Then we will go to Lorraine Woodman, to be followed by Craig Woodman, to be followed by Angie Golzia, to be followed by Sineha, to be followed by Jason Wall. Lorraine?
Good afternoon. I'm Lorraine Woodman, and I managed environmental impact studies for more than 35 years. This is clearly a project as defined by CEQA with the potential to cause significant environmental impacts, and I do not understand why no CEQA review for restarting the Sable pipeline has been conducted. A number of our state legislators asked the State Fire Marshal's Office to do this, as did the Environmental Defense Center. This has not occurred. The Fire Marshal's Office says that they are not responsible for conducting CEQA review, that the determination of whether a new CEQA analysis is required is made by the lead agency. CEQA says that if a project is to be carried out by a non-governmental entity, like this one, the lead agency shall be the public agency with the greatest responsibility for supervising or approving the project as a whole. The Fire Marshal's Office says that it doesn't have this responsibility because it just ensures compliance with safety regulations. Santa Barbara County, where the pipeline is located, says it doesn't have this responsibility because it's only responsible for approving the transfer of the county permits for individual assets to Sable. So, out of the long list of agencies involved, who is the agency with the greatest responsibility for supervising and/or approving the project as a whole? And why are they not conducting CEQA analysis, which would disclose potential impacts, identify mitigation measures for these impacts, and allow public input? This is critical because our coastal resources are at risk, as we saw in 2015. It is also critical that the project's greenhouse gas emissions be fully disclosed. Our county has a climate action plan. We know what the risks from continued fossil fuel are. Approving the transfer of this old, corroded pipeline and other assets to Sable, a company with a record of flouting state orders, would be unconscionable in light of the risks involved and in the absence of full disclosure of the project's impacts with adequate public input.
Thank you, Lorraine. That is your time.
Thank you.
We will now go to Craig Woodman, to be followed by Angie Golzia, to be followed by Sinea, to be followed by Jason Wall, to be followed by Katie Davis. Craig?
Good afternoon. My name is Craig Woodman, and I managed environmental impact reports and environmental studies for 34 years, including for major oil and gas pipeline projects in our county. The administrative draft EIS-EIR prepared earlier was for the complete replacement of the pipeline, and while it contains updated environmental information along the pipeline route, and much of it is undoubtedly relevant to the current project does not have to adhere to the updated impact analysis or reflect updated data found in that administrative draft. Sable's current project does not have an approved off-site consequence analysis, which is required to identify the location, size, frequency,
and duration of potential oil spills and their impacts to environmental, cultural, and economic resources. But I ask you, how can Sable realistically identify such impacts when its analysis and permit requirements are based on environmental studies conducted in the early 1980s, when survey and analytical methods were not nearly as rigorous or as accurate as they are today? I know because I've managed literally hundreds of environmental studies in California, and many of them showed older studies missed resources, mapped them incorrectly, or both. More to the point, environmental conditions can change dramatically over 40 years. For example, erosion can expose archaeological sites that were once buried, bury archaeological sites that were once exposed, and erosion and modern activities can destroy entire sites. Biological resources are not stable over a 40-year period either, and resources of concern back then may be much different today. So I believe that we can't trust any off-site impact analysis of this pipeline project until it reflects updated data, impact analyses, and mitigation measures. Please deny the transfer. Thank you.
We will now go to Angie Galizia, to be followed by Sneha, to be followed by Jason Wall, to be followed by Katie Davis. Angie?
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Angie Galizia, and I'm an environmental studies student at UC Santa Barbara. I would like to do a little thought exercise with you all. Let's say a house had an explosion in a gas pipe that killed the family inside, and it was found that the pipes as a whole were faulty. Despite the imminent risks of it happening again, the hole was patched up, and the landlord requested that the building be put up for sale again. Would you approve that sale? Would you approve of your family living in that home? This is what is happening with this pipeline. It is not a matter of if another spill will happen, but a matter of when. This pipeline is dangerous. And when the spill happens, it will impair our ecosystems, the fishing industry, tourism, and affect everyday people like me. Another oil spill would continue to harm the city and county of Santa Barbara that we all know and love. I also understand well that people have to work, and I want to remind everyone that we can create more jobs through a just transition to clean energy. You can help us make that transition and help us also meet the climate and emissions goals outlined in the Santa Barbara County General Plan by denying these permits. I truly hope that you do. Thank you for your time.
We will now go to Sneha, to be followed by Jason Wall, to be followed by Katie Davis, to be followed by John Lutner. Sneha, thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sneha, and I am a student from UCSB. I live in Santa Barbara County. Coming to Santa Barbara, taking walks along the beach has become a normal part of my everyday routine, and I saw immediately how these beaches make Santa Barbara glow. These beaches provide so much life to our county, life and ecosystems that are placed at risk if this pipeline is restarted. We have seen in the past how pipelines off our coast have caused spills and disasters that have had too devastating of a toll on our communities and on the beings that rely on our oceans to thrive. However, it's not just the threat of a spill, but the pipeline, its excavations, and the drilling itself that does this. That is, the pipeline does not have to fail for it to cause damage. Unclean, decommissioned, and uncapped pipes continue to leak and pollute our oceans. These pipes are old and corroded and do not have the required permits and for critical corrosion protection technology. Moreover, facing numerous violations and cease and desist orders, Sable has shown that they are unable to adhere to your laws and to the rules. Waiving compliance rules removes the purpose of these measures in the first place. Sable's finances and management are not trustworthy. They would not be able to pay for any remediation when inevitably another major spill occurs, and this responsibility should not yet again fall upon the public. And when this next oil spill occurs, and the people leave our beaches, and the plants and animals of our shores die, respectfully, the blood will be on your hands. But it is our responsibility to care about the environment and our future. I'm up here talking instead of going to class to fight not just for my future, but yours too. Do not give up our land and oceans to people that do not respect it. I urge you to protect your constituents in denying Sable's application for a transfer in permits and by not allowing Sable to restart this villainous pipeline. It all starts somewhere. Thank you for your time.
We will now go to Jason Wall, to be followed by Katie Davis, to be followed by John Hu-Lutner. Jason?
Good afternoon. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jason Wall on behalf of Doty Brothers. Doty's been working with Sable since the start to fix the anomaly repairs, the valve installations, as well as the pipeline remediations to the most stringent and to the regulations that California, as far as the state and the state fire marshal has laid out to us. We're proud of the work we have done with Sable and proud of our men and women that are part of the team to getting this pipeline to meet those standards and to the regulations. The restart is good for the local economy. It will create good paying jobs and tax revenue for the county. At Doty Brothers, we have firsthand seen how Sable prioritizes safety to the environmental responsibilities. Their management team is not only knowledgeable, but is also locally rooted. They understand the unique environmental and economic needs of the County of Santa Barbara. Many of us here today are part of that team that ensures the Santa Ynez facilities are operated in a safe, efficient, and responsible manner. Additionally, producing oil domestically here in California will be a cleaner and more cost-effective for California rather than producing oil overseas and bringing it here by tanks. I strongly support Sable and respectfully ask that you deny this appeal. And also wanted to make note that I'm as a UC San Diego graduate, from the mechanical engineer and aerospace department. I've talked to my old professors who've reached out to their colleagues in the industry, and they all are in full support of this notion as well, and they understand the importance of this. So I strongly ask for Sable to be the operator and for them to grant their permission for the permits. Thank you.
We will now go to Katie Davis, to be followed by John Hu-Lutner, to be followed by Larry Berent, to be followed by Marisa Sullivan. Katie Davis?
Hello, Katie Davis. And I know this seems like a lot of public comment, but there were actually people who couldn't even get into the building before public comment sign-up closed. So that just shows the level of concern and feeling here. You heard from the author of Chapter 25B and the proponents who were there when it was passed about the reason for it. It exists specifically for this situation where an oil major sells questionable and risky assets to an oil miner, putting the county at increased risk. That's why we have this. That's why we're considering it. And firstly, assets do not get more questionable than this. A pipeline along the most sensitive coastline in California that already caused a major oil spill with known issues of lack of effective corrosion control, where we know the line testing didn't work in the past. Exxon knows this pipeline's unsafe. That's why they proposed building a new pipeline. And we're talking about a major polluting gas plant in the most wildfire-prone area where 2 fires have burned onto the property in the last 10 years, and the Refugio fire this last summer came very close, where they've had gas leaks before. Secondly, oil miners don't get more minor than this, and indebted companies started specifically to operate and buy this one single asset. It's their only asset. If it doesn't start or it's shut down because of a spill, they're gone. Having the bare minimum of insurance is not a sufficient guarantee. The latest estimate from Plains is the spill cost them $870 million, 70% of which was not covered by their insurance, and they had a similar insurance coverage to what Sable says they have. Plains was on the hook for hundreds of millions, not just for cleanup, but also compensation to other businesses, to fisheries, to property owners, to the oil workers themselves who are affected by the spill. That's who we're also protecting. Who do we want to be responsible in the event of a disaster? Do you want Exxon and their deep pockets to bear responsibility, or do you want to put the fate of the county in the hands of a speculative, limited liability company with a single asset?
Thank you, Katie. That is your time.
Thank you.
We will now go to John Hu-Lutner, to be followed by Larry Bedrent, to be followed by Marisa Sullivan, to be followed by Emily DeFeed. John?
Hi there. Thank you for hearing my conversation today. My name is John Hochleitner. I'm a lifelong resident of Santa Barbara County and the beautiful Santa Maria Valley. I've been employed in the oil industry since I got out of high school in 18, and also the transportation industry. I hear a lot about how Sable is not competent to operate them. That's not true. They have the same management when Plains Exploration in California had a major operation going on in the state. They're the ones I could sleep at night. Their employees brought in stop work authority, which meant a lot to our company. Any one of our employees could stop a job at any time with no repercussions. It'll be a lot of jobs and a lot more stability to the oil industry and to the state of California and to our country by supplying the oil here naturally. So I want to have you guys vote in favor of that. Thank you.
We will now go to Larry Barrent, to be followed by Marisa Sullivan, to be followed by Emily DeFeed, to be followed by Janet Garcia. Larry? Is Larry not here? All righty. We will go to Marisa Sullivan.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Marisa Sullivan. I am the former tribal chair for Coastal Band of the Chumash Nation, and I am call myself a Chumash elder now. I was thinking I might bring a little bit of the Chumash in this room. There's been some talk a little bit. Typically, people know and acknowledge that this is Chumash land. And I have to ask something about one of the Sable gentlemen mentioned that they were working with a cultural monitor. I would actually like to know who that is, because in our community, we're not aware of monitors actually being out there with them to be part of the excavating that they're doing and the land movement that's going on right now. I myself tend to want to try to figure out why people do the things they do. So I'm not going to have, this is a bit of a high level of information I'm going to give right now. What I'd like to do is read a story from a book that is entitled December's Child. It's a book of Chumash oral narratives that many of us have been able to revitalize in our culture. We're going back to trying to find stories that were taken away from us. This is a story entitled Gain is All, and it goes like this. A man once played the following song on his four-holed flute. The words are, gain or profit will always exist. He was a very close observer, and he began to study the world. He found conflicts that went as far as people killing one another, and the cause of it all was gain.
Thank you, Marisa. That is your time.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that we think a lot about what we're doing. We all hear a lot about lots of two sides to every story. So lots to think about.
We will now go to Emile DeFeed, to be followed by Janet Garcia, to be followed by Stephanie Caters, to be followed by Kim Kimball. Is Emily? My apologies.
Good afternoon, supervisors, and thank you so much for taking my comment. I'm a PhD student at the UCSB Bren School of Environmental Science and Management. I am before you here today as a fellow citizen concerned about the health and safety of my neighbors, family, friends, and future children. To start off, I wanted to share a quote from a fellow citizen of Santa Barbara County, Craig McKella. Recounting his experience of the 2015 oil spill, he said, "My son was feeling dizzy, I was feeling dizzy, and the smell was overwhelming to your body, mind, and brain. We had a congested chest. We couldn't breathe." Unfortunately, I've come here today to tell you that this isn't some scene from a dystopian film. This is an everyday citizen of our county recounting his experience of this very same pipeline we are discussing reopening today. He was just one of countless citizens of Santa Barbara County who have repeatedly been the victims of oil spills and their ongoing health impacts. As the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors, these are the citizens that you are representing. Allowing this project to continue would be an unfathomable betrayal to your very own citizens and neighbors. According to an analysis given to Santa Barbara County, this oil pipeline would lead to a spill every single year and a major rupture every 4 years. So when this pipeline ruptures and the millions of dollars hit us in the face, crushing our local seafood industry, devastating the health of our citizens, and bringing chronic and irreversible health impacts and medical expenses, contaminating our water supplies, and burdening us with cleanup costs, who's going to pay for it? I can tell you one thing, it won't be Sable. Sable is a speculative and financially unsustainable company that is operating at a $682 million deficit. So if you're considering this project for an imagined economic benefit, it will simply bring devastation to our citizens. The decision before us today is about more than just a pipeline. It is about the safety of our citizens.
Thank you,
We've
Emily.
seen the consequences before, and you have the power to.
We will now go to Janet Garcia, to be followed by Stephanie Caters, to be followed by Kim Kimball, to be followed by Hillary Hauser. Janet?
Hi. My name is Janet Garcia. I'm a Kabahi clan member and also here from Coastal Band of the Chumash Nation Cultural Resource Management Committee member. We do not support oil, and we never have. We have engaged in consultation to protect our sacred sites and cultural landscapes because local, state, and federal agencies approve these projects, and it is our inherited obligation to do so. Sable has only been in operation since 25 years, so likely they are a new company. You asked the question about transferring from one oil company to another. It is not unusual. This has been happening since '88. I initially worked All-American Pipeline. I seen the welds. I seen the pipe that went into the ground. I seen the destruction of our sites. The pipeline is not going to protect our cultural resource. There's 63 recorded sites within the pipeline corridor identified from line 901 and 903 replacement. According to Abion, the archaeological firm, no tribal monitors have been contacted to observe any of the ground disturbance by Sable. EIR of 85 is not acceptable. 40 years old, information is not enough to mitigate the culture impacts. So I ask you at this time to not support the transfer. They are inadequate, and a Band-Aid isn't going to fix this pipeline. I've seen it with my own eyes.
We will now go to Stephanie Caters, to be followed by Kim Kimball, to be followed by Hillary Hauser. Stephanie?
Good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Caters. My husband and I have lived in Santa Barbara for several decades. We raised our son here. I love the beauty and splendor of the place. We appreciate it. We support it. I am an environmentalist, and I have worked in Los Flores Canyon for almost 15 years now. I worked there with Exxon, and I work there now with Sable. I've heard a lot of vilification today of oil and gas, and it's by people who I think they don't understand the pervasive nature of petroleum use in our society. They're railing against it while they're wearing clothes and shoes that are made from petroleum products, eyeglasses, sunglasses that are made with petroleum products. Even to the point, let's say, they rode their bikes here today because they wanted to be very green energy, which is great. But the tires on the bicycle are made using petroleum products, the paints and the metals on the bicycle that they're made of come from petroleum products. There's actually a very synergistic relationship between green energy and the petroleum industry. If you just look at wind farms, the huge propeller blades are made using polymers that come from petroleum products. The gigantic pillars made from steel, the steel can't be made without fossil fuels powering it to heat it up enough to make the steel. Same with the concrete. You can't make concrete without it starts with limestone, and to break that apart, you need fossil fuels. Imagine a world without concrete or steel. We're not there.
Thank you, Stephanie. That is your time.
Thank you.
We will now go to Kim Kimball, to be followed by Hillary Hauser, to be followed by Juan Solis, to be followed by Candace Menigan. Kim Kimball? Is there no Kim Kimball? Alrighty, we will go to Hillary Hauser, to be followed by Juan Solis, to be followed by Candace Menigan, and then we are actually going to return to Zoom with Terry Fernandez and Jeff Mason, and those are our final 6 speakers. So if you do have your name on the list and you haven't heard it called, please come to the hearing room and talk to Leah in the back, and we will get that sorted out. Hillary?
Good afternoon, Chair Capps, Audible Supervisors. You're thanking us for hanging in there. We thank you for hanging in there and for listening to us for hours and listening to our concerns. I am Hillary Hauser from Heal the Ocean, and I appreciate the questions that you've been asking. The insurance questions, let's see this, let's see that. There are things that you have not seen enough of. We have not seen CEQA either. I was an ocean reporter before Heal the Ocean, and I was here from a Washington, D.C. newspaper covering the 1969 oil spill. I remember it totally. My letter to you that arrived too late was about coming on the Refugio oil spill. I drove right into it on the 101, and again, this nightmare. Santa Barbara is all about whale heritage site, marine sanctuaries, and so forth. But one of the questions that you brought up was about insurance, what happens if it's no longer there. Heal the Ocean started in 1998 to focus on wastewater infrastructure, but somewhere, and we did that, but somewhere along the line, the Summerlin oil spill, the oil mess in Summerlin, and there was no one around to deal with it, goo, so forth. So we did, and the reason we're doing it, there's no money, there's no insurance, there's nothing. And we've been raising the money to remediate that. And so we don't want to get into another situation where we are incapable of dealing with whatever could happen. And I encourage this board, you supervisors, please represent this community of ocean lovers, and don't be afraid of being bullied by lawsuits and stuff like that. I really appreciate you representing us. Thank you.
We will now go to Juan Solis, to be followed by Candace Menigan. Juan?
Hi. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Juan Salas. I've worked in gas and oil transmission for over 30 years. Working for oil has oil and gas helps pay for my son's and daughter's university tuition. A good question. Do we need oil? Yes. Everything around us uses natural gas and oil. Our clothes, our homes, our chairs, our beds, our flooring, our roofs, our transportation, and most importantly, our food. Sable helps all of us not to be dependent on foreign oil. Sable also provides jobs and income for the county. The team Sable has gathered is prioritized on safety first. They are experienced and trained to provide safe transportation of the product. Up-to-date standards and instrumentations have been installed for safe transportation generations to come. Working around Sable employees brings no doubt in my mind that they are a great company and are focused on being better than their predecessor. 10 years after the spill, I cannot see any traces of the spill. I've walked the areas myself. All I see is the natural spillage or natural seepage. which is really good. I mean, just naturally occurring oil seepage that I see. People were, I mean, also here, let's learn from our mistakes. Sable has learned from the previous owners and is ready to be better. We can only grow and move forward. As Sable moves forward, more jobs will be available. Hopefully some of these young people here will fill out those jobs at Sable. All I can tell you is that there's a great team that will prevent any future spills, and I really appreciate your time. Thank you, guys.
We will now go to Candace Menigan, who's our final speaker in person. Then we're going to return to Zoom with Terry Fernandez to be followed by Jeff Mason. Candace?
Good afternoon, Chair, Caps, and Supervisors. My name is Candace Menigan. I'm the Executive Director of Coastal Ranches Conservancy. We are a nonprofit organization that does protection, restoration, and education along 76 miles of the Gaviota Coast. I'm here to ask you not to move this permit over to Sable. Ultimately, 25B is indeed the local authority backstop when state laws are inadequate to safeguard our communities. Before joining Coastal Ranches Conservancy, I covered environmental issues for a county supervisor in Ventura County, where we have a similar tension between oil and gas and the environment. And we found that the state insurance requirements left a huge gap in coverage, leaving our community's environment and water supply at risk. And under your police powers to oversee public nuisance, as well as your land use authority for conditional use permits of land use actions, of course, this Board of Supervisors has the jurisdiction to protect and safeguard our communities. These grandfathered oil and gas permits don't allow companies, they allow companies to avoid regulation that protects the environment, public health, and water supplies. In 2022, Ventura County was able to close that loophole, and oil and gas spent $8 million to try and push a misinformation campaign that overturned measures A and B. But you have the jurisdiction. Ventura County did it. Santa Barbara County can do it. You can move from administerial to discretionary and address these grandfathered permits that don't address the modern environmental needs. Southern Steelhead was listed in 1997. At a federal level, it's at a state level. This pipeline covers Cuyama Valley, St. Inez River, Gaviota Coast, a host of coastal watersheds such as Arroyo Hondo, where we know there is critical steelhead habitat historically and existing, which is all at threat under this 1985 antiquated permit that needs to be addressed through proper environmental review.
Thank you, Candace. That is your time. We will now return excuse me, to Zoom with Terry Fernandez, and we did lose Jeff Mason on Zoom, so Terry Fernandez on Zoom will be our final speaker. Terry? Terry, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute on your end to provide your comments. Terry, if you can hear me, if you can please unmute on your end to provide your comments. Fortunately, it appears we're having some technical difficulty with Terry, so that concludes public comment on departmental item number 1.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for managing that so smoothly, and thanks to everybody for participating in such a respectful way. That kind of came upon me, so now I need to find my notes here of what's next, and that would be, I believe it's time for the appellant rebuttal, which is EDC, 5 minutes. Do you want to get ready? Is that what you need? Sure, you can take a minute, or yeah, if you're welcome to take a minute to gather your stuff. Yeah, we'll just take I just need to use the restroom, so we'll just take like a very quick break. 2 minutes. Okay. All right, thanks, everybody. So what happens next is the appellant has 5 minutes. Each appellant has 5 minutes for rebuttal, so we have 2 appellants. And then the applicant has 10 minutes for a rebuttal, and then staff may comment on anything they heard today, and then the board will deliberate. So that's the roadmap. We're almost there. I appreciate everybody's respect, and EDC, it's your platform.
Okay, whenever you're ready. Is there a timer? Okay. So we've heard a lot today, but here's what we haven't heard. Any assurances that this company will be able to remediate a spill or abandon these facilities, and we haven't heard any valid justification for ignoring these agency directives, especially the Water Board and Fish and Wildlife. So I want to bring us back to Chapter 25B and what it is that's required on the ordinance, and specifically the financials. Sable in their presentation had a slide that suggested that the ordinance had been changed, that language had been added to some of these provisions, and that the original intention of staff was also changed in that process. That's actually incorrect. So if you look at 9E1 in particular, which is for guarantors, the financial assurances finding, that was the same. That was the same when it was in the Planning Commission and the same afterwards. And so the staff recommendations for how that's supposed to be applied, that it requires a searching inquiry into financial wherewithal, that is completely intact. And in fact, as far as this additional language goes, the board agenda letter that staff submitted before the board back in 2002, it specifically said why that language was added. It's not a mystery. It said it was only added to alleviate confusion. Apparently there was confusion that there was duplicate requirements between owner, operator, and guarantor. It was just saying there is no duplicate requirements. So that's all that was for. And we don't have to guess about what Chapter 25B means. We have a letter from the person who wrote it saying what it means, commenting on the final ordinance as adopted. And even putting that aside, the interpretation that Sable's proposing undermines the entire purpose of the ordinance. It's inconsistent with basic principles of statutory interpretation. It renders all these other provisions superfluous, like the one allowing the county to exact financial guarantees. And then just quickly, I want to just bring our attention back to a likely scenario, which is that Sable never restarts, and then they bankrupt. What happens with abandonment? They don't have the financial capability to do that. We've had no assurances today that they will be able to properly abandon these facilities. The county, by approving these transfers, is just wide open walking into that likely scenario: bankruptcy, no funds for abandonment, and millions of dollars in taxpayer money to clean it up. And then Linda wants to add something.
Sure. I want to address 2 quick issues: their compliance record and lack of information about their insurance. So with respect to the compliance, we know they have multiple notices of violation, cease and desist orders. They're violating them to this day. And their response was, well, we filed a lawsuit. We didn't like it, so we filed a lawsuit. That's not how you do it. You comply with the orders. If you want to challenge them, you file a lawsuit, and it's the judge that decides if you are bound by them or not. The judge will decide whether or not to issue an injunction or not. Sable can't decide on its own that these don't apply, so that's their attitude. And the fact that they have a county letter has nothing to do with notices issued by other agencies. You know, we hear about preemption when it's convenient, but here they're saying the county is preempting state agencies. That's just not true. They are not complying with orders from state agencies. That is huge. The final thing I wanted to mention was on the insurance. We heard from staff that the county can ask for the insurance policies, and yet when the board asked for them, you got a non-answer. It was, well, we issued the certificate, you know, we submitted the certificate, that's all we have to do. But staff even said you can ask for them. And that's important because we know that Plains has not recovered fully on its insurance from the 2015 spill. Why? We don't know for sure. Is it because Plains was found negligent? Is it because the policy had limitations on coverage to begin with? You need to look at the policy to find out what is covered, what the exclusions are, what the exemptions are, what the indemnifications are. You need all of that information. And so it's really important. This is your one chance. You were also told that. This is your one chance to look at this issue. You need to look at their compliance record. You need to look at their financial situation. You need to look at whether or not this pipeline adheres to all the conditions, as CBD will talk about more. So we urge you to step back, be really, really careful. This is why this ordinance was written, was for issues like this that are facing you today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, just real quick, any questions from the board? Okay. All right, we'll move to you. 5 minutes for our second applicant.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you for hearing us out. I'd like to start by clearing up a few misconceptions. I want to begin with pointing out that this is a de novo review, which means you're not bound by the mistakes made by the Planning Commission. I want to also point out that there's been some dispute as to whether this is a CEQA project, but it's very clear that this is part and parcel of a restart, and that you can't piecemeal a project to avoid CEQA analysis by dividing it into infinite discrete projects. And there's unequivocally going to be environmental effects. We're already seeing environmental effects during the operations in the coastal zone going on right now. I also want to talk about decommissioning. It's crucial that these bonds be imposed now. If you look at the language of all three permits, there's no requirement that they be imposed after the facilities are closed. And so there's really no reason to wait. If you look at the way the federal government does things, the state government does things, they don't wait until the facilities are closed to impose decommissioning requirements. You don't impose bonds when a payment is due. That's just a nonsensical interpretation of this rule. If you look at section B2 of the LFP and POPCO permits, it's also very clear that these permits can be supplemented to ensure environmental protection as well as financial protections occur. Moving on to cathodic protection. There's been some back and forth on that. Some groups have said cathodic protection exists, don't worry about whether it works. But if you're buying a car, you don't ask if it has brakes, you ask if the brakes work. And what's very clear is that the cathodic protection system here is not effective. In fact, they've had to go to the state to obtain a waiver. And so that kind of brings us to the last action item here, which is the difference between preventing corrosion, preventing spills, and monitoring for spills. If we look at the days leading up to the Refugio oil spill, the affected pipeline section was actually inspected, and the inspectors failed to flag the issue, and several days later that area ruptured. So, the concern here is if you're not going to actually prevent the corrosion, are we really comfortable with a system that just involves monitoring and was not effective in preventing the last oil spill? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we will move on to rebuttal from the applicant. 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your patience with this process today.
Sure.
Reasonable minds can and do differ about whether it's better to restart domestic oil production or to import foreign oil with all of the complications that involves. And people of good faith feel very strongly one way or the other about restart, about the fate of oil in California, in the United States, in Santa Barbara County. All of that is very fair, and there are many, many different and good faith views. But that's not why we are here today. We are here today on a very narrow issue, whether or not to transfer permits. And while we've heard a lot about the claimed intent of the statute, ultimately, this county and this board is bound by what the statute says, not a draft, not someone's idea of what it must have meant. And that draft, and that final enacted statute simply does not permit the kinds of sweeping changes that appellants have proposed today. It does not permit additional funding for abandonment. It does not permit any kind of additional funding. It only requires compliance with the permits, and county staff has confirmed repeatedly that no additional funds are due. It is not a sweeping inquiry into operations and abandonment. That language was proposed and was not in the final statute. Rather, the only insurance and guarantee and financial guarantees that are permitted to be considered are those that were submitted to and relied upon the director to make the findings that have since been appealed. There is no legal basis for any additional requirements. I do want to address some of the specific comments today. First, with respect to experience, while Sable is a new company, as you've heard repeatedly, this management team has been operating for 25 plus years, including in this county for many, many years. You've heard testimony from a number of people who are currently working on the pipeline, many of whom worked for ExxonMobil as well, and you've heard them attest to Sable's capabilities, its safety-mindedness. I don't think there's any genuine dispute that Sable has the experience and skill set to operate these facilities. We've already talked about finances. There isn't anything required in the statute that has not been provided, but nonetheless, Sable has demonstrated already $435 million in insurance, which is more than twice the cost of the direct costs of the 2015 spill. It was not $850 million in direct costs. It was about $100 million in direct costs, and then some additional about $230 in settlements with landowners and fishermen and folks of that nature. But it was not $800 million in direct cleanup costs. And Sable's insurance of $435 million that will go to $535 million upon restart is more than adequate, setting aside the $350 million they have in cash and their $2.6 billion valuation. With respect to cathodic protection, it is in place on the pipeline. It is also within the exclusive jurisdiction of the Office of the State Fire Marshal, as this board has confirmed in the Celeron settlement, and as this board confirmed again last year in the Valve settlement, there is no jurisdiction over the county over pipeline safety. With respect to CEQA, again, 18 months ago, when ExxonMobil acquired this very permit from Plains, it was determined to be not a project, and that is a correct determination because it is only the transfer of the permit paperwork. Every other part and parcel of this restart process is outside the hands of the county, and I know that that is a frustrating situation, but it is the truth. And the reason the broad version of the statute that was contemplated probably was not enacted is that it would have been patently illegal. It would have removed vested rights. It would have been preempted by federal law and by state agencies. The ability of this county to regulate this space is narrow. And while that might be a difficult truth, it is the truth. And we talked about the NOVs extensively with the Coastal Commission earlier. There have been a mention of a few others with respect to the Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Water Board. There were inadvertent issues there, and contrary to what you heard today, it is not the case that Sable ignored a notice of violation. In fact, they have submitted habitat modification plans, and they have applied for permits with those agencies, and they are in ongoing discussions with those agencies. It is not the case that they have simply been ignoring it. And with respect to the Coastal Commission, again, the county confirmed in writing that the Coastal Commission, that no further permits were required. We've also heard about a draft EIR. I think, again, that's been addressed, but it was for an unrepaired, safety valve protected pipeline, not the pipeline that is going to exist. It was never submitted through proper review, and it is not a basis for accurately assessing Sable spill potential. Again, the pipeline spill potential is in the exclusive jurisdiction of the State Fire Marshal, but it is substantially reduced over what it was in 2015. With that, I will turn to my colleague for some closing thoughts.
Madam Chair and Supervisors, I just had a few closing comments. EDC and CBD and other activists don't own the sole right to say they can protect our precious beaches. We and all the people you've heard supporting our efforts also have a right to protect our environment and earn a living. Those two things are not mutually exclusive. The very qualified pipeline construction crews, which we've heard from today, are helping make the Los Flores pipeline like new to protect their beaches, our beaches. And they're doing it for everyone to enjoy the benefits of safely producing a California source of low carbon crude oil. Oil that will reduce greenhouse gases globally by 100% or more even after the local SYU cogen plant comes online. It is disingenuous and self-serving to claim otherwise. And while they may believe the world ends at the Santa Barbara County line, we're all in this together. And Sable intends to be a prominent part of the Santa Barbara County community for decades to come. We will be excellent operators. We will be safe operators. We will be great neighbors and friends, and we'll be supportive of the many organizations that help make Santa Barbara one of the greatest places to live and work. I say this as a native Californian. I say this as a longtime resident of the Tri-Counties. I say this as part of the management team who will ensure our commitments are met. Accordingly, I ask that you approve the straightforward and narrow decision to approve the permit transfer. Thanks.
Thank you both. Any questions from my colleagues before we turn it back to staff? Supervisor Nelson, did you have a question?
Well, I'll have some questions for staff. I'll let them speak first.
All right. So Director Plowman, I leave it to you to address anything you'd like to address, or Mr. Briggs, or Missy Barrow.
So Madam Chair and members of the board, we did want to clarify one issue that's been discussed today, and that is the requirement for abandonment and responsibility for abandonment. And this is in Chapter 25B, Section 25B 4I, and it's titled Liability for Abandonment. And I'm just going to read one sentence. The current owner or operator, as determined by the records of the director of a facility subject to this chapter, shall be responsible for the proper abandonment of the facility. If the director determines that the current owner or operator does not have the financial resources to fully cover the cost of abandoning the facility, the immediately preceding owner-operator shall be responsible for the cost of abandoning the facility. So in essence, this provision here would hold Exxon on the hook and be responsible for abandonment in the case that Sable is not able to follow through on that responsibility.
Anything else? No. Okay. So now I just want to, before we maybe move to deliberation, if there's any questions from my colleagues. Supervisor Lavanino.
Sure, I've got one. You know, we keep going over 25B. What did 25B mean? What do other counties do? How many other people have a process like this?
So Madam Chair and Supervisor Lavanino, in our preparations for this item and just generally researching this process, we have not been able to find any other city or county or state jurisdiction that has a similar process. And in fact, other jurisdictions like City of Huntington Beach or the City of Long Beach, who do have similar oil and gas assets, what they require is that the operator make the fire department aware of a change of owner-operator and essentially provide, contact information. There's no formal discretionary process that they go through that would be similar to 25B.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Nelson, you had a question, right?
Yeah, I have a few questions. I guess my first question for staff was, I just want to make sure I understand about additional technical oversight from other, I heard the fire marshal, what else is out there? Obviously there's federal agencies. Could you maybe just kind of enumerate those again for me so they're fresh in my head as I deliberate on this? The pipeline and the facility?
Supervisor Nelson, could you clarify what it is that you're asking?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to make sure. I know the State Fire Marshal is one of the agencies that is going to be looking at this moving forward before restart. What are the other agencies that will be looking over these issues?
Okay, so to answer your question, I think you're asking about restart, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it would be primarily the fire marshal who is responsible for overseeing restart of the pipeline. And then Bowman Bessie would be overseeing the restart of the offshore platforms.
Are those federal agencies or are those state agencies?
Those are federal agencies.
Okay.
And then the county, we would be responsible for overseeing activities at the San Ynez Unit onshore facility. The fire department would be a part of that, of course, APCD. No. There may be others that don't immediately come to mind, but those are the major.
That's helpful. Most of those agencies, or all those agencies, they have engineers and scientists that are involved in this process to look over these plans?
Yes, we do.
Okay, great. And again, most of this kind of lays on the shoulders of the fire marshal. And maybe you don't know his staff, but maybe council might know or somebody else. But the fire marshal, the state fire marshal, how's that position obtained? Is that an elected position or how's that work? Do anybody know? State fire marshal?
I personally do not know.
Okay. I mean, ChatGPT tells me it's the governor that appoints that. Okay. I mean, ChatGPT could be wrong. But the reason, so that's somebody that was appointed by Gavin Newsom, I assume, right? I mean, if that's correct. Just wanted to clarify that. And then as far as the Coastal Commission with their cease and desist order, they have the opportunity to go to court and stop the ongoing actions out there, right, if they wanted to?
I believe they do.
And they haven't done that at this point?
Correct.
Okay, interesting. All right, those are my questions.
Okay, I think that we are done with questions. And so now it's time for the board to deliberate. And Supervisor Nelson, just make sure we hear you if you need to weigh in here, because I would like this to be as collaborative as possible. Or we could just, if someone's ready to speak, we can do that too.
Well, I think everybody is ready for me, right?
Okay, there you go.
So, an oil spill is one of the most traumatic events that can happen to a community. We all lived through it. Let's see, I guess I was 5 the first time, so I don't think I remember too much about the first one. But so I understand why so many people have expressed themselves so passionately today. And whether I disagree with you or agree with you, I want to thank everybody for being here and being as considerate as possible to everybody else in the room, and for most of you, to us as well. I also want to thank our staff. These items like this that really divide the community and get everybody fired up. It's very difficult for them. They have to sit through many public meetings. You know, they're trying to look at this just as an umpire, whether it's a ball or a strike. They're not trying to weigh in on their personal position, their preferences. So in County Council's office as well as Planning and Development, done an outstanding job. For me, it's interesting because there's no project really here to be approved or denied. And I think the other thing that's strange is that we don't regulate this pipeline. So then you sit here and say, okay, well, what are we doing here today? And as much as some would like to expand the scope of this hearing, my job today is to determine really whether or not this applicant meets the requirements 25B. Not what we wish it said, not what the draft copy stated, not what some retired employee thought, but what it actually says. And a speaker asked us to consider what was the intent of the staff when they wrote it. And after seeing the draft, and after seeing the real part, it's being here for a while, I'm sure staff and maybe even the board wanted it to be stronger. And I would assume then County Council reviewed it and realized maybe there were parts of it that possibly were illegal. A woman asked today, and I think she summed up the thoughts of so many today, was she's asking us rhetorically, do you stand with the people or do you stand with big business? And in my mind, I realized that's when I came to the conclusion that I'm not on either side. We have to stand by the law. This pipeline was legally permitted, and as we heard, and in any other county, this change of ownership would have been a simple checklist signed off by the fire department. So the reason why you're here today and so passionate is because the actual regulating agencies that have jurisdiction have basically ducked their responsibilities, and they will not hold a public meeting and let you vent your frustrations. So unless there's an organization that I'm waiting for that wants to step up and indemnify the county against a lawsuit, I will be absolutely supporting the Planning Commission and our staff recommendation.
Thank you, Supervisor Lavanino. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. When I came in this morning around 7, I saw hundreds of people right outside, so I want to say thank you for being patient and being here and sitting through this. My takeaway of all this is we have a pipeline that leaked in 2015 that devastated our environment, our coastline, economy, and killed so many wildlife. And we want to restart it. To me, that's an insane idea. That's a very bad idea. But yet we are having this conversation right now. After considering listening to the appellant and Sable, and listening to the public, and I came to conclude that I support upholding the appeals because that's the right thing to do. And that's where I'm at. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Lee. Supervisor Nelson, would you like to go next?
Yes. Yeah, thank you, Chair Capps. I appreciate the opportunity, and I want to thank the public too. And I just want to make sure everybody in the room understands that I had this meeting in Washington, D.C. On behalf of the county scheduled before this hearing. I would have loved to be there in person, and I want to thank all the staff and my colleagues for and the public for braving a long day that's not quite over yet. The first point that I wanted to make to focus in on was the idea of this sometime legislative intent from Mr. Day. You know, legislative intent doesn't go down to the staff member that writes the ordinance. It's the first draft that goes to the board, and the board deliberates, and then we give board legal opinions, and then we talk among each other, and then we, as a body, elected body by the citizens or the voters of Santa Barbara County, we're the ones that have the legislative intent there. So, you know, that whole issue there, and from Mr. Day, you know, didn't hold water for me on what 25B is maybe supposed to mean or what it was intended to mean. The other issue that I have concerned about is the Coastal Commission. I think we all in the room don't always agree with agencies. You know, I might disagree with a state agency. I'm sure there's people in the room that might be disagreeing with some federal agencies, and sometimes they get it wrong. And I think that this is the case here with the Coastal Commission. And I think if they truly believed that they needed a permit, that they would have taken Sable to court by now to stop, get a stay in place. But I do think this has got political. It's not the first time the Coastal Commission has gotten political. They got politically recently with Vandenberg Space Force Base, and this is unfortunately another black eye. I feel bad for most of the speakers who have been here and that were told that today, well, that the decision will impact the restart. I have to bury the lead. It won't. No matter what happens here, the decision here won't make that difference. This is political theater and, in some cases, gaslighting. It saddens me to think that many of the young people that showed up will believe that their government doesn't care or didn't listen to them. This is about politics, not the environment. This is about the dislike of oil, not law and science. If it was really about the environment, we would have seen people come out in droves a year ago when we had untreated sewage, 10 times the amount of the Refugio oil spill into the Pacific Ocean, and it barely made a week's worth of news. This is about oil. The appellants don't care about the liability. This is subterfuge. They opposed the trucking. They opposed a new pipeline. They even opposed safety valves. And now they're opposing the transfer of a name on a permit. They will stop at nothing for the restart of the oil operations. And for me, that sounds a lot more like religion and politics than law and science. For me, I'm compelled by the engineers and the scientists and the legal experts at the county, at the state, and the federal government. And I will support the PC and the staff recommendations to deny the appeal and approve the transfer of the permit.
Okay, thank you. Like Supervisor Lavanino, I was a little kid after the oil spill of 1969, and it's actually the reason why I went into a world of politics and advocacy. It was the first issue that really struck me. My parents were very engaged, would take me to early rallies, early days of GOO and all of the activism that sprouted up, and obviously the birthplace of Earth Day. So I just have to say that I really appreciate how everyone's hung in here today in such a conducive, collaborative way of respect. I mean, this is a marathon. And I have to say, too, I'm so proud of UCSB and our gauchos for showing up in such force. I had no idea. I mean, I shouldn't be surprised. But they just one after one after one, really putting your future where your heart is by speaking so eloquently and by being here and being so dedicated. So thank you. It's an honor to represent you. It really is. And has been stated, this is our one shot. I do agree with my colleagues, even though I'm not going to vote with them. This is not fair to the public, that this is the one shot that you've all had here in Santa Barbara, where we experienced a devastating spill in 2015. And this is what you get, a technicality on a permit change for a hearing. Because there's so many layers, it's designed to be completely confusing. It's designed to be completely in favor of big interests, big powerful interests with lobbyists and influence, so that we don't know why things are being decided the way they are. We don't know why things are not moving forward. This was the one chance, and it's extremely, I agree with you. It shouldn't be, it's not fair for some folks to walk out of here and think, okay, we stopped the pipeline or we started the pipeline. That is not what we're doing here, and that is completely unfair. But there are so even within the narrow confines of what we're actually doing here, there are too many red flags, because this is about fiscal oversight. And we do sit up here with a fiscal responsibility of a budget of $1.6 billion annually. And to me, it's too risky to have an applicant that was formed when a major company decided that having this pipeline was potentially too risky. So then as I said earlier, it's fishy to me that you would sell a pipeline to a new company that doesn't have the funds for it. And again, maybe this is extremely common, but it doesn't pass my smell test. And then loan them the money. If they had wanted to show the insurance policy, they could have. There's so much has been made over the last several months about this policy. Why not just show it? Why not just go above and beyond the checklist? That is another red flag for me. Compliance with the Coastal Commission is another red flag for me. Why have a cease and desist? Why not just cooperate with this governing body? So really what we're looking at is fiscal stability. That's what we're charged with trying to do. And there are far too many flags. It was said by Mr. Day in his interpretation of the ordinance that he wrote that it's a gamble. This was not meant to be toothless. Our job, I get the tension of what we're being asked to do, but I do feel I was elected to look at the big picture and to extrapolate of what we're actually doing here. And I cannot, in good faith, say that this transfer gives me reassurance of fiscal stability. So I will be voting to uphold the appeal. So let's do a roll call vote.
Okay.
A motion. So I would need a motion from somebody.
Well, this is going to be weird.
We can just
All right.
do two.
Yeah. Okay. Why don't you guys do your
Wait, well,
first?
I'll go.
Yeah, because I'm trying to find the language.
I could make a
I'm not
motion. Thank you. We have our most.
Yes. All right. I will move staff recommendations A through D.
I will second that motion.
So then, Madam Clerk, when you're ready, we'll do a roll call vote.
Pins and needles.
Supervisor Lee,
No.
Supervisor Nelson,
Aye.
Supervisor Lavanino,
Aye.
Chair Capps.
No.
Motion fails 2-2.
Okay, well then I'll make an alternative motion to uphold the appeal. Is that sufficient as an motion? County Council?
Madam Chair and members of the board, so the record does not actually contain the findings to deny the appeal or to uphold the appeals. So my recommendation would just to go ahead and do a conceptual motion so we can see where the board stands rather than develop the findings. It sounds to me like we might not need to get that next step, so I just recommend doing a conceptual motion. We'll see where we stand and then we can decide next steps.
Even though I think it's rather clear, but we'll do a conceptual motion to uphold the appeal. I make that motion.
I'll second.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Lee,
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson,
No.
Supervisor Lavanino,
No.
Chair Capps.
Yes.
Motion fails 2-2.
All right,
about
two
that
votes,
open
2-2. Okay, that concludes. I know that's maybe a potentially odd result for all of you, but I appreciate everyone's participation and my understanding. I don't know if I can interpret what 2-2 does. County Council, if you could.
Madam Chair and members of the board, so in order for the board to take any action, the board needs a majority vote. So it's every action we take, it's at least 3 votes and sometimes it's 4 votes. You saw that earlier. So on a tie vote, that's no action of the board.
There we go. Thank you, everybody, for participating in that action. Departmental Item Number 1. Thank you. Right? Yeah.
Now both sides claim victory.
All right, we are back. County Council, will you please read out from closed session?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The board met in closed session on one item, which is conference with labor negotiators for Santa Barbara County Deputy Sheriff's Association, and the board took no reportable action.
Okay, thank you. Now we will move to item number D2.
Chair Capps and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from the Public Health Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Santa Barbara County Health Center Board 2024 Annual Report.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Supervisors. It seems we chose the right time to come to you and present this report. And judging on the next item that you have to also tackle, it seems that we will provide you with a little bit of relief. So we're happy to be that cushion in between. I'm glad to present to you the annual report of our health centers. As you know, the health centers are what are called federally qualified health centers that have their own board. Earlier, we had the chairwoman of our health centers board with us. Unfortunately, she couldn't make it back, Cynthia Aguero, but I'm happy that with me is Dr. Preciado, who is our chief medical officer, as well as Dana Gamble, who is our deputy director for clinical care. So today we will update you on the performance of our health centers and the progress that has been made, as well as some of the new projects and initiatives that we have that are improving healthcare and healthcare delivery for our patients, in addition to our roadmap towards CalAIM and enhanced care management. It's been quite a journey, 35 years celebrating healthcare for the homeless. In '89, the county applied for a grant through HRSA, the federal entity that provides FQHCs, and initially it was to provide healthcare for the homeless in Santa Barbara County. This started with 3 public health nurses and a county van that would go and deliver services. This evolved to now encompass 5 stationary health centers that are across the county, from Carpinteria all the way to Santa Maria, in addition to 3 clinics that are in homeless shelters, that are based in homeless shelters. We still are true to our vision, and our mission. We still serve the majority of the homeless in Santa Barbara County. We served last year almost 2,000 people that are experiencing homelessness, of which 450 people were over the age of 60, 89 were children, and almost 1,000 were women. Almost 3/4 of those that were served were insured by Medi-Cal, and the rest were uninsured. I will hand it to Dana to walk us through some of the statistics of those that we serve at our clinics.
Thank you, Mohamed. Thank you, Chair Capps and the Board of Supervisors. We are so excited and honored to be here today to share with you some of the highlights from 2024 and our health center program. So who we serve, we represent each area of our county. We're serving predominantly those who are at 200% of poverty or below, and the significant majority of our patients are at or around 130% of poverty. We served over 23,000 patients last year, and this is a bit of an increase from the 2 years prior. Of our patients, 96,000 were male, 13,000 were female, and 5,777 were children under the age of 18. 2,800 of our patients were 65 years or older. On the other slide, we also talked about the number of visits, and our visits were increasing significantly over the last couple of years. Following the pandemic response, the number of visits were just slightly over 100,000 visits all told, and currently at the last half of '24, going through the rest of this fiscal year, we estimate we'll be at about 107,000 patient visits. Our financial performance, we rely on public insurance plans, CenCal, Medi-Cal being our largest payer, with Medicare being our second largest. The majority of our patients are covered by Medi-Cal, 76% of our patients. And this drives our revenues for the health center program. Last year, we raised about almost $62 million in revenue, and this matches our health center expenses equaling the same amount. We are required to have a balanced budget at the end of every fiscal year, and so that's why you see those dollar amounts perfectly matched. With our clinical services, we rely heavily on data. And for data, we track visits, we track finances, we track patient satisfaction. And we're very pleased with last year's patient satisfaction data, where our overall satisfaction scores are higher than comparable FQHCs in California, in the entire Western region, and in fact across the United States. So we're very pleased that we are able to meet the needs of our patients, and that they demonstrate that when they're reached out to ask how things went. Dr. Preciado will now talk about some of our new services and projects.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. This is my first time presenting, so if you hear a little bit of a quiver, it's a little bit of nervousness, but other than that, I'm really happy to be here. I'll be talking about some of the services we offer at our healthcare centers. The first one is improved care delivery. We implemented team-based care this past year. Team-based care actively engages our patients in full participation in their care. It allows for all staff to function to the full extent of their education, certification, licensure, and experience. It enhances how healthcare teams work together. It positively influences patient experiences, and it prioritizes preventive care and health promotion. The goal of team-based care is really to increase communication amongst teams to deliver quality patient care. Another project that we're really excited about is our behavioral health services expansion. HRSA awarded the Public Health Department the Behavioral Health Services Expansion Award to help launch and expand mental health and substance use disorder services in our healthcare centers and shelter-based clinics. It includes telepsychiatry, which services 16 hours per week, 4 hours sessions rotating through our health centers and our shelter-based clinic locations in Carpinteria, Santa Barbara, Santa Maria, and Lompoc. Our third project, and not our last, but that I'll be presenting, is on our medically assisted treatment for substance use disorder. So we are providing MAT at all of our healthcare centers. We have MAT champions, so to speak, at each center that take in patients who have substance use disorders and provide care. We have appropriate and consistent testing process in place, namely urine drug screens that we ensure are provided. We do cures. We check the database for their history of drug use. We provide patient treatment access is constant at all our healthcare centers. We have resources for our clinicians to access. We have harm reduction resources such as naloxone, and our program development is such that we have quarterly MAT meetings amongst the providers at all healthcare centers.
If I may add to the significance of the behavioral health expansion grant that we got, is that it truly complements and it bridges the efforts that behavioral wellness is currently doing. In the past, we weren't able to be the bridge and the step down or the step up if needed because we did not have the psychiatric services. But now with psychiatry on board, then we are able to integrate better. And this would also pave the way for us to be an integrated and coordinated effort towards CalAIM. So that's something that is very exciting that we are embarking on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Preciado. Thank you, Mohamed. So last year, at the start of the year, Medi-Cal expanded to cover all age groups who otherwise were eligible for Medi-Cal financially. So what this meant for us was that those that were previously uninsured, age 26 to 49, now had Medi-Cal coverage. And so people did not have to worry about accessing care because they couldn't afford it. They now had coverage. And with this rapid expansion, we saw an increase of nearly 10% of Medi-Cal members in 1 month's time. So that is a great benefit for the patients, and also because of Medi-Cal being our primary payer source, it was a great benefit to our revenues as well. Finally, last year, after a couple years of working towards it, we finally implemented our ECM, Enhanced Care Management component of CalAIM at the healthcare centers. And this is an exciting move forward for people with Medi-Cal and for those who serve them, as it ensures care management for someone beyond just their healthcare needs. So if a patient of ours has a tenuous housing situation or is in need of childcare or some other kind of resource that they're lacking, we are now reimbursed to do that care management to ensure that whatever else is going on in their life does not prohibit them from coming into the clinic for healthcare. We ended up the year with 61 cases assigned to us and actively case managing 31 of those people. So that's a fantastic move forward. Collaborations and partnerships. We couldn't do the work that we do at the healthcare centers without our collaborations and partnerships. Two that are noteworthy, especially noteworthy here today. One is related to ECM. There was a large grant opportunity provided by the state, and Public Health collaborated along with American Indian Health and Services and Cottage Health to apply for that grant. Nearly $2.5 million was the funding available, and that's the funding that we received. The Public Health Department was approved for a total of $1.2 million, and we brought that grant to this board, I think in December. And you accepted that funding for the county, and we have since gone on to recruit for 2 RNs, 1 administrative office professional, and 1 departmental business specialist that will help assist our ECM CalAIM efforts. The departmental business specialist will be instrumental in ensuring that the Care Everywhere and the other shared data components of CalAIM are available and functioning across systems. The second collaborative partnership is with ATSU, the PA school up in Santa Maria, physician assistant, and we are working with them as a trainer of their students. They're coming in for rotations through Santa Maria and through Lompoc Healthcare Center. So that's a huge benefit to the students, but also to us, to our patients, and ensures that as students graduate and they want to stay local, that they will be aware of the work that we do, and we will use that as a recruiting pipeline in addition. So wonderful, wonderful partnership.
So we are very excited about future opportunities as well. There is an expansion through CenCal to now look at those that are duly eligible, those that are on Medicare and Medicaid, a program that's called DSNP, that we are partners as well, and we are going to expand. That is going to increase our scope of services and capture those that also need it, and they have a much needed care coordination and case management. We also are involved, as you all know, in the CalAIM Justice Involved, and specifically providing enhanced care management as the county provider. And we are looking at opportunities to be more efficient. So we are looking at technology solutions as well as some AI tools that would improve our performance as well as patient outcome. And we certainly understand the challenges of recruiting and retaining and our workforce. So we're investing in our workforce development as part of our strategic plan. With that, we ask that the board receive and file the Santa Barbara County Health Center Board Annual Report for 2024 and determine that it is not a project within the CEQA. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all of you, especially Dr. Prasadio. Welcome to the county, and you did a wonderful job. So any questions from the board? Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you. I don't have a question, just comment. Your patient satisfaction scores, I don't know what you guys are doing different than everybody else. Is there any?
We're great doctors.
Yes, okay, great, good answer. But what I really wanted to focus on was just your, you really need to be applauded for your outreach to ATSU and how that's really going to affect the Santa Maria community, because AT still, their model is taking people into underserved communities, and then they're trained there, and then they actually stay there. So this is such a great opportunity for them and for you. This thing is such a great collaboration. There's probably 100 ways that it could fall apart and not work, and there's really only one way that you can make it work. And so I'm really proud of the fact that you figured out a way to make it work, and I hope it's successful into the future.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, thank you. And I just wanted to echo Supervisor Lavanino's praise about your collaboration with AT Still University. It's one of the best kept secrets in our county, and ultimately our relationship with AT Still is hopefully going to lead to some greater health outcomes for our entire community. And so we're excited that the county is partnering with them, and looking forward to other opportunities in the future for us to continue to find ways to work with them. What I wanted to also look at was the financial performance. I think it might have been slide 5, and you had some various numbers up there. And I just want to kind of go over those just briefly to better understand, how it's all funded. And I see down there on the revenue side, local and state funds. So is that state dollars? Is there a general fund in there? I wanted to better understand that as a percentage.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. Thank you. Great question. And so, no, there's no general fund that comes back to support the healthcare centers. Local funds, we have a revenue agreement with the state that comes down through CenCal and comes back to us in portions, so those count as local funds. We also have a fund balance that when we have good years, it helps to fund the leaner years, and so we use the fund balance, and that's also considered local funds. But no general fund is in the health center program.
Well, I think it's important to get that out, because I think sometimes people think about these things and wonder where these dollars come from and what are we not doing that was maybe a general fund that was potentially the general fund is subsidizing services such as this. And it's I think it's good for the public to understand that the general fund isn't subsidizing this. that it's self-sufficient already with the other tax dollars it gets from other agencies and state and federal funds. I do see in there, 11% are uninsured, but only 2% of our revenues come from self-pay. Can you help me with that?
Yes, uninsured are those that do not have any insurance, and self-pay as part as being a federally qualified health center is that it is not a free clinic. So patients should be paying any portion of the cost of care, but on a sliding fee scale, and this is what is considered self-pay. Sometimes they cannot even afford that, and this is where it goes into uncollected or bad debt. But in general, the model for FQHC is that anybody who walks through the door is receiving health care. They have insurance, we're able to bill their insurer. If they do not, then they have to pay based on family income, number of, it's called a sliding fee that keeps updated by the federal government every year. And this is what we use.
Okay. And to that extent, in theory, with that 11% of uninsured, that shouldn't really exist, right? I mean, those are people that probably qualify for Medi-Cal but haven't applied for it yet. Is that what I may be seeing? And in that case, do we help some of those people get those coverages that they need to move forward?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Nelson. That's we are every uninsured person that we identify when they come in, we are working to establish them with some type of payer source. And so we have front office staff that are certified enrollers, and they're working with Department of Social Services to get people into Medi-Cal if they haven't done that already.
And just from an experiential point of view, is that usually what the case is, that they qualify but haven't gone through the paperwork yet?
There are those. There are others that let their coverage lapse, and they didn't know they were going to get sick, and so they come in, and then soon after they are on Medi-Cal.
Okay.
We are seeing, Supervisor Nelson, we are seeing, based on reviewing past years, we are seeing a downward trend in self-pay and an increase in those that are on Medi-Cal, and we believe that that is part of why we are seeing that trend, is that they are qualifying and getting enrolled as well.
Okay. Thank you all for those answers. Appreciate it.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I just wanted to note that the high satisfaction numbers come with an expanding population and a lot of expanding responsibilities, including enhanced care management and CalAIM. So I think that speaks volumes for how effective you are, and just wanted to note that.
And I have to give credit to everybody that work at our centers, from the front line to where's our physicians. We have a great team that are so dedicated that against all the challenges that we have been experiencing and against everything that the national landscape is experiencing when it comes to this type of healthcare, they are the most dedicated team, and I'm so proud that we have them on board.
Yeah, I just wanted to also add my appreciation. I was really happy to see this report and to just see how accessible you're making our work and bringing it to people, especially our most vulnerable. So thank you very much for the work.
Thank you.
I think we need a motion. Oh, public comment on this.
Chair Capps, members of the board, I would like to note for the record, we have no request to speak on this item from the public.
Okay, then I will, our Supervisor Hartman, you ready?
I'll move AB in today's staff report.
Second.
A second. Okay, so we'll do a roll call with Supervisor Nelson.
Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman?
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lavanino? Aye. And Chair Capps?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, we are now moving to our final item of the day, which is department item number 3. Thanks to our health team.
Chair Capps and members of the board. Departmental item number 3 is from the Human Resources Department. It is a hearing to consider amendments to the compensation ordinance and resolution for elected officials. And Chair Capps, members of the board, I do have A brief announcement on this item before we proceed. Pursuant to Section 54953C3 of the Government Code, prior to taking final action, the legislative body shall orally report a summary of a recommendation for final action on the salary schedules, or compensation paid in the form of fringe benefits of any local agency executive during the open meeting in which the final action is to be taken. The oral reading of the recommendations with this action is intended to satisfy that requirement. And approving staff's recommended salary increases today, if the board were to move ahead, results in new annual salaries for local agency executives effective May 12, 2025 as follows. Auditor Controller, $267,487. Clerk Recorder Assessor, $267,487. District Attorney, $301,22. Sheriff, $307,459. Treasurer Tax Collector, $267,487. County Counsel, $298,763. Public Defender, $300,548. And members of the Board of Supervisors, $171,309. Additionally, set the biweekly allowance for the Chair of the Board of Supervisors to a 2% of their salary. That concludes my salary announcement on this item.
Thank you. Thank you to our team. You're welcome to present.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair Capps and members of the board. I'm Christy Schmidt. I'm the Human Resources Director, and I have with me assisting Aaron Jeffrey, who is our Division Chief over Workforce Planning. Go ahead, next slide, please. Today's items is the final step in a multi-year project related to management classification and compensation that established classifications, compared those classifications to the labor market, analyzed compaction and internal alignment, and established a salary system that is objective and transparent. In December, we committed to returning to the board with a similar analysis of the comparable labor market, compaction and parity related to elected department heads and supervisors. In today's presentation, I'll cover the data that we collected and what it tells us, and then our recommendations for adjustments for salaries for elected department heads and members of the Board of Supervisors. Next slide, please. Next slide. So the first data point that we looked at were the labor market results, and we used the same labor market that counties that we've used for other management positions, which included the counties of Marin, Monterey, Orange, San Luis Obispo, San Diego, Santa Cruz, Sonoma, and Ventura. You'll see from the analysis that all of our salaries were below median or the midpoint of the market to differing degrees. The Auditor Controller was about 5.4% below the market median. Clerk Recorder slightly below the market median at 0.3%. The District Attorney was 16.9% below the market median. The Sheriff, 12.9% below the market median. Treasurer Tax Collector, 1.4% below the market median. And then our most significant market inequity is with the Board of Supervisors members, which were 32.8% below that market. So the next data point that we look at is for compaction. So for our department heads, we look at the salary differential over the next level down of management, or the assistant director of the department. The differentials we look for are consistent with best practices, and these are 10% for an attorney or a public safety department head, and 15% for department heads in the other professions. Using this analysis, you can see that we do have a moderate compaction issue for the Auditor Controller, who's currently 12.7% above her assistant director. We don't have an issue of compaction with the Clerk Recorder Assessor, but with the District Attorney and the Sheriff, you can see that they're making almost the same as their assistant directors of their departments. So we do have a compaction issue there. And with the Treasurer and Tax Collector, we don't have a structural compaction issue, but because the assistant director is eligible for a 5% CPA allowance, in practice, we actually at this point do have slight compaction there. Next slide, please. So in the past, the board has asked for Human Resources to look for approximate parity between our top attorney positions. We say approximate because the actual salaries can fluctuate because the positions are set with different mechanisms. The Board of Supervisors sets the salary and through performance evaluation of the county council. The CEO has the public defender, and then, of course, the Board of Supervisors sets the district attorney. As you can see, with the top salaries set at the median for the county council, we do have parity between the public defender and the county council. We have a lack of parity, though, with the district attorney, whose salary is set both the top of the range and in actuality about $15,000 below those two other positions. So we do not currently have parity between those positions. Let's see here. Finally, we look at the data for the Board of Supervisors. As we mentioned, our salaries are 32.8% below the market median, with the median at $171,309 per year, and our salary at $115,151. Our salary was the lowest in our comparable market, with the exception of San Luis Obispo. A significant observation is that the board member's chief of staff tops out at 27.8% higher than the member of the board member that they report to. We also wanted to note that we see a growing trend for agencies to set their salaries as a percent of a California Superior Court judge to provide an objective measure and get their boards out of the business of setting their own salaries. In our market median, it's about 70% of a superior court judge salary, and ours is just 47% of that number. Next slide, please. So here's more detail on the market comparison. As you can see, the agencies range from a low end of 560, and then a high end of 219,546 on the high end. But we use the median rather than the low or the high. And that helps us to determine what's really the middle of the road without it being influenced by the highest number and the lowest number. When we look at the median, we're looking at the middle value, which is 171,309. That is where the counties of Monterey and Ventura currently are. We're about 32.8% below median. That translates to, as a percent of our current salary, 48.8%. So we're talking about the same difference, which is an annual salary difference of about 56,158. It's just which number you're looking at it as a percent of. This slide just gives more detail on those examples of counties who are setting their salaries to a superior court judge, a salary of a superior court judge. In our comparison agencies, we've got Orange, Ventura, Monterey, the county of SLO, and the county of Marin. We also have other agencies listed here just as examples. They are not part of our comparison agencies, so we don't look at them when we're saying, okay, what's the median salary? But we did want to show you there that there are agencies using 80%, and some of the bigger counties, other bigger counties using a comparison to the Superior Court judge. So this gets to our recommendations. For elected department, thank you, sorry. For elected department heads, we're recommending salary ranges similar to our appointed department heads, with the top of the range at the market median, except for the clerk, recorder, and assessor, and the treasurer tax collector would maintain the historical equivalence to the auditor controller salary range. A newly elected department head in this structure would start at step 1 and progress to another step in the range with each year in office. The exception would be someone coming from within county service would be placed at that step that's 5% above their current salary. If higher, that's mirrors our promotion rules and our other positions. We would place incumbents based on their current time in office as reflected in red on this slide. And thereafter, we would tie our elected department heads to the same annual increase, cost of living increase as our appointed department heads. So that's our recommendation there on salary ranges. For attorneys, as we mentioned, Our recommendation is to set the district attorney to the top of the range at the market median for district attorney. And in order to maintain parity between the top attorneys, we'd recommend a slight adjustment of 2.7% to the ranges for county counsel and public defender, so that the top of the range is the same for all three positions and has parity. None of the incumbents would currently be at that top of the range, but they'd be eligible to progress toward that median based on annual reviews of their performance in the case of the county counsel and the public defender, and based on time in office for the DA. Next slide, please. For the Board of Supervisors, our recommendation is to set them at 70% of a Superior Court judge, adjusted annually in January. The chair would receive a 2% assignment pay for serving in that capacity. We recommend that the increase be implemented immediately for several reasons. It addresses the problem most quickly. It's the least burdensome administratively. It can be absorbed within the budget, and I'll have a slide about the budget impacts later. And it's similar to the way we addressed other management salary inequities. And also, next slide, this is not a new recommendation. In 2015, an ad hoc committee was formed to look at the issue. It included 6 members, a Santa Maria council member, the presidents of the Santa Barbara and Lompoc Chambers of Commerce, the president of the Taxpayers Association, a bank president, and a representative of local business. After considering the duties and responsibilities and relative compensation, the ad hoc committee recommended that the supervisors be paid at the market median, which at the time was just over $125,000. It's worth noting that this is also what the HR department had recommended at that time. Had salaries been set, I think this is an important point, had salaries been set at that level, at that median back then in 2015 and increased by the CPI, we would already be at the level of salary that we're recommending today. So it would be just slightly, the increase they would get this year would be putting them just slightly above what we're recommending today. Next slide. So the policy reasons for the change are the same. The median recognizes that these are full-time jobs requiring significant work outside of the Tuesday meetings, including but not limiting to reviewing numerous documents, serving on state and regional boards and committees and commissions on behalf of the county, attending community events on behalf of the county, developing policy recommendations, and coordinating services for residents and districts, and much more. The duties are complex and require highly qualified people to perform, including overseeing a budget of $1.6 billion, serving 441,000 constituents, and 4,700 county employees. It includes city-like services for our unincorporated areas, as well as countywide justice system, social services for the whole county, health services, and other unique functions, not to mention countywide emergency management and response. Supervisors have to step away from their careers, their career progression, and small businesses for years in order to serve. The salary paid to a supervisor allows highly qualified people with the ability to put themselves forward to serve without needing a source of independent wealth or income. Shooting for the median, it is for a set of comparable counties, gives us an objective measure of how other communities value this work. It's not a competitive measure, but it is a measure of how other communities, when they look at this work, how they value it. I did want to note that internally, when we look at, okay, where would our recommendation put the salary for a member of the Board of Supervisors within our structure, it's about the same as a principal analyst, which is a mid-level management analyst in our structure. And so that doesn't seem to me overly highly aligned compared to our other employees. Next slide, please. So from a budget standpoint, the recommendations put forward today are still within the funds that were initially contemplated to set aside to address management salary issues countywide. In the current year, the cost for the elected increases would be approximately $101,000 with an annualized cost of $629,000. And there would be an additional cost for the recommended increases to the 2 appointed attorneys of $3,900 in the current year and $23,450 annually. Next slide, please. So if our recommendation is approved today, we'll bring the second reading for the proposed ordinance back on March 4th and implement the recommended increases on May 12th. Thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Schmidt. That was a very thorough presentation. Questions from the board? Supervisor Nelson?
This time.
I did have a question. I'll go for it then. Two questions, actually. Some people have been legitimately asking why now, and can you tell, just briefly, the process that you've gone through for all staff to get to now finally electeds at the end of a process? Just briefly, if you can refresh us on that.
Certainly. I came in at the final year of this, but it was a really 3.5-year process that started by looking at all of our classifications for management positions and relooking at the duties and the responsibilities and establishing new classification specifications and descriptions for those classifications, and then going out and looking at the labor market to make sure that we were paying an appropriate salary for those duties in our labor market. And so we came back in April of 2024 to the Board of Supervisors and made a preliminary set of recommendations. We came back again in June for the final recommendations. And then we did go back and we refreshed the salary survey for our elected our managers and appointed department heads in December. And so that was sort of the end of that process. So the positions that we still have that we have not addressed are the elected department heads and the Board of Supervisors.
So this is the final stage in
Final
kind of
stage.
Course or market analysis and adjustments.
Yep.
Across the board. Okay, and then my second question relates to tying it to judges, because we've heard a lot of public comment. I feel badly for people. Most of what they wrote was based on things that were not at all true. But one thing I do agree with the public, that they have legitimate outrage that we are actually voting on our own salary. That's not something that is comfortable. I think anyone would understand that, and not also comfortable for the public to sort of understand how can that be. So I just was hoping you could explain this further, because I find this proposal really smart in a lot of ways, but one way is that it ties it to the judges, so it's 70% of what judges make. And so can you explain sort of what that would mean for the future? Does that mean that that would make it so we don't have to go through this exercise again of an elected body voting on their own salary increase? Is that the idea?
Chair Capps, yes, that is the idea. By tying it to the judge's salary, and the judge's salaries are set they're increased annually based on the average salary given to a state employee. So there's that kind of control there on that. And so that would continue to increase every year in July, and then in January we would go back and look at, okay, where did they end up with the Superior Court judge salary, and we would adjust our salary accordingly. And so it would not require the Board of Supervisors to set their own salary. That would be following that state lead on setting salaries.
So ostensibly, by doing this uncomfortable exercise now, for both for the public and for us, we're making it so future boards don't have to go through this process. Is that the vision, or at least the intention?
Chair Capps, I believe that is why so many agencies have gone this way, and yes, that would be the intent of this recommendation.
And you had that slide up there of 7 or 8 counties that also tie it to the judges. So is that the most common way to do this?
It is. Well, I don't know if I would say it's the most common. It's hard to get 100% of the data out there, but it is a very common way to do it.
And I know, so judges are set, as you said, I think by the legislature, and potentially originally there was a commission. I know it's a bit unclear as it has, but at least an independent body sets the judges' salaries. The judges don't set their own salaries, as far as you understand.
Exactly. There's a government
So
code
it's a
section that it's determined by a formula based on the salaries given to all state employees.
Okay. That's it for my questions. So I think we'll turn it over to public comment. Let's do it. 128 speakers. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. How many do you have, Madam Clerk?
Chair Capps and members of the board, we have 18 requests to speak from the public on this item.
Okay. Yeah, with that, I'll close public comment.
We will begin on Zoom with Anna Marie Gott, to be followed by Lee Heller. Anna? And Anna, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute on your end to provide your comments.
Good evening, board members. Before you decide to vote to give yourself a pay raise, I want you to consider that 50% of the residents in the county live in poverty. We also have a minimum wage of $16.50 an hour. That's not a living wage. You're worried and concerned, rightly so, that you work 7 days a week. There are many people that actually work 7 days a week so they can keep a roof over their head. And even then, they're barely making ends meet. So I would really urge you to consider postponing, giving yourself a raise, and instead bringing an item to the board to actually go ahead and consider implementing a living wage in the county. That is going to do a lot for your constituents. And I think that your constituents would appreciate what you do more if you did that. Thank you very much.
We will now go to Lee Heller, and then we will return to Santa Barbara with Purnima Wah. Lee Heller.
Chair Capps and members of the board, greetings from New Zealand. I feel so strongly about this issue that I'm zooming in to speak in support. It is shocking to me, and has been shocking to me for years, how underpaid you are based relative to the work you do and to people in the same position in other counties, and even to your chiefs of staff, who are also incredibly hardworking people. I don't want to diss them. Several of them are my friends. But I know from working with supervisors for 20 plus years now, you work 7 days a week, 12 to 16-hour days. You don't get days off. You don't get left alone. I text you at all hours, and most of you, Supervisor Lavanino accepted, respond to me. And when I talk to members of the public, as I often do, yes, Steve, what I see is that they do not understand how hard you work. When I canvass for people, when I just talk to them about issues, they do not know what the life of an elected official is like. Especially 5 people who oversee a county of 450,000 people, a $1.6 billion budget. We are lucky that we have had, historically, smart, educated, intelligent, committed, compassionate people willing to do this work for very little pay. It is not a reasonable expectation, however, especially when compared to the salaries of department heads and other elected positions, how much less you get paid. Ms. Gott is not wrong. The rest of the people who live in our county need to be paid better. But that doesn't mean delaying what is already a 9 years delayed process for catching you up. That study from 2015 has apparently been sitting there for 9 years, not being acted on. So yeah, you're going to get a lot of people abusing you about what this means. But the reality is the buck stops with the 5 of you. You make the hardest decisions. You have to know about everything that happens in this county. You have those hideously long binders you have to read every weekend, the endless constituent meetings, public comment like what I'm doing right now. We need to pay our Board of Supervisors to reflect the reality of the work you do as the most important leaders of our county, mediating between people like me and the rest of the county. And if I'm going to come and ask you again and again for better veterinarian salary, I certainly want you to get paid what you are entitled to. So I hope that something will move forward today to reflect that. Thank you.
We will now return to Santa Barbara with Purnima Way to be followed by Karen Howenstein. Purnima? Have they left? We will now go to Karen Howenstein to be followed by Leonardo de Casas. Is Karen left? How about Leonardo de Casas? Great. To be followed by Laura Robinson. Leonardo?
So Laura Robinson couldn't be here, so I'm going to be making 2 quick speeches if that's okay during my time here. So I'm going to start with Laura Robinson's comments. She's the executive director of SEIU Local 620. We're representing the hardworking employees who keep this county running. We want to be clear that we do not begrudge anyone for advocating for fair compensation here, and we think you deserve it. I understand that this board is below market. I recognize how hard you work and what is undoubtedly a full-time, often thankless job. So we're not here to shame you for seeking equity, but we are here to say that to show the same commitment for our members as well. And why was it that just 8 months ago, we had to fight tooth and nail for a 5% cost of living adjustment? Why, when we identified classifications over 10% below market, did we hear that there simply wasn't enough money in the budget to make it right? Why is it that there's always room in the budget for those at the top, but never for the frontline employees, the maintenance workers, the park rangers, and the mental health professionals who deliver the services that the public depends on every single day? How is there money for nearly 50% raises here, but we can't recruit and retain our essential employees? A specific example of this was our social services case aides, who start at just $24 an hour and top out at $28.52, well below the market by double digits. This is mutually agreed upon by Local 620 and County HR. Yet during bargaining, the county couldn't find a fraction of a 1/10% to address this inequity. In your own board letter, it states that the goal of the study is to align pay at or above the labor market median and ensure pay equity for incumbents doing similar work. This is a noble cause, but it shouldn't start at the top. It should start with those paid the least. So yes, we support your right to fair pay, but remember this moment, because in 2027, when our contract expires and we are back at the table, this union and your staff won't forget it. And how much? 44 seconds, okay. So I want to continue with my speech. My name is Leo De Casals. I'm a union representative with SEIU Local 620. I represent the employees here at the County Santa Barbara. I'm glad that today this body is considering a resolution that emphasizes the importance of equity, an important value. And equity, parity, compaction, all are important factors to address, and the membership of Local 620 thanks this board for your efforts towards exemplary public service towards our county. As a representative of our membership, I would like to state that they too are deeply committed to ensuring that they provide the best public service in their respective roles across every department. We too deserve to have our inequity proposals considered in earnest and with the same enthusiasm that the county has been showing for its highest paid executives and management staff.
Thank you, Leonardo. That is your time.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Have a good one.
We will now go to Sue Ann McKellen to be followed by Tony Guy. Sue Ann? Sue Ann still here? Is it Suzanne? I see a Sue Ann. There is a Suzanne later. Tony Guy to be followed by Tom Woodrow. Tony.
Yes, thank you. Honorable Santa Barbara County Supervisors, my name is Tony Guy, and I'm a resident of northern Santa Barbara County, although I have lived in Santa Barbara County for 40 years, both South County and North County. I believe as Santa Barbara County Supervisors, it is absolutely your responsibility to pay the role of supervisor a fair and equitable wage, not only for yourself, but most importantly for those that follow after you in your footsteps. As you leave your positions, how will we ever attract new, future, qualified supervisor candidates to support the residents of Santa Barbara County if we don't offer a wage that's commensurate with the job responsibilities? As previously stated by some supervisors,
I do not believe your position is a simple 40-hour per week job. The position of county supervisor requires each of you to be available and interact with county residents. The position of county supervisor offers an opportunity to serve the community, which requires you to attend events with community members and attend meetings to support your residents and constituents, as well as your normal job responsibilities. Nobody talks about what are your normal job responsibilities. You know what they are, and you're doing them every day. Yesterday, I read Tom Woodrow's opinion piece in Newshawk relative to the same subject of county supervisor salaries. As a retired local businessman, I agree with Tom when he says total compensation in the private sector would be far higher considering the expertise and commitment required. It is imperative that we pull from our community the best candidates to represent us as county supervisors. That will require appropriate compensation, allowing future candidates to live and survive in our region. If I may, I appeal to you as a local resident, please accept a pay increase. I'm asking you, please. But please also allow the compensation committee to determine what's fair and equitable. I hate the fact that you have to try to figure out what's fair and equitable for your own salaries. I'm happy to see that somebody has done this for us today. Please open the door to future supervisors to be able to exist in our region and support our county and support their families. Thank you very much for your time today.
We will now go to Tony Guy, or I'm sorry, that was Tony. We will now go to Tom Woodrow to be followed by Andy Caldwell. Tom?
Andy said it took too long for me to get to the mic. So, Madam Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors, I'm Tom Woodrow, and yes, I am Executive Director of the Santa Barbara County Taxpayers Association, but I'm going to speak to you right now as an individual and let my esteemed colleague, our illustrious President Lanny Ebenstein, get a chance at the microphone. So I started my career in this room many years ago, working for then Supervisor Chamberlain. And I think there's a couple people in this room, including Andy Caldwell of CoLab and former Supervisor Stoker, who is here. We all remember that as an exciting time. My associate, Jim Youngson, and our executive assistant, Regina Berry, we all worked really hard. We worked long hours. There were general plans. There were lots of big issues at the time and lots of controversy. I remember going through, board packets until late. I remember the supervisors, Willie, having to travel back up to San Ynez Valley, in order to get himself home at a late hour after a long board meeting. I guess what I'm trying to say to you is I have a personal kind of affinity and affiliation for the work that you do. And I do believe that your compensation is well below market, and it deserves to be addressed. So I know that those who choose to work with all four of you, and actually with Supervisor Nelson, who I think is remote, who have interacted with you, know that you're faithful public servants. We may disagree from time to time, and you disagree with one another from time to time. But I do believe it's a full-time job, and it requires expertise, strategic input. It requires judgment, consideration, excellent communication skills, and above all, an extraordinary amount of patience. If you do keep it at this level where you're at now, I do not believe the only people that you will attract to this position to run for this office, which is not easy, are going to be people who are on pensions or perhaps people who are not qualified to do the work. So that's my take. I thank you all for your public service. And I wish you well as you try to make this decision. Once again, I don't think it's fair that you have to do that out in public yourselves. So the idea of turning it over to a third party, I think, is excellent. Thank you.
We will now go to Andy Caldwell to be followed by James Fechner. Andy?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Andy Caldwell representing CoLab. I have a statement from Brooks Firestone. This was unsolicited by us. He said, as a retired supervisor, I'm opposed to the substantial raise proposed by the supervisors. The position is a part-time occupation that should be a public service and not a lucrative career at Brooks Firestone. Now, I know you took umbrage that I said this is a part-time job. Now, on a week like, when you're meeting, I know that you're meeting for this week, you're gonna have 40, 50, 60 hours in. But back when Brooks was a county supervisor, before they started taking 4 weeks off in the summer, 2 at Christmas, 1 at Thanksgiving, plus they didn't take off the 4th Tuesday. They took off the 5th Tuesday. I looked it up. You can look it on your own agenda. They met 59 times that year as a board compared to your 36 times. That is part of where I'm coming from, not the weeks that you work. Plus, we know that some of the after-hour things that you are doing, they may be community-oriented, but like Greg Hart was at the Santa Barbara County Cattlemen's Association. He's going to put that down, but he didn't have any work to do there. He was working the room. You know, you do not have the consent of the governed. We have reached out to probably about 70 to 80,000 people, and we've not got one person that agrees with this race. Some of them would give you a little bit more, but there's not one person that responded to our polling that said this is a good idea. Not one. You'll be getting the same pay within $3,000 of members of Congress, the House of Representatives and U.S. senators. You'll get more than a state senator and a state assemblyman. The one thing that really irked me, and I brought this up 2 weeks ago, is this department did not use your benchmark counties. I believe their report is a spin job. It's nothing less than a spin job. You didn't use Tulare County, which is one of your historic benchmark counties. You used 3 of them, and like San Luis Obispo is lower. Why not if you're gonna put all counties, put them all, or you're gonna use benchmark, but don't pick and choose which counties you're gonna compare yourself to. You know, and we would ask, I didn't ask a single person to come here. I asked people to email you, and we didn't put words in their mouth. We just said, please email them as to what you think about these races, whether or not you support them. That's all we did. I can show you what we sent out. But the bottom line here is we didn't ask people to come. Reason number 1 is we didn't even know when this meeting was going to occur because you put it after Exxon. We would like a time-certain meeting in Santa Maria as your next meeting, not 2 South County meetings where people will not know when to show up. We'd like a time certain in Santa Maria if you want to hear from the public.
Thank you, Andy.
Finally,
that is your time.
Think of the people that are struggling with inflation. What you're doing is a slap in their face right now. It's a slap in the face to your constituents. Thank you.
We will now go to James Fechner to be followed by Suzanne Cohen. James?
Hello, supervisors. It's my first time speaking here, and I did want to read a resolution, but beforehand, I want to address this issue of benchmarking. And I think there's a little, and I hope the word's not too strong, sleight of hand that's going on. I don't dispute that you put in long hours, and this is an important job, but the comparison is not a job that you can otherwise get. This is an elected position. So you're not like the lawyer who could go to another county. You have to be elected by that county. And as such, what I would propose as a benchmark, rather than looking at a judge, which also requires you to pass the bar and or have 10 years of experience, would you be to benchmark it upon the electorate? I think some of the earlier speakers were alluding to that, in that looking at the median family income in Santa Barbara and putting yourself right there means that you're fairly compensated relative to those you serve who are the electorate. So what I'd like to do is to read this resolution from the local GOP. Whereas the spirit of Abraham Lincoln's government, of the people, by the people, for the people, has been compromised in Santa Barbara, with nearly all elected officials earning far more in salary and benefits than those whom they were elected to serve. Whereas true representation requires elected officials to live within the economic realities of their constituents, not as overlords with taxpayer-funded pay and compensation packages. Whereas the Board of Supervisors of Santa Barbara County, not by advocating for their own pay reductions to match the median income of those they serve demonstrate a disconnect from the core principle of public service, which is service above self. Be it resolved that the government of Santa Barbara County must align its compensation for elected officials to reflect the median income of its residents, ensuring that our government truly represents of, by, and for the people by living under, not over, the same financial conditions as those they govern. Thanks for your consideration.
We will now go to Suzanne Cohen to be followed by Mike Stoker. Suzanne?
Hi. Thank you, Chair Capps. Thank you, Supervisors. My name is Suzanne Cohen. I'm a local resident, a local business owner. I live in Santa Barbara's District 1, so I'm a constituent of Supervisor Lee's. I'm here to speak in support of the proposed changes to the supervisor's pay scale. I appreciate all the work that the staff has done to get us to this point. I did not realize it was 9 years to get here, or 3 years, depending upon how you look at it. Competitive pay attracts qualified candidates from diverse backgrounds, allows more residents, not just those who can afford to serve or who are independently wealthy to serve. It allows more people to serve in public office. Proper compensation also recognizes the significant amount of work and responsibility required to make the informed decisions that all of you have been tasked with here. Additionally, transferring to an independent system and a structure that eliminates the needs and challenges of you voting on your own salary, an awkward issue, even when well-deserved. It helps to strengthen our local government and to build public trust in the compensation process. Thank you very much.
We will now go to Mike Stoker to be followed by Larry Epstein. Mike?
Madam Chair, honorable board members. First, I apologize for this. When I left at 1:30, there was a consensus among several staff members that you'd be getting over your first hearing in about 10 more minutes. And so when I went home to carpet, I was a little bit alerted when I turned on the live stream 45 minutes ago, and I didn't change, I just got down here. I want to focus with the limited time on my comments on the assumption that there's going to be the salary increase to hopefully give some just proactive comments. Madam Chair, in terms of your question on comparable counties, to give a little history, so I guess I'm a little biased on whether I think they should be used. In the early 90s, I was the supervisor that urged the comparable county study to get our cops and our firefighters pay increases and safety retirement. And I think that's perfectly the appropriate way to approach doing comparisons. In this staff report, unfortunately, Los Angeles, San Diego, Santa Clara got in there, and I wouldn't do that in the future. I really think it confuses the public. I think everything should be limited to those comparable counties. Secondly, in regards to this issue of part-time, full-time, I've gone on public record saying it is what a supervisor makes it. I know when I worked, it was definitely a full-time job. It was a whole lot harder than it was when I was chair of the Ag Labor Relations Board, which is a full-time job and has a statutory prohibition against getting outside earned compensation. It was a whole lot harder than when I was the Deputy Secretary of State. It was a whole lot harder when I had my own law firm, and I worked really hard in my law firm. And probably the only thing that was harder was being a Southwest Administrator of the EPA. And it is what you make it. My colleague, when I was on the board, Bill Wallace, and we didn't make anywhere near even what you make today, to be able to make a living, he was a veterinarian, and he worked 2 to 3 days in his vet practice. But that was 30 years ago, and a lot has changed. And so, you know, from everything I know, all 5 of you work full-time, and I applaud you for that. I don't have to repeat, Tom Woodrow really covered it when he talked about all the things he had to do as a staffer. And I want it to be a part-time or a full-time job. I will never support somebody running that thinks it's a part-time job. As your staff said, the complex issues, a budget approaching almost $2 billion. I want to be able to attract people to run for your seat that are smart people, that aren't going to always just believe what the staff says because it's in the staff report, that are going to question them on it. And that's what, literally, the 5 of you are CEOs. You're not CEOs if you're part-time. So it is, you're allowed by statute to do what you want. But I'd like to see it a full-time job, and I'd like to end with, I think to end the debate, one of the best things you could do to show that you all mean it to be a full-time job is consider having a prohibition against having outside earned compensation. Just like many positions in state government and federal government, and you could have your staff come back in the next 60, 90 days with that kind of prohibition that sends a message to the public, you all consider this as a full-time job. Thank you very much.
We will now go to Larry Epstein to be followed by Jefferson Litton. Larry?
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Lanny Ebenstein, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the Santa Barbara County Taxpayers Association, as our Executive Director, Tom Woodrow, indicated. Our view is that we're sympathetic to the position that the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors compensation should be reevaluated. Typically when I address public bodies, I start out by saying, thank you for your service. And as I said, I mean it sincerely. Thank you for your service. And as I say, it is something that was noted earlier in the presentation that when there was a task force some years ago, the Santa Barbara County Taxpayers Association participated in that and participated in a recommendation that actually would have resulted in a slightly higher salary than is being proposed at this point in time. So, as I said, from having been involved in that proposal at that point in time, we can hardly be anything other than supportive of saying that this is an appropriate issue to look at, that we recognize the work that the members of the Board of Supervisors do, that we're sympathetic to the arguments that if you want people to run for office, if you want people who are going to be able to battle the bureaucracy, that you're often going to have to pay to do that. And maybe at one point in time, these positions could be more public service, but at this point in time, I think that it's a different circumstance. So as I said, we're not that far apart in terms of and so the question then is, how do you achieve that goal? And our view is that the best approach would be, as in 2015, to establish a committee of some sort with a short time frame to review the materials, be able to get input from a larger group of people than perhaps has occurred to this point in time, and then come in with a proposal that is something that would have a broader support, and we think that might lead to a better outcome and be the best way to go. And we would be happy to be involved in that process if that were the direction that you would choose to go. So we're sympathetic. We think that it's appropriate to consider more compensation for the Board of Supervisors at this time, but we feel the best method to accomplish that would be to establish a short-term task force to come back with you with a recommendation potentially to be starting in the coming fiscal year. Thank you for your time and thank you for consideration.
We will now go to Jefferson Litton, then we will go to Santa Maria with Robert McLeod. Jefferson?
Good afternoon, Chair Capps and fellow supervisors. Very good to see you. My name is Jefferson Litton. For 6.5 years, I served as Joan Hartman's Chief of Staff. And in that role, I feel uniquely qualified to speak to the hours and the dedication to which all of you devote to this job. And I'm here to say that the raise which the board is considering today is merited, appropriate, and overdue. First, why this raise is appropriate. It's appropriate because it sets a salary that makes the job of being a county supervisor accessible to all. It makes this role accessible to the single parent who would have to pay for childcare in order to do this job in the many, many hours that it requires. It also makes this job accessible to the individual who he or she is qualified for the job, has the expertise, has the knowledge, but really it doesn't make an attractive career choice for them. We want the best people for this job because it's an incredible, incredible responsibility. This salary adjustment is merited. Being a county supervisor is not a part-time job. Being a county supervisor is a grueling, all-encompassing, incredibly time-consuming job. This job takes you away from your families, it takes you away from your loved ones, and by choosing to be a county supervisor, You've chosen to give up your evenings and your weekends. Most people don't know that every Thursday you get a stack of binders this big that you need to process through in order to make decisions on the following Tuesdays. That means that you've given up your weekend in order to process all that information. Not to mention SBCAG, not to mention APCD, not to mention the 6 other commissions and committees that you all sit upon. And yours is a job that does not end at 5 p.m. At 5 p.m., that's actually when the hard work begins. When you are speaking at a town hall that you've organized in your communities, when you're speaking at an event that you've been invited to, or whether you're fitting in a site visit for a land use appeal on your way home from work. And even when you're not at one of those events, when you're out to dinner or you go into the grocery store, you are on. And somebody's approaching you, lobbying you, and asking you to help you with your problems. Many people also don't understand that all of you are first responders. The next call after 911 is a call to you when disaster strikes in this county, which happens with a more than annual frequency. I've witnessed all of you help your constituents gain access to services, help get their homes dug out, help get their animals evacuated, help getting access to a cooling center. I witnessed the great lengths that you go to serve all of these people, and I witnessed the burden that puts on all of you to making sure that they get those services. Being an elected official, it's a great honor and privilege. It's also an incredible responsibility. You oversee a $1.6 billion budget. You have 440,000 people answering to you. You're responsible for the framework that our county's economy is built upon: public safety, public health, and the roads that allow goods and services to leave our county. I thank you for your service, and I hope that you vote for this adjustment, which is long overdue.
We will now go to Santa Maria with Robert McLeod, to be followed by Dr. Scott Fliva, who is our final speaker. Robert?
Good evening, Chairman Capps and members of the board. I'm Robert McLeod. I am a retired county employee. I worked in human resources and employee relations for 11 years. My whole career, I worked in labor relations, primarily negotiating wages, hours, and terms and conditions of employment for county employees. I've worked for both the unions representing employees and here in Santa Barbara County as your chief of employee relations, negotiating with all of the unions. I'm very familiar with wage comparisons and have worked with them my entire career. The board members are the most underpaid employees in the county. That's been true ever since I entered this business in 1973. It continues to be true today, and it will also be true if you go ahead and implement the proposal you have before you today. Private sector positions with similar scope of responsibilities would pay 3 to 5 times as much as you're being proposed to be paid. Even if you do these, your salaries are going to be between 55 and 80% less than the department heads who report to you. That's not equitable in any use of the term. I work closely with supervisors in both Orange and Santa Barbara County, including 3 of the current supervisors. Several people have mentioned the board books. What happens is late on Thursday afternoon, each board member gets a stack of materials that relates to the following Tuesday's agenda. It is frequently a foot tall. I've seen them in department head meetings. I've seen them in meetings with the CEO. This is routine. It's not something unusual. They have to go through those books and be prepared to deal with complicated, difficult issues. Just a few days later, their weekend is trash. When I worked at the county of Santa Barbara, I was frequently there 7:30 in the morning going to work. And often I met supervisors in the parking lot who were getting there at the same time. And I would leave work at 7 or 8 o'clock at night, and they'd still be there working. And that wasn't just on weeks when there were board meetings. That was routine. This has come up before, and it's always, this isn't the time to do it. Well, there's never going to be a good time to some people, but this is the right time to do it. I support this increase 100%. It's long overdue. It's the right thing to do, not just for yourselves, but for all the supervisors who are going to follow you, and for all the people who might otherwise not run for office because the salary is so ridiculous. So do it now. Do it now for yourselves and for future supervisors and for the members of the public. And I want to state that this coming forward is no slap in the face to this constituent. It might be if you don't approve it, but bringing it forward, I support 100%. Thank you for your service.
We will remain in Santa Maria for Dr. Scott Fliva, who is our final speaker on this item.
Good afternoon. I'm Scott Fina. I support the 48.8% raise that brings our county supervisor's annual salary to approximately $171,000. Here's why. First, I'll comment on the opposition by Andy Caldwell, Executive Director of Nonprofit CoLab. I refer to the 2022 Form 990 for CoLab. On page 7 of that form, Mr. Caldwell is listed as working 40 hours weekly with a compensation totaling $215,673. I don't begrudge this compensation, but our supervisors have far greater public responsibilities than Mr. Caldwell. Secondly, a typical supervisor meeting agenda is crowded with items, with reports, and related studies that are often highly detailed and technical. To do their job, county supervisors need to examine and become familiar with these materials and the issues they refer to, which certainly require an average of 40 or more hours per week over the course of a year. But I see a hypocrisy by our honorable county supervisors who are financially secure. This morning, as I do most Tuesdays, I volunteered at a food distribution program in North County that served approximately 170 farm worker families. Farm workers who are essential to our regional economy, who have heavy physical jobs with limited career tenures, who face seasonal layoffs, do not earn a living wage. Our farm workers and their families are food challenged, extremely housing challenged, and even clothing challenged. Two highly respected organizations, Cause and MICOP, have presented to our supervisors a compelling study on the pressing need for a higher minimum wage for farm workers. I strongly criticize our supervisors for putting that report aside and for looking away from the full needs and injustice our farm worker families suffer. With all due respect, thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you so much to our speakers. Really appreciate it. Now we go to the board. Any other questions before we move, or?
Yeah, I've got a question. I'd like to go to the detail of BOS market comparisons on page 7. So what I really want to do is tie back to how we connect where we are right now to 2015. And I know that that's not the same comparison counties. Well, first off, I want to ask, let's do this real quick. Let's go to the next slide, which is the example counties that are tying to a judge's salary, and that's where we have LA, Orange, Riverside, Santa Clara. But we weren't using any of their compensation data in this proposal, correct?
Supervisor Lavanino, through the chair, no, we don't use those as our comparison agencies. They're clearly much bigger, and they're not the coastal counties that we use for comparison.
We did not use the largest counties in the state of California to compare our salaries.
No, and I'm sorry for the confusion that caused, because we do not do that.
Well, I don't think it was confusing. I think when we talk about spin, it was used in a different way.
Absolutely.
But so if we go through that detail of Board of Supervisor market comparison, so Marin, smaller than us, correct? Monterey is smaller than us. San Luis Obispo is half our size. Santa Cruz is smaller than us. I think Sonoma is exactly the same size. So the difference between this and what we had in 2015 was, I think Stanislaus and Tulare were included. And maybe it's a question for the CEO. Those are now no longer considered benchmark counties for us, correct? I mean, how do we make that determination?
That is correct. Some years, maybe 2 HR directors ago, we had a consultant help us look at what are our comparable counties, and they came up with the list you see before you.
Okay. So mostly because coastal
It was coastal, cost
Size.
of living, lots of different factors played into how they determine what were our comparable counties.
Okay, and then in that, when you tried to figure out the median in there, so you're basically taking out the high and the low. Okay, so you're pretty much eliminating San Diego or Orange anyway. Okay, questions-wise, I think that was the only question I had. I'm ready to go. Wouldn't mind leading off.
Okay, unless, any other questions? We're good? Okay, Supervisor Lodge, keep going.
Okay, so I thought the public comment was interesting, and I appreciate the people that showed up and really spoke from the heart. I think the people closest to this job, and maybe we're the only ones. Okay, first off, I did get 1 million emails, Andy. We put you back on the map. You should be so happy. You're relevant again. So, and the reason is because the reason why I got so many emails, I was curious. I was like, man, I don't get normally this many emails. And you said that you're not telling people what to say. They were just upset. And then I read the current, and I'm like, well, yeah, I can see why they're upset. I mean, what was in there was misleading at best, I would say. I'm going to bring it up real quick because, okay. So first off, one of the sayings here is gripping and grinning cost the taxpayers $1.5 million for 5 supervisors. Yeah, that would get me upset if I was out in the public. We'll start, to me, I got to go through these one at a time because I want my constituents to understand what exactly we do and what they've been told that we do. So let's get to the question of full-time or part-time. Anybody that's around this dais knows that this is a full-time job, or even more so. I think even Peter Adam yesterday in Newshawk, he's our most conservative member I think we've ever had on this board. And he's like, it's an all-encompassing job from the moment you wake up till the time you go to bed. I always tell people, because they're like, oh, you're not working this week? You guys don't have a meeting? I'm like, sometimes this is the easiest part of the job, is being here. A lot of times when you hear in sports, players will say the game was the time off. Practicing, getting ready, doing all the other things, training, all the other things you had to do was the actual job. But so I thought it was interesting, and I respect Brooks Firestone immensely. And the job has changed in the last 20 years, I will admit that. But going to probably the wealthiest individual that's ever been on our board is probably not the best person to talk to us about what our salary range should be, I would imagine. I've worked with, I'll get into that too.
I mean, you're not an heir of a global company?
No, I'm not. But I wish I was. So part-time, I think, is just a joke in saying it's a part-time job. Anybody that says that just has no clue. But then it says, what's the dirty little secret? And it's that we get paid to grip and grin. I don't consider all the events I go to, I don't consider them as part of my 40-hour work week. That's extra time. And by the way, I don't get paid to be in a parade. I don't get, none of that stuff. I don't want to be there in the first place. It's part of the job. No one likes being in a parade. But to close your argument with drop off a letter to Steve Lavanino, and by the way, 576 California politicians have been convicted on federal corruption charges? Bro, that's pretty. And then to say, well, I don't know why they're upset. I'll tell you why they're upset. They just read what you just said. So I have some prepared remarks, and I'll go into those now. But what I want to say is so many of the emails I received over the last 2 weeks, and a lot of people have said is, man, it must be nice to increase your own salary. Maybe in concept, but I promise you it is not. Yeah. And if it was, and it was so easy, why are we 35% below the market? Because you can't do it. I wish we could have just had a discussion about what the proper level for compensation should be. That's normal in any job. But we didn't get that opportunity because people went out and tried to minimize the board's accomplishments and mislead the public about the facts surrounding this issue. I talk about a full-time job. I've worked with Janet Wolf, Salud Carbajal, Doreen Farr, Greg Hart, Peter Adam. they all put in way more than 40 hours a week. Do I get paid to get grip and grin? I've worked for free for hundreds, if not thousands, of events in my district, helping raise money for many nonprofit organizations, all in the name of public service. But I think because a lot of people don't believe anything I'm saying, I would go to March 10th, 2015 at our Board of Supervisors hearing when we talked about this last time, and Andy Caldwell said, quote, "I realize that your job technically is a full-time job and many of you more than likely work more than 40 hours a week." In the current, you also said, well, we take off all this time. We take off time during the summer. That's taking off time from having a board meeting, not taking off time from constituent service, meeting with department heads, doing all the things that we actually have to do, all the boards and commissions. We're just not meeting here on Tuesdays. So basically, I just got to the point where I realized that 90% of the people that were yelling at me had no idea what my job even was. So I just started asking people, would you just support a citizens commission that would analyze our compensation package and make recommendations? And almost unanimously, the answer was, yeah, that's actually a good idea. Why haven't you guys thought of that? Well, why hadn't anybody heard of that idea before? Was because in all the information that went out in multiple different email blasts, not once did you say, hey, they actually had a commission, failed to tell the public that we had this back in 2015. By the way, on that special commission, we had 6 very highly qualified individuals representing the private sector and the nonprofit community. So we had 2 chambers of commerce represented. We had a CFO from Good Samaritan Shelter. We had the Santa Barbara County Taxpayers Association president, and we had the former president of the Santa Barbara Human Resources Association. They all met publicly numerous times. They took public comment. They sifted through all the data, and on a 5-to-1 vote, 5-to-1, not controversial, these independent professionals determined that using benchmark counties is the correct standard by which our salaries should be set. Wasn't my decision, wasn't my colleagues' decisions, it was the Independent Citizens Commission. So had we adopted their recommendation, we wouldn't be in the mess we are today. So that's on me, because I felt at the time the timing wasn't right. The reality is, I found out 10 years later, the timing's never right. And now I only have a short time left to fix something so that the next person that sits in this job doesn't go through what I had to go through for the last 2 weeks. And honestly, I'm going to lay that at the feet of somebody that I've lost friendships over this now because they were misinformed. I've had people that respected me for 15 years that sent me the nastiest emails I've ever seen because of misinformation. If this is as easy as a job as you say it is, and the pay's so overly excessive, why doesn't anybody want the job? Supervisor Capps came in without a challenger. Greg Hart came in unopposed. Supervisor Nelson had 1 challenger. I've ran 3 times, not one person said, oh, I'll try it. This job will eat you up and spit you out. And I don't know what salary that equates to, but I'm going to support the recommendations of the 2015 Citizens Commission, and I'm just really disappointed. This wasn't a great 2-week period in my life.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Hartman.
Well, first, I want to thank the people who came and understand the nature of this job. It's clear that a lot of people don't know what county government does, and many people don't know what a supervisor does, and maybe some people want to exploit something, maybe to raise their own salary and donations. I want to talk a little bit about what a county supervisor does, and I always think about it in terms of 5 C's. We do the county business that you see here today. For every hour we're here, we're spending many, many hours doing site visits, meeting with department heads about agenda items, doing research, trying to figure out what is the best strategy to move forward on a very complex agenda. Then the second C is committee work. I serve on a dozen committees. Each of those has and hefty committees. Some of them, I mean, Supervisor Lavanino on our SB SIRS. We have Supervisor Nelson on our debt advisory. I mean, these are really important. And the criminal justice, Ion Sencal and Community Choice Energy. I mean, each of these has big agendas and subcommittees and major responsibilities. Then we talked about constituent services. It's emails, it's texts, it's at the grocery store, it's office hours. I mean, it's just being available. And people come to us often, they don't understand county government, so they're asking us to deal with the utilities, or they're asking us to deal with state or federal issues. And we always do our best to try to connect people, because our job is to build trust in government and to be available to our constituents. The fourth and fifth C's, I think people may not fully understand, but we each represent communities, and those communities have goals, and they look to us to help achieve those goals, whether it be trails, whether it be at theater, whether it be senior-centered, whether they want us to hold forums on topical issues like renters' rights or fire safety or gun violence or other things. So we take the initiative, and we get out there, and we have community conversations where people can figure out a way forward. And we're the ones who are the leaders very often in that process. And the fifth one that's been talked about a lot, but it's celebratory activities. People invite us to many, many events, and they do it not because they want us to engage in self-promotion, and I really resent that. What they want us to do is we represent the public, and we say, we're here because the public thinks your organization is important. Your mission contributes to the public welfare, and we're here to acknowledge that and to validate that. And that is a big part of the job. I want to just turn a minute because I'm very proud to be part of this board and the board that just preceded it. When I came into, and I'm proud of the previous board, but when I came into office in 2017, in our first budget, the county was preparing to lay off 120 people. The pensions were woefully underfunded. We had significant underfunding of our infrastructure, and our pavement condition index was unacceptable and falling. Our rainy day fund wasn't fully funded. And over the past years, we've had no service level reductions. After reducing our, we reduced our assumptions about return on investment for our pensions, but we're almost fully funded. It's 85, 90%.
86.4%.
Okay, I mean, that's huge. That is really huge. We're hitting our investment targets in roads, parks, county facilities. We did have a year 2 years ago where we had a big property tax surplus that we hadn't expected. We didn't spend that up. We invested that in our capital improvement projects. Our rainy day fund is now fully funded, and we've had over 20 different disaster declarations and EOC activations in the last 10 years. And what you have to understand is we have to keep the business as usual going while we're dealing with emergencies. If you imagine somebody who's sick, I mean, is it chronic or is it acute? And we've got both going at once, and that takes a lot. We now have set aside, we're very prudent fiscally, we've set aside contingencies specifically for emergencies, for litigation. We've also now set aside reserves for major systems like the public safety radio system so that we don't have a big when that fails, we'll have a reserve set aside to be able to get a new one. Of huge significance, we've made major investments in information technology. We have Workday, Acela, HMIS, criminal justice systems. We have our new IT department. And so all of this is going to give us savings over time and make us more efficient. And I think we've invested tremendously, and I'm just proud of us for thinking forward. We've had KPMG doing studies to see how we can be more efficient. We're trying our best to make government effective for our community. We've focused very much on issues of homelessness, criminal justice, housing, mental health. These are things that have become much more complex in the last 5 or 10 years. I won't go into detail, but they take much more than they ever did in the past. So when you think of our compensation, that we make, half county workers make as much or more than we do. That we 28% less than our chiefs of staff. I think of my colleague on the board, Supervisor Lavanino, and had he voted for this, I mean, all the foregone money that he's not had. And he's used the best earning years of his life here, invested here. So he wasn't accruing a lot of retirement benefits and a lot of savings. And that is a sacrifice that he's standing up today and saying, I don't want my successor to have to do that. I want somebody who's in the prime of life, the prime of their earning capacity, to be able to do this job because it's a really demanding job, very rewarding job. So I guess you can tell by what I'm saying that I really do support this. I want people to understand what the county does, what county supervisors do, and that we, as a county, are functioning at a very high level. And I think the people in this county should be very proud of the service that we get.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. I can go next unless Supervisor Nelson or Supervisor Lee would like to go. Supervisor Nelson, I'll continue, whichever you'd like.
Yeah, I don't mind speaking. Chair Gaps, thank you. You
Sure.
hear me all right?
Yep.
All right. Cool. Yeah, I would like to just add to that. It has been a difficult couple of weeks here, and I think especially for Supervisor Lavanino and I, who we share a base of supporters and residents that CoLab speaks to. And so that messaging has been really unfortunate, unfair, untrue. I know my colleagues have already talked about the fact that it's ridiculous to think that this job is a part-time job in any way. Also, I was really appreciated the comments there by Supervisor Hartman about the financial status of our county. If we were as mismanaged as has been reported out there, if we were in financial peril, $115,000 would be overpaying us. I think back in 2015, because I was the chief of staff at that time for Supervisor Adam, he talked about the Board of Supervisors might be worth more if we actually had some performance measures that we were meeting. Well, almost all those performance measures that he put out there in 2015, this board's meeting today. We're no longer deferring maintenance on our roads. We have the longest, or the largest strategic reserve in county history. We're, I believe, 5 years away from retiring the pension debt. I think we might be one of the only jurisdictions in the state of California that will be in such a position. And it's become because of how fiscally prudent this board has been, just like what you would expect from a board of directors from any type of large corporation with the budget that we have. I'm really saddened, though, that because of the information that's gotten out there, that the well has been poisoned with my constituents. And that's what's made this very difficult for me to deal with, is that there's been a full-time engine pushing out misinformation and putting us in a light that even a 1% raise, I believe at this point, would make us look self-serving, especially the amount of information that's gone out there. I had a lot of conversations after our raise, I think 2 years ago, that actually opposed, where I heard from a lot of my friends and constituents that their biggest issue was not the raise itself, it's the fact that we vote to do it ourselves. And so where I'm currently at is I'm where the Taxpayers Association is. I could support another commission moving forward, similar to what it did in 2015. I likely would imagine it would come somewhere similar to where it did in 2015. Now, maybe they might even peg it higher. But I think just because of the way that the misinformation has been spread in the community, today it'd be hard for me to move forward with the staff recommendation.
Thank you, Supervisor. Yeah, so I'm really proud of this board, and today just solidifies it, and this whole process, this whole day today, honestly. But this just means we're going to have to work harder, given the last couple of weeks and the misinformation campaign that has been, really tough. And I acknowledge it was more tough in the North County. Most of the misinformation was put out in Northern County publications. But it's ugly, and it's too bad because of all the things that Supervisor Hartman talked about in terms of our role. If I boil it down a little bit, what we really do is we strengthen that bond between people and their government. They don't really necessarily think about it, but every time they email us about something and we respond and we do and we put our heart into it, or our team does, just recently with fire preparedness, people are so worried, understandably. And to have someone reach out to my office and with concerns about a dry creek bed behind her house that's county. And then our guys are out there 2 days later clearing it up. And then she writes back to me, even though I'm just a facilitator, but I take it seriously, that she can sleep better now. That bond of trust with our government, especially now, I think is just incredibly valuable. And it's not political. It's just services. It's the basic function of why a government is necessary, and why, thankfully, it attracts people to serve in these roles who really love this work, who really love making sure that people are taken care of. And I want that to continue. I don't want it to be a type of job that people do part-time. I don't want it to be a type of job that people do only because they're independently wealthy and they can somehow figure it out. I don't want it to be a job that people can only do if they don't have kids, or they don't have family, young kids at home. I mean, I find it curious that a man is telling me how little I work. I just have to tell you that. You can ask my son how little I work. It's quite curious experience. So that bond has been damaged a little bit thanks to, churning out erroneous op-eds and blasting our email address, but we'll work harder. We'll get it back. Those folks don't know. I put out my own information. Immediately got so many. I'm just going to read a couple lines. Thank you so much for getting back to me so quickly, Ms. Capps. I'm afraid I feel rather foolish requesting the proposed raise now. Apparently, I've succumbed to that awful thing known as social media misinformation, even though what I read was actually an email sent to me. As it turns out, when I looked back, it was the article that got me riled up was from a local right-wing activist. I truly appreciate the information you provided me. I was not aware of most of the responsibilities you as supervisors are tasked with. I want to thank you again for setting me straight, and I would like to let you know that I will spread the word to anyone who might broach the subject with me in the future. This is from a woman named Janice. A lot nicer than a lot of emails that I got. Got called the C word. That was interesting. So I'm just telling you, we'll just keep marching on, and I'm fully supportive of this proposal. I appreciate the method that went into it. As I mentioned at the top, what I most appreciate is that future boards will not have to go through this process because it'll be tied to an external factor that has been thought through and is used by other jurisdictions. So if we set this today at 70%, we will not have to do this ourselves, and hopefully future people who run for this office and have the same level of integrity as the 5 of us do will not have to go through this. So I'm happy to give it my support. And again, but I do want to say before I end, people are hurting. So I don't mean to dismiss all of this as misinformation. People are financially hurting. And that's why it strikes a chord, because we have such a high poverty rate. And when people got a sliver of information that wasn't the full picture, it strikes a chord really internally about how unfair life is for a lot of people right now. And to kind of use that is really sad. I want to be on the other side of things. I want to actually be working to get affordable housing, to make sure people have, as we just heard about, access to healthcare in their community with, with vans driving around. I want to be on that side of efforts to make sure we build people up. And that's what I'll continue doing, and happy to support this. Thank you. It's you.
Thanks, Sheila. Well, I want to say I love parades. So I love parades. So as the new
You've
guy,
only had to be in 2, okay? When you've done your 50th one, let me know.
as the new guy who's come in this role for close to 2 months now, I understand that the work that each and every one of you do, because I experienced it. It's not easy. And coming from a small business background where I work 80 hours a week for the past since I was a kid, this is hard. You take it home with you. Your family experiences it. You sleep, going to bed, knowing that the moment you wake up, you're on. But I love it, and I know that each of you want to love it. But being here, I fully support each and one of you, but I cannot vote on it because I'm still just very into the role, so I'll be abstaining from the vote.
Okay.
I just had a staff question.
Sure, go for it.
So I just want to be perfectly clear, so I'm going to be saying this right when I put this out, is so you did a calculation. I just want to make sure that if we say that the staff recommendation right now was 171, if we use the 2015 Citizens Commission plus the COLAs that the commission had recommended, it would be at, I think, a little bit slightly higher than 171 right now.
Supervisor Levanino, through the chair, yes, that is correct. So when you use the CPIU for the LA area applied to the recommendation back in 2015 for the median, the prior year's CPIU, you come up with about 72.5 for this year's increase.
Yeah, okay, perfect. So if we take it down a notch and tie it to 70% of the judges, that's what the staff recommendation was then. Okay. I'm comfortable with that. I will make that my motion that we move forward with staff recommendation then.
I will second.
Okay. Excellent. All those in favor? Or let's see, we need to do a roll call. Our last one of the day at 6:11.
Supervisor Lee.
Abstain.
Supervisor Hartman.
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson.
No.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Aye.
And Chair Capps.
Aye.
Motion passes 3-1-1.
Okay, with that, we will adjourn this lengthy but productive meeting of the Santa Barbara Board of Supervisors. We will be back next Tuesday here in Santa Barbara.